I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the member for Macquarie.
I present the fifth report of the...
Order. The member will resume her seat until the recording is working. I'll give the call again to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the fifth report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 23 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Today, I'm only tabling ministerial responses. Because of the timing of committee meetings over December and January, there are no petitions ready to present. However, the holiday period did not show any reduction in the number of petitions and requests. There are currently 75 petitions on the website open for signatures that will be presented in future sitting weeks. Mr Speaker, in September 2022, there were 171 outstanding ministerial responses to petitions that had been presented in the previous parliament. Late last year, the committee conducted a review of responses that had not yet been received and sent out reminders to ministers of their obligations to respond to petitions. This obligation comes from the House and includes petitions that were referred to a former minister or former government. The reminders led to an increase of responses to older petitions from current ministers. The review has also resulted in a few responses from previous ministers coming to light that had not previously been presented. These responses are being presented today. The committee is checking its processes to ensure all responses are presented in a timely way in the future. Thank you, Speaker. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petition Committee.
And I call the clerk.
Committee and delegation business, presentation and statements. Number 1, Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters.
And I give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, I present the committee's advisory report incorporating dissenting reports on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022. Speaker, this was an important inquiry, and I thank all who participated and the committee members.
Just pause for a moment, Member Jagga. If you could present the report to the attendant so that can be tabled.
This will be the first
time.
time.
Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. This will be the first time in 24 years that Australia will have a referendum. And a lot has changed in 24 years, including how our elections are run and how voters engage in elections. It is important that Australians continue to have an electoral system that is modern and that meets our current day needs. The bill referred to our committee for consideration does this work. It modernises the way referendums are run so that this year, when Australians go to vote, they'll have a voting experience very similar to last year's federal election, including early voting centres and postal voting, a timely count of ballots and transparency when it comes to authorisation of campaign materials, the financial disclosure and foreign donations framework and matching measures in the Electoral Act. In conducting its work, the committee received submissions from members of the public, constitutional and legal experts, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander representative groups and others. I thank them all. The committee heard that there was important ability in holding this referendum for us to update the experience of voters and bring it into line with their experience voting in a federal election. The AEC told us that essentially this means that when people go to vote, their experience will be very similar to what it was on election day. The committee heard there are further opportunities that should be considered as part of the referendum experience to build on our modern electoral system. to allow especially for improved enfranchisement and participation, particularly amongst Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Speaker, the current rate of enrolment amongst Indigenous Australians is around 82% nationally, and that is not good enough. And the AEC is confident that trials of new measures would further boost enrolment in coming months. The AEC told the committee it saw opportunities in this referendum to improve this participation, and that includes conducting remote area mobile polling for up to 19 days ahead of the referendum date, trialling the provision of secure telephone voting in certain circumstances, providing for secure on-the-day enrolment, enabling a potential new voter to cast a declaration vote that is admitted to the count once their enrolment is approved and processed. The committee urges the government to give serious consideration to supporting these measures that do improve participation and enrolment. It is critically important that we allow all Australians to have their say as part of this referendum. Speaker, the committee also considered how information has been and should be provided during a referendum, and there were a wide range of views the committee heard on this, and this included both for and against the use of the traditional yes-no pamphlet. Some legal and constitutional experts told the inquiry that the pamphlet in the past has not worked as it was intended to. Professor George Williams noted that the pamphlets were often full of not only misleading statements, but sometimes lies that we know to be false. He added that he supported the removal of the pamphlet, but he was troubled that merely removing it was not enough, that we should look at what we replace the pamphlet with. Professor Anne Twomey said that such pamphlets have previously been used to provide community with emotive, misleading and inaccurate statements. She said she wouldn't mourn the loss of the yes or no case, but again, she stressed there was a need for something substantial to replace it. Others stated that the pamphlet remains a valuable document for voters, providing them with views of their elected representatives. The Australian Human Rights Commission said the pamphlet was an official source of information that summarises the key arguments for and against. And the Central Land Council expressed concern that without a physical pamphlet, older people and those in remote communities might feel that they didn't have reliable access to information. While views on the pamphlet varied, there was widespread agreement about the need for information to educate and inform voters about the referendum and help them make up their minds. And that's why the committee recommends the government considers how best it can ensure all Australians are provided clear, factual and impartial information as part of the referendum. This includes, and the government has announced that part of providing this information will be a yes-no pamphlet, and that this will be coupled with broader efforts at providing the information Australians will need to feel assured they have been informed before they go to the polls. With these considerations and recommendations in mind, the committee supports the passage of the bill.
Order. I'll give a call to the member for Sturt.
On behalf of opposition members of the committee, I'd just make a few comments on the tabling of the report. Obviously, there is a dissenting report. The previous speaker has just foreshadowed the government's position regarding the formal pamphlet, and of course there was a lot of hot debate and a proposition of potentially removing that tradition, and it seems the government's position has changed on that, which we welcome. Now, this is an inquiry into the machinery of referenda perpetually into the future, of course, because this could be a statute that applies to many referenda into the future, and it shouldn't be narrowly viewed specifically towards an imminent referendum related to the constitutional amendment for the voice to parliament. But regardless, I don't think the fundamental principles of how we conduct referenda in this country should differ, no matter what the question is. And it's highly concerning to those of us in the opposition to see propositions, and we've of course in our dissenting report indicated we don't support a proposition of not having a proper formal case protected through legislation for each side of a proposition to change the Constitution in any case in which we are looking to change the Constitution, and that is proposed in this legislation, and we are very much opposed to that, both not having a formal yes and no case, and we're also, of course, equally opposed to not properly financially resourcing each of those cases. Obviously, that principle must include equal financial resourcing to each case, and, of course, the particular legislative instrument to hold any particular referendum tends to encapsulate how the government intends to resource those cases, but we believe that should always involve the equal funding. And I'm really concerned, frankly, and we've all got political experience in this chamber, that any attempt to rig the system and to suggest or make changes that some people might believe are designed to facilitate a certain outcome is actually going to achieve the complete opposite political objective. Because it's not, of course, we understand that the public funding of yes and no cases are always going to be a small proportion of the total amount of resources deployed into a campaign, and that's the case in our actual elections, as we know. So there's going to be a yes campaign and a no campaign in any referendum, including a Voice to Parliament one. If it becomes the position of the Parliament to change the law to remove the tradition of providing taxpayer resources equally to each of the cases, then I think the damage to any effort to change the Constitution will far outweigh whatever resourcing an argument against changing the Constitution would have provided in the court of public opinion through the expenditure of those funds. So we're opposed to the principle, but also quite surprised that anyone that thinks they're helping an outcome to be achieved by starving off taxpayer resources is going to achieve the opposite result. It is very difficult to change the Constitution. We know that. We've got a lot of evidence. Every time we've tried, it rarely occurs. The most recent time in 1999, the Republic referendum, we of course had formal official yes-no cases and appropriate financing was provided towards that. And I think that any kind of trickery or rigging the system and effectively trying to advantage one side of a debate over the other will only increase scepticism amongst the people of this country and will only contribute to the defeat of whatever proposition is put to them. And it'll be difficult to change the Constitution any time we try, no matter what the proposition is. And why you would want to add and be saddled with the additional challenge of having made a legislative change that unwinds the precedent of supporting proper debate on changing our Constitution in this nation is absolutely mystifying to those of us in the coalition. So we urge the government to dramatically reconsider the message it will send and the damage it would inflict on attempts to change the Constitution by saying we don't want to have a properly resourced argument for and against that change. And I think people will react quite strongly against that change, and it will dramatically doom future attempts to change the Constitution that may or may not have credibility because the politicians have rigged the system against it.
Time has expired. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
I'm broadly supportive of the government's recommendations in the advisory report on the referendum machinery provisions amendment bill. In particular, I'm glad to see a recommendation to support increased enrolment and participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in remote communities and the uncontroversial updating of the mechanics of how we run referenda. On a broader note, after this referendum, we should do a more comprehensive review of the Referendum Act to reflect the developments of the last century so that last-minute changes don't need to be made through new legislation relating to each referendum. I'm supportive of the somewhat vague recommendation too that the Australian government ensure appropriate structures and mechanisms are put in place to ensure impartial information is made available. While I have some concerns about the veracity of the information to be included in an official yes-no pamphlet, I'm not against the opposition's suggestion that having an official yes-no pamphlet may be useful for the diminishing part of our communities that does not get its information from the internet, and I support this change. I would like to speak briefly to the 3 additional comments I make in the report. It's essential that we do a better job of ensuring truth in political advertising. This is broader than the proposed Voice referendum, but concerns about racist misinformation in this context are real and sharpen the focus on truth in advertising because of the potential damage that could be done. I accept that it will be difficult to establish a robust truth in political advertising regime in time for the referendum. In the short term, and so as not to interfere with the timing of the referendum, a compromise position could be to establish an independent panel to fact-check information disseminated in the referendum campaign. This panel is consistent with the government's second recommendation to establish structures and mechanisms to ensure impartial information and could play a role in that function as well. The panel could also play a role in determining the wording of the question, and many expert witnesses backed this idea. Another broad area of reform that will surface in relation to the referendum is financial disclosures. The bill recommends the same excessively high threshold of $14,500 and late timing for disclosure of who's supporting the yes and no campaigns. I recognise that this would create a reporting burden, but there is overwhelming community support to improve the transparency of who's funding political campaigns before we vote. And I think it would be a good idea for any organisation campaigning on The Voice either way to think about the fact that their support will be made public. In relation to financial disclosures, I would support a recommendation for greater transparency in line with most states, with more immediate disclosure of all donations above $1,000. For such an important referendum for the future of the country, truth and transparency are vital, and I urge the government to consider improvements to this end in the implementation of the legislation.
The time allocated for statements on this report has concluded, and I'll give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I'll put that question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1. Commonwealth Electoral Amendment, Cleaning Up Political Donations Bill 2023.
I give the call to the member for clerk.
Speaker, I present the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Cleaning Up Political Donations Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and for related purposes.
And I call the member for clerk.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, late last year, with the passage of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill, Australians saw a glimmer of hope that this place was ready to take integrity seriously. It was a genuinely significant occasion and, despite the flaws in the Commission, the government should be commended for following through with its election commitment of legislating a strong, independent national integrity agency. But, Speaker, our work is obviously far from done because to restore Australians' dwindling trust in politicians and the political process, we must also legislate to require truth in political advertising, enhance our media freedom laws, provide better protections for whistleblowers and significantly overhaul our political donations framework, which is why today I'm reintroducing the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Cleaning Up Political Donations Bill. And I say reintroduced because when I tabled a similar bill in 2022, it received no support from either major party, which, while shameful, was unsurprising when you look at the vast wads of cash the major parties received in the last financial year. Indeed, figures released by the Australian Electoral Commission earlier this month show an absurd amount of money continues to flow to political parties and candidates, often by big corporate entities. In the 2021-2022 financial year, for instance, an election year I might add, Speaker, the Coalition received $118 million in donations and the Australian Labor Party received $124 million, which is bad enough in itself, but made all the worse by lax legislation which ensures the public doesn't know where much of that money came from. For a start, the current disclosure threshold for political donations of $15,200 is way too high, and the current legislation doesn't require donors to disclose if they donate just below the threshold on multiple occasions. So in practice this means, for example, a gambling company can donate $15,199, $1 below the threshold, on multiple occasions without the public ever knowing about it. No wonder dark money, that's money with no identifiable source, reached a record-breaking $119 million last year, or some 40% of political party revenue. And the situation in Tasmania is even more dire, where the Tasmanian branch of the Liberal Party didn't disclose more than 80% of their donations, and the Labor Party almost 90%. Speaker, this is plain wrong, and my bill will fix it. For a start, it lowers the disclosure threshold to $1,000 and requires aggregation, so that multiple donations received from the same source must be disclosed if the sum of all donations meets the threshold. The bill also requires real-time disclosure of donations, which would be an enormous improvement on the current situation where political entities are only required to disclose donations once a year. In other words, at present up to 19 months can pass between receiving a donation and the public becoming aware of it. So, for example, Australians went to the ballot box last May oblivious to the fact that the Minerals Council gave over $100,000 to the Labor Party and Adani gave almost $110,000 to the Queensland LNP. To remedy this, the bill requires political entities to provide a return to the AEC within 2 business days of receiving a donation over $1,000. The AEC must then publish the information on its website as soon as reasonably practical. Problem solved, Speaker. Indeed, if this bill had been enacted before the last election, Australians would have known that one of the biggest online sports gambling companies, Sportsbet, donated $278,000 to the 3 major parties during the last financial year, or that Star Entertainment Group, which notably was found unfit to hold a gambling licence in New South Wales and Queensland, donated $212,000. Speaker, surely voters have a right to know who has bankrolled a candidate or party before casting their vote, because the reality is that government policy is overwhelmingly shaped by political donations. How else do you explain sluggish action by the government and alternative government on critical issues such as climate change or gambling reform? Remember, Speaker, when someone hands over hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, it comes with an expectation of a return on that investment. This is not a new concept, Speaker, because several states already require real-time reporting of donations, just as they also ban donations from some unsavoury sources. Which brings me to the next point: donations from certain sectors and how they continue to severely impact policy and decision-making. For instance, I have no doubt that the reluctance of both major parties to pursue meaningful reform on climate change is influenced by the enormous amount of money they receive from the fossil fuel industry. Indeed, analysis conducted by the Australian Conservation Foundation shows fossil fuel companies donated $1.4 million to Labor and $900,000 to the Coalition, suggesting the entities sensed a change in government. As ACF corporate campaign manager Jolene Elberth notes, and I quote, "The fact fossil fuel interests donated more to Labor than to the Liberal and National parties suggests the coal and gas firms sensed Labor was headed for victory, and shows the whole point of companies donating to political parties is to gain access to decision-makers." This flow of money also highlights the fact that politicians and parties should not be accepting donations from sectors whose businesses cause direct harm to Australians. So that's why the bill prohibits donations from fossil fuel companies, gambling companies, liquor companies and the tobacco industry. It also increases penalties for corporations who breach electoral laws. Speaker, money buys power in this country, and the bigger the money, the greater the power, in which case we should all be horrified to learn of the analysis by the Centre for Public Integrity, which found that in the lead-up to last year's election, a mere 10 donors gave 77% of all political donations. But my bill will put an end to that, implementing a cap of $50,000 on the total amount any one donor could donate during an electoral cycle. It's also why the bill implements a cap on the total amount candidates and parties can spend on election campaigns. Frankly, it's outrageous that Clive Palmer spent a staggering $116 million on last year's federal election, surpassing the unprecedented $80 million he spent during the 2019 election. Politicians should be elected on their policies, their values and what they can offer their community, not on who has the biggest war chest. And finally, Speaker, the bill expands the definition of gift to include any payment or activity valued over $1,000 that has the effect of materially benefiting a party or candidate. It also captures money spent to attend political fundraisers and functions. Speaker, the community is demanding political donation reform, and many people were dismayed that the earlier version of this bill was not supported by the government and the opposition. There must not be a repeat of that. This time around, the major parties must put self-interest aside and support the bill. To conclude, I'd like to thank the Human Rights Law Centre, the Australian Conservation Foundation and the Uniting Church in Australia for their constructive engagement on this bill. And in my remaining time, I invite the member for Mayo, who is seconding the bill, to make a few comments.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to second the motion and moved by the member for Clark, and I very much support his private member's bill to clean up political donations. We now have a federal ICAC. Political donations must be the next thing we all do in this place to clean up the perception the Australian community has of us. I mean, just last week, several members of the crossbench asked the Minister for Communications, who has responsibility for regulating online gambling, whether her position remains tenable after it became apparent, because of Sportsbet returns, she had received cash donations of approximately $19,000 while she was in the opposition portfolio shortly before the last election. This bill would allow the Australian public to see in real time, in 2 business days, who is bankrolling their elected representatives by making donations of more than $1,000. I would just like to stand here and say that I have a commitment. I've made a commitment to my community that I will not receive any large donations, no donations over $1,000. I often think in this place that many of us should actually stand here with jackets on, a bit like the motorsport people, and actually have who sponsors us, because it's extraordinary the amount of money that flows in to members of parliament. I really do commend the member for Clark for this bill. We need to do so much more in here. And with respect to capping political donations and expenditure on election campaigns, we already have that in South Australia. That doesn't thwart democracy, but I actually think it makes our elections better, and we should do that at a federal level. We actually have some of the most lax political donation laws in the world, and we need to use our time in this place, in this parliament, to clean up this place. It's for the benefit of all of us, and it's to improve our standing in the general Australian community, who have very little time and respect for us. So it's a great shame that we are not doing much in this space, and we're already 9 months into this political term. Thank you.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I'll give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, offshore petroleum and greenhouse gas storage amendment, Stop PEP11 and Protect Our Coast Bill 2023.
And I'll give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Amendment, Stop PEP11 and Protect Our Coast Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act 2006 and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be read a second time. Petroleum Exploration Permit 11, known as PEP11, is a licence for oil and gas exploration off our coast, covering some 4,575 square kilometres of ocean from Newcastle through the Central Coast and down to Manly, coming as close as within 5 kilometres from our coast in some areas. The area covered is home to millions of people, significant biodiversity, and is a wow migration path. The community's well-being and local economy is tightly intertwined with the health of the ocean in this area. Last week, the Australian Government and Asset Energy agreed in legal proceedings to set aside the decision made by Scott Morrison in 2022 when he secretly took on the additional portfolio of resources. This means the application to extend and vary the PEP 11 licence is back before the Federal Minister for determination. The Warringah community and other communities along the coast are strongly against this application and outraged at this turn of events. Whilst this was a headache for the previous coalition government with a love of gas, but local MPs threatened by this project, the irony is that now all impacted seats are either held by independents or Labor MPs. So the Prime Minister has a problem now. He is on the record at numerous demonstrations and rallies and has made an election promise to oppose PEP 11. So now he needs to make good on his promise. The Prime Minister Albanese stated this PEP 11 project should be consigned to the dustbin of history, where it belongs. And in support of the vote to debate this bill in this very place, where I should say all of the Labor members voted in support of debate on this bill, the opposition leader stated, "We stood at Terrigal and made it very clear that we were opposed to PEP 11. That was a process that went through our processes of shadow cabinet and through our caucus unanimously, because this is a bad proposal." The Prime Minister then stated, "The truth is that the people of the Northern Beaches have been abandoned by this Morrison government. The people of the Central Coast have been abandoned by this government. The people of Newcastle and the Hunter have been abandoned by this government. The people of Sydney around the Kingsford Smith and indeed Wentworth electorates have been abandoned by this government as well." So the question now for Prime Minister Albanese is, will he abandon our communities, or will he stop PEP 11 once and for all by supporting this bill? Today, I reintroduce the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Stop PEP 11 bill to Parliament. This bill will stop PEP 11 once and for all. It will ensure that no future applications for any reason can be granted by the Joint Authority or Titles Administrator for the area covered by PEP 11. Without changes to the legislation, the Joint Authority's decision could be subject to further review or challenge, and questions around bias of decisions will remain given the previous statements by the Prime Minister and members of the Labor government. There is a high likelihood that the proponents of the project will pursue litigation against the government regardless of the final decision by the Joint Authority in light of all the comments that have been made. So it's open to the government at any time to make laws enabling or excluding certain activities in certain areas. And that is why this bill today provides a very clear and fast resolution to this problem. This bill states there can be no grant of any new licence or extension to an existing licence to extract oil and gas in the PEP 11 area. It also prohibits any such licence being granted in the future. So this permanently and clearly settles the issue for our communities. I urge the government to consider the merits of pursuing this route to cancellation rather than the joint authority process. Our communities were promised that this licence would not proceed. The government must deliver on its promise. We know that oil and gas are fossil fuels which contribute to man-made climate change. We're already seeing the effects of climate change devastating communities on the East Coast, with bushfires in 2020 and flooding in 2022. Methane from extraction of oil and gas, flaring and transport of these fossil fuels is driving emissions growth in Australia. We do not need more gas. It will not lower prices. We have tripled supply and gas prices have increased by 130%. Gas is not a transition fuel. Batteries outperform gas peakers on cost by around 30% now. Oil and gas exploration risks polluting our oceans. The ocean is fragile and already under threat from climate change and plastic pollutions. We cannot risk an oil spill from a drilling rig wrecking our ocean, which is one of the most unique in the world. And it is telling that far too often old decommissioned rigs are left just to rot in the ocean. They're not even taken away by the very companies that put them there. This project has huge opposition from our communities, from Newcastle to Shortland to Dobell, Robertson, Mackellar and Warringah. Our communities in the vicinity of PEP 11 know this and are adamantly opposed to any exploration or drilling for oil and gas. In February 2020, I tabled a petition with over 60,000 names calling for the cancellation of PEP 11. I have also received hundreds of email concern from constituents. The fact that we are here again discussing PEP 11 is a source of significant frustration and anger in our communities. I'd like to thank Save Our Coast, Surf Riders and Surfers for Climate and the many other community organisations that have fought against this project. Once PEP 11 is resolved, we must turn our attention to all other exploration licences around our beautiful country. We must ban seismic testing off our coastline to protect our marine life. I thank the many members in this place who have stood with me against this terrible project, in particular the member for Mackellar, who I will cede the remainder of my time, but I thank our communities for their vocal opposition to this project.
I thank the member for Warringah. Is the motion seconded?
Speaker, I second the motion.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. I call the member for Mackellar.
I rise in support of the member for Warringah's Stop PEP 11 and Protect Our Coast Bill 2023 and thank her for her tireless efforts to protect our environment and our climate. The licence to perform exploratory drilling and seismic blasting for oil and gas off our incredible coastline from Manly to Newcastle must be cancelled permanently, without any possibility of resurrection or further consideration. After being repeatedly assured just last year by both major parties that PEP 11 was dead in the water, here we are again having the same debate about the same pristine stretch of water that hugs the coastline of our most iconic city. Here we are again standing on this crossbench imploring the government to take climate change and our environment seriously. I can't say it more clearly. The people of the Northern Beaches will never accept drilling for oil and gas off our beaches. Protecting our local environment is one of the most important issues for the Northern Beaches population. And this stretch of coastline and waterways are amongst the most stunning and special in the world. As locals, we delight in swimming with the dolphins in the waves, and every year we marvel at the whale migrations. And these waters are home to seals, sea turtles and penguins and many, many other sea creatures. The risk to our marine wildlife, environment and coastline from oil leaks and spills, from methane leaks and from seismic blasting is not something we will ever accept. And this is not mere NIMBYism. Repeated surveys have shown that strong action on climate change is the most important issue for the people of the Northern Beaches. The UN Secretary-General has told us in no uncertain terms that the world's addiction to fossil fuels amounts to mutually assured destruction. And the highly regarded International Energy Agency and the IPCC have both stated emphatically that if we are to achieve net zero by 2050, then there must be no new fossil fuel supply projects. However, within 3 months of taking office in May last year, this government announced the 2022 offshore petroleum exploration acreage release, making over 46,700 square kilometres of new acreage off the coasts of Northern Territory, Western Australia and Victoria available for exploration for gas. 46,700 square kilometres is an area larger than Belgium. And let's be clear, there is no gas shortage in this country. It's just that the majority of our gas is shipped overseas, while Australians are left paying exorbitant prices for our own gas. Even worse than that is the fact that many of these multinational fossil fuel companies use every possible loophole and accounting trick to avoid paying corporate tax in our country, and they end up paying trivial amounts, if any. And so the people of the Northern Beaches do not accept new exploration for oil or gas anywhere in Australian waters. The Albanese government claims to be different from the last one. It claims to be committed to emissions reductions, to slowing global warming, to ensure that we leave this planet in a livable condition for future generations. However, this government is not walking the talk. I urge the Albanese government to start walking the talk on climate change and on environment and vote in favour of this bill.
Time has expired. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3, Migration Amendment, Strengthening the Character Test Bill 2023.
Call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present the Migration Amendment Strengthening the Character Test Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Call the member for Wannon.
Deputy Speaker, this bill is a character test for the Prime Minister. It amends the Migration Act 1958 to ensure that non-citizens who are convicted of certain serious offences and pose a risk to the safety of the Australian community do not pass the character test and may be appropriately considered for visa refusal or cancellation. Currently, a non-citizen may be refused the grant of a visa or have their visa cancelled if they have been convicted of criminal offences either in Australia or overseas. The character test is set out in subsection 5016 of the Migration Act and includes both objective and subjective grounds on which a person does not pass the character test. For example, a person does not pass the character test on objective grounds if the person has been convicted of an offence and received a sentence greater than 12 months, or, alternatively, multiple sentences that add to 12 months or more. The bill strengthens the character test in section 501 of the Migration Act by providing a new specific and objective ground to consider visa refusal or cancellation where a non-citizen has been convicted of certain serious offences against Australian or foreign laws involving violence against a person, including murder, kidnapping and aggravated burglary, non-consensual sexual acts, breaching of an apprehended violence order or similar, or weapons. The bill was developed in response to recommendations from the 2017 Joint Standing Committee on Migration report on migrant settlement outcomes entitled "No One Teaches You to Become an Australian." Recommendations 15 and 16 said that those convicted of a serious offence should have their visas cancelled under character provisions. Australians rightly expect everyone who lives here to respect our values and our laws. We reserve the right to act against those that act otherwise. The primary job of any government should be the protection of its citizens. The Coalition believes that a non-citizen that commits violent or sexual offences in Australia should lose the privilege of living here. The Coalition supports a strong approach to ensuring that non-citizens that are in Australia uphold the laws of this country and are of good character. Today I'm introducing a private member's bill, but this bill is not new to this House. In the last Parliament, we introduced this legislation to strengthen the character test, and I am pleased to say that legislation was passed in this place and debate commenced in the Senate, but unfortunately it did not get to a vote before the election. When this legislation was previously debated, the Labor Party supported this legislation and voted for it in this House. In February last year, the member for Scullin voted with the Coalition and passed this legislation through the House. The Coalition still believes that if you are a non-citizen and you commit a serious offence in this country, you should lose the privilege of living in Australia. The Labor Party supported the Coalition's position then, and it should support our position now. Nothing has changed. This bill will ensure the character test aligns directly with community expectations that non-citizens who are convicted of offences such as murder, sexual assault or aggravated burglary are not permitted to enter or remain in the Australian community. This bill will provide the minister with additional objective grounds to consider refusal or discretionary cancellation of a visa under Section 501 of the Migration Act, where a person has been convicted of a serious crime but does not meet the substantial criminal record definition in subsection 5017 of the Migration Act. The minister will have more scope to determine if someone has breached the character test in deciding whether to refuse to grant or cancel a visa. The bill does not dictate the outcome of the exercise of the minister's discretion. It leaves it up to the minister. The bill does not in any way seek to undermine the courts or their role. Rather, it creates a new ground for failing the character test based on the seriousness of the offence, which in turn is determined by the maximum sentence imposed by the relevant state and territories. It will establish a new designated offences ground in the character test. A designated offence is an offence committed in Australia or in a foreign country punishable by at least a maximum sentence of no less than 2 years' imprisonment that involves violence or a threat of violence against a person, or non-consensual conduct of a sexual nature, or breaching an order made by a court or tribunal for the personal protection of another person, or using or possessing a weapon, or procuring or assisting in any way with the commission of one of these designated offences. It also provides that for an offence with one or more physical elements that involves violence or a threat of violence against a person's conviction for an offence of common assault or equivalent will not be taken to be a conviction for a designated offence unless the act constituting the offence causes or substantially contributes to bodily harm to another person or harm to another person's mental health, in both cases either temporarily or permanently, or involves family violence as defined by subsection 4AB1 of the Family Law Act 1975. Convictions for low-level assaults that neither cause nor contribute to a person's bodily harm or harm to a person's mental health, whether temporarily or permanently, will not fall within the scope of a designated offence, while also ensuring that any offence involving family violence is included. This legislation is ready to go. It has taken into consideration concerns that had been raised by the Labor Party. It was written by the government, the previous government, under the instruction of the Department of Home Affairs. The current government, can support this legislation, and it will strengthen the minister's powers to keep our citizens safe. These are sensible, common-sense measures that will help protect Australians, and I would like to thank the previous two coalition immigration ministers for their efforts in putting this bill together. They took their responsibilities to keep the Australian community safe seriously. I encourage the government to support this bill. The current immigration minister raised concerns about this bill when he voted for it in the House 2 years ago. Those concerns have been addressed in this legislation. There is nothing to stop him and the government supporting this bill. This is a character test for the Prime Minister and his government. It will then be a character test also for the Immigration Minister about how he goes about keeping Australians safe. Can the government be trusted to keep Australians safe? Do they have the fortitude to keep Australians safe? We have seen already that bit by bit, brick by brick, they are starting to undermine Operation's sovereign borders. We are giving this government the opportunity to strengthen the character test to keep Australians safe. We are giving them the opportunity again to vote for a piece of legislation that they have previously voted for in this House. We don't want to hear them coming into this place and giving us a list of excuses as to why they can't vote for it this time. We need them to vote for this bill to keep Australia safe. I move that this bill be read a second time.
I thank the member for Wannon. Is the motion seconded?
Speaker.
I thank the member for Forrest. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion relating to housing.
I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to housing in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. This is the critical decade for climate action, and the next 3 years will fundamentally affect our children's future. As I've said many times in this place, in order to rise up and meet this challenge, we need a comprehensive suite of policies. The Parliament is off to a good start, setting a floor of ambition at net zero by 2050 and through the work of ARENA. But one of the clearest and most actionable plans we could make is to electrify everything. Improved energy efficiency and demand management can greatly reduce the challenge we have ahead of ourselves as we transition to clean energy by slashing the required investment in renewables, transmission and the distribution network upgrades. The emissions reduction we require over the next 10 years can be achieved while controlling rising costs of living, largely driven by inflationary and volatile energy prices through electrification. It's going to make our job easier and cheaper. Discussion around energy efficiency has long been seen as the poor cousin to renewables as part of Australia's decarbonisation plans and debate. Until recent changes to the National Construction Code, Australia's housing stock has lagged behind that of many countries in terms of its thermal performance and the performance of heating, cooling and other energy systems. Quite simply, inefficient buildings are unhealthy for occupants and lead to a range of poor respiratory and cognitive outcomes, particularly when inefficient fossil fuels are used indoors for heating and cooking. Ultimately, improving energy performance is essential to decarbonisation, but it also importantly delivers cost of living relief, something that so many Australians are currently seeking. Electrifying everything and ensuring it is powered via sustainable and renewable energy puts downward pressure on the energy bills of Australian households and businesses. Effective measures can also make our businesses more competitive, support Australian jobs and reduce the strain on the energy system, all while reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. It sounds good, doesn't it? So what must we do in this place to deliver these outcomes for Australians? Based on the work of experts such as Saul Griffiths and others, a minimum economy-wide target of 40% improvements in energy performance by 2050 should be put in place. To achieve this, all new buildings, vehicles and industrial developments should be obliged to deliver net zero emissions from the get-go, from energy through efficient design, electrification, on-site renewables and contracting renewably generated grid power. In addition to this, millions of existing buildings must be retrofitted through a combination of incentives and regulations in 3 main areas, including electrification, thermal envelopes and lowering the cost of living. Firstly, electrification is crucial to delivering full operational decarbonisation of building, whilst also delivering health improvements by removing dangerous nitrous oxide and other pollutants associated with gas cookers and unflued gas heaters. These pollutants have been found to account for 12% of childhood asthma amongst many other conditions. In this context, I urge the government to develop, through their current review of the National Energy Performance Strategy, a specific target for electrification. Secondly, improving the thermal envelope of a building through insulation, double glazing, draft proofing and other initiatives can substantially reduce the energy needed to cool or heat it. And thirdly, efficiency reduces energy consumption and consequently associated bills, but achieving it may involve out-of-pocket costs. For this reason, delivery of the energy efficiency or electrification targets must include assistance for low-income households, with a particular focus on rentals and strata buildings. My electorate of North Sydney is primarily a high-density living area, with 58% of private dwellings being flats or apartments and 42% occupied by renters. In this context, I would support targeted incentives along the lines of the United States 2022 Inflation Reduction Act and/or concessional loan structures where repayments are made via utility bill savings for low-income families and small businesses. At the same time, I believe we must also incentivise landlords to embrace energy efficiency measures, improving the quality of their assets, whilst also providing greater service and ultimately cost relief for their tenants. I can clearly envisage a North Sydney of the future, with a reliable, affordable, renewable grid powering our fully electric and highly efficient homes, businesses and industry. With economy-wide targets, education and incentives, this future will be a reality. Thank you.
Thank the member for North Sydney. Is the motion seconded?
Reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak about an issue that is close to the heart of those who live in densely urban areas, but equally close to the heart of people who live in the more rural, regional and peri-urban community that I represent of Macquarie. There has been a decade of a lack of action on these matters, and the member for North Sydney is absolutely right to raise these things as key issues. It's something that we are very focused on, getting better energy performance that will put downward pressure on emissions and energy bills, and making sure that there is a plan to deliver better energy performance for homes and businesses. Both these things are key. But where are we right now? Well, right now we're ranked at the bottom of the list for energy efficiency when it comes to housing. Of the top 25 countries for overall energy consumption, Australia ranks 18th for efficiency, or the amount of unnecessary wasted energy, lagging behind economies like Mexico, Turkey, India and Indonesia. Now, as our Assistant Minister, Senator Jenny McAllister says, we want to make every watt count. And I really couldn't put it better than that. Every bit of energy matters. I have the dubious honour of having a very highly efficient, energy-efficient house thanks to a bushfire. Because when my house burnt down in a bushfire in 2013, in the rebuilding we were able to do some things that we weren't able to do when we first built that house in 1990. And I've seen the benefits of having thicker windows. Now, mine weren't actually choice. Mine were mandated under the bushfire building codes. But the skyscraper windows that I have do create a much more energy-efficient environment for us. So I've lived those benefits. I'm not going to recommend that as a pathway for other people to enjoy greater energy efficiency by any means. But it certainly means that I would like to see that open to a whole lot of other people to do retrofitting, or, more to the point, when we're building places, to be able to build things that are more efficient. And one of my local community builders, Blue Eco Homes, is leading the country in building passive homes, which have improved fresh air. They're great for people with health problems, including asthma. They have carbon zero status. They have a reduced carbon footprint because they're using less energy, they're using sustainable materials, they're doing waste management on site, energy efficient appliances and water-efficient tapware. And Joe and Merrillese have been recognised across the country for the work that they're doing. And it's no surprise to me that the Blue Mountains, somewhere that values the climate, we value our environment and we want to make things better, that they are really leading by acting on this. They were most recently winners of the HIA New South Wales Region Green Smart Sustainable Home. So we know it's possible, and the challenge is to make it commonplace, to make it widespread. Last year we were able to do some significant things with state governments. One in August was to agree to raise the minimum energy efficiency standards for new homes by updating the National Construction Code. Now, that's a really practical, tangible thing to do. It means that the new whole-of-home annual energy use applicable to the home's heating and cooling equipment, the hot water systems, lighting, swimming pool and spa pumps and on-site renewable energy systems is going to be introduced. It comes in for most states by October this year, and that will make homes more comfortable, help households with the cost of living pressures and support our transition to net zero. So that's one really tangible example of the work that this government is doing. In addition, we've got the National Energy Performance Strategy. Now, it is frustrating that we're talking about this now in 2023, when things could have happened a decade ago, but we are really working hard to catch up that lost time. And the $15 million investment over 4 years to provide a framework for that demand-side action is going to have a long-term result, but it's going to be a long-term effort to do it. I think there's so much agreement in this chamber that we want to see emissions down. We need to support families. Our community batteries will do that. Our 85 solar banks, our solar gardens that will roll out, will help people who might not be able to have batteries themselves. That's the sort of initiative that we'll be continuing to bring to this parliament.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned. The resumption of the debate will be made order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clock.
Private members' business, notice number 5, motion relating to the Albanese government.
I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Albanese government in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, campaigning in 2021 and early 22, one of the big things I heard about from Boothby residents was the impact of the cost of living. By the time of the election, they talked to me about the cost of power, the cost of fuel, the cost of food, the cost of school fees, childcare, aged care. Everything was going up except their income. They knew that Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine was going to continue to impact the international energy market, and that our energy market, after 22 failed plans, left us exposed to those international price hikes. And with the first interest rate rise coming through on the 3rd of May 2022, 18 days before the election, it underlined that everything was heading in the wrong direction under the previous government. Of course, what we didn't know at that stage was that the then Minister for Energy and Emission Reductions, the member for Hume, had hidden a power price rise that had been due for release by the Australian Energy Regulator on the 1st of May, 20 days prior to the election. We now know that that notification should have told the Australian people that energy prices were expected to rise by up to 30%. We didn't know it because, by what we are led to believe is an amazing coincidence, on the 7th of April, 4 days before the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook, went to the Governor-General and requested that the writs were issued for the election, the Morrison government amended regulations so that the offer was not revealed until the 26th of May, 5 days after the election. Deputy Speaker, when I talk to Boothby residents now, the cost of living is biting. I hear them, I see them, and I care. The difference now is that we have a government that has a well-thought-through plan and is acting on it, and a government that is open, honest and transparent with the Australian people. Australians don't like it when bad news is hidden from them for personal electoral gain. They like to be talked to as adults, not children. And when we see the Treasurer speaking on the nightly news or on Insiders over the weekend, he doesn't shy away from the fact that things are tough. He doesn't shy away from the impact this has had on Australians across the country. He cares. But he also explains the importance of following the strategy to provide cost of living relief in a way that doesn't drive up inflation, but instead builds productivity, builds our way out of where we are. And we know this is beginning to work. The economy is a big ship to turn and it takes time. But when we see that the biggest quarterly contribution to inflation was the March 2022 quarter, almost a year ago under the former government, the ship is starting to turn. Our energy plan, which was passed on the 15th of December when Parliament was recalled, is already beginning to make inroads on the energy price trajectory. The price increase hidden from the Australian public by the former government in May 2022 was 30%. By December, prices were predicted to increase by 36%. A month later, less than a month later, that is now down to 23%. And the key conclusion from the Reserve Bank forecast released last week is that our energy plan is starting to take the edge off the energy market. In less than a month, the plan is starting to work. And so Australians are in good hands with the Albanese government's rigorous and meticulous three-point plan to address this wicked problem. Deputy Speaker, the three-point plan is relief, repair, restraint. Relief refers to the cost of living relief where it doesn't add to inflation. Cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, fee-free TAFE. Repair is dealing with issues in the supply chain, including workforce issues. And again, I refer to cheaper childcare, paid parental leave, more university and TAFE places, enabling those on the age pension to earn more before their pension is affected. And we've also backed a rise in the minimum wage because we value these often frontline workers, not forgetting that they were the ones who took the risk to keep the country operating during the pandemic, shops, aged care and the like. But 10 years of deliberate wage suppression is not okay for anyone. And not to forget the investment in renewable energy, the cheapest source of energy and one where we would not be exposed to international price hikes. It's about time. And finally, restraint. Showing spending restraint, as we did in banking last year's short-term boost in revenue and in targeting spending to where it will drive productivity and not drive inflation higher. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is working strategically to address the clean-up the mess left to us by the previous Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government, and we will continue to deliver targeted, responsible relief. Thank you.
The member for Boothby. Is the motion seconded?
Motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Spence. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Boothby is new here. I give her credit for the fact that before coming to this place she was the Chief Executive Officer of St Vincent de Paul, South Australia, and she won the seat as the first ALP member for 73 years. So well done on that. And I listened very carefully and closely to her contribution. In her motion, she does not mention the fact that Labor promised on many, many occasions, the Prime Minister in fact 97 times, the fact that power prices would be reduced by $275. Now, that has not occurred. And she mentions about cost of living. Yes, people are paying more for rent, more for groceries, more for fuel, more for energy, more for housing, more for everything. And she talks about the three-point plan: relief, repair, restraint. But, and I heard her closely say that she hears, she sees and she cares about the people of Boothby and others when they talk to her about cost of living. But what is Labor doing to address the issues? Labor reminds me a little bit of the dog which chases the car and catches the car and then doesn't know what to do with it. We heard for many, many years about Labor and decrying all the things that we were doing when we were in fact getting on with the job, even through COVID-19, of reducing unemployment to its lowest level in decades. We heard the then Shadow Treasurer give us the challenge and say if there is one thing that the Liberal and Nationals can do, and they will be marked on this through COVID, is to make sure that unemployment goes to the lowest levels and to make sure that we keep the doors of businesses open, and we achieved that. Yet we didn't hear the member for Rankin give us any credit for that, but we did it. And despite this worldwide virus, we made sure that the doors of business remained open. We made sure that the cost of living was on a reasonably even keel, despite the pressures of COVID, despite the pressures. And I know right throughout the world airline companies were going bankrupt. Not only did our planes remain in the air, but one of them, Rex, even expanded. We made sure that indeed 700,000 jobs were saved through JobKeeper. We made sure that there were a record number of apprentices, a record number of women, in fact, in jobs. We made sure that our trade and exports covered by free trade agreements, around 20-something% when we got into power, were in fact, that rose to 71.3% of that economic activity throughout our trade and exports. As I say, 815,600 female business operators, a record. But what do we hear from those opposite? What we hear is them going on about $1 trillion worth of debt. Well, it's not $1 trillion worth of debt. So every time a Labor member gets their talking points and reads that, well, it's not a fact, but reads that line out, they are misleading the House. And similarly, every time they get up at the dispatch box or elsewhere in this House, they should be talking about what they're doing about the $275 pledge they said they would do to reduce power prices, and they haven't. Here's the test. The test is to Labor, like the dog which caught the car, is to what are you doing about the cost of living? What are you doing about the rent crisis? What are you doing about pushing housing prices down? We heard the member for Macquarie early this morning talking about green efficiencies in housing. Fantastic. And that's at the upper end. But for the main, in the main, people are paying more for housing. What's Labor doing about it? I know they come and they say, well, we're going to build 1 million social houses. Well, good luck with that. Good luck finding the labour. Good luck with finding the actual timber and metal, metal frames it takes to build a house. But Labor, what are they doing about the power situation? What they're trying to do is kill off coal projects, kill off gas projects, kill off what has supplied most of our energy requirements and needs over so many years. And in the process, they're going to kill off jobs in that sector. And you know who will cop it in the neck? It'll be regional Australia. Well, regional Australia expects the Labor government, having caught the car, to now do something about it. Like the dog which wanted to catch the car, you've caught it. What are you going to do to help regional Australia? What are you going to do to help businesses and families?
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. As I walk the streets of my electorate, visiting community groups, sporting organisations, businesses and, of course, one of my favourite things, burger shops, the most common feedback I get is, gee, you guys are doing a great job. Now, Speaker, as a first-time MP and someone very new to politics, that is something I didn't expect to hear from locals, and it is totally unprompted when it does come. And, Speaker, let's be honest, why wouldn't they be happy? Just months into our term, we have delivered a budget that has delivered over $400 million to the Hunter electorate and much more in the wider Hunter region with my colleagues and the member for Paterson, the member for Shortland, and of course the Deputy Speaker and member for Newcastle. But, Speaker, it is not just about delivering once a year in a budget. It is what we are doing day to day that matters. Childcare costs are a huge issue for families, and our cheaper childcare policy will see 6,300 families in the Hunter electorate better off. We know that this will help ease the financial stress for families, not just in the Hunter, but right across the country. We have just seen changes to the paid parental leave pass through this place. These will make it fair and encourage parents to share the caring responsibilities. But we are not stopping there. We are also extending paid parental leave to 26 weeks, giving more time to families at that important time of life when they are welcoming a new baby. We are staying focused on easing pressure on families and helping Australians manage their budgets. Cheaper medicines took effect on January the 1st, and people in the Hunter electorate who rely on prescriptions are seeing cheaper medicines, which is saving them up to $450 per year, helping them with the cost of living. We have 180,000 free TAFE places that are now available to tackle skill shortages and help more Australians train for good, secure jobs. And the great news continues in 2023. We will establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. We'll see same job, same pay legislation introduced, which will ensure that workers employed through dodgy labour hire agreements will receive the same pay as workers employed directly. This will deliver wage increases for people employed in a number of sectors right across the Hunter electorate. Last week we introduced a package of legislation to deliver the single biggest investment in affordable and social housing in more than a decade. It will include a Housing Australia Fund Bill 2023, which will deliver on our government's promise to create the $10 billion fund. We will establish the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund that will provide finance for projects that diversify and transform Australia's industry and economy. We have launched our national battery strategy, seeking feedback on how we can boost Australia's battery industries. We will soon introduce legislation around the safeguard mechanisms, which is critical in building block for Australia's progression towards net zero. We are reviewing the broken Medicare system with the Strengthening Medicare Task Force. Gap fees have skyrocketed over the last decade. For a standard GP consult, for the first time in history of Medicare, the average gap fee is now more than Medicare rebate fee itself. We all know what caused that, and those opposite should hang their heads in shame. But what this means is that too many Australians simply can't get the care they need and when they need it out of the community. We will fix that, Speaker. We can't fix all the problems left over by the previous government overnight, but we aren't wasting a single day. People are realistic and recognise there is more to do. We were elected for 3-year terms, and you can't get everything done on day one. There is a lot more to do as we clean up the mess left to us by the governments of Prime Minister Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison. Speaker, we will continue to deliver targeted responsible cost of living relief to Australians in 2023 as part of delivering our plan for a better future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Hunter. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. We're reliably informed through the media that the National Secretary of the Labor Party gave the caucus a very important overview of his assessment of the public mood, the polling that they spend a lot of money on, no doubt, talking about Australians and their concerns about cost of living and wanting to make sure that the government is seen to be understanding those challenges and listening to people and focusing on them. I suppose this motion was already put on the notice paper before the caucus was given that advice, but it's remarkable that if that report is true, that members of the government would come in here like the previous speaker and open with the immortal line, "People stop me in the streets telling me what a good job I'm doing," particularly given the evidence from his own National Secretary is far from that being the reality. People out there are really, really hurting right now. And to have a government that's view is everything is awesome, what's that Lego movie? Everything is awesome, everything's going so well, just steady as she goes, keep up the good work. That is a frightening attitude from a government when their own National Secretary, their top political operator, says people are hurting and we need to make sure we're showing that we're prioritising the challenges that they've got in their lives right now. And those challenges are deep and immense, and in particular they relate to the household budget. Of course, real wages are going down at the greatest rate in my lifetime under this government. Inflation is at 7.8%, wages growth is at 3.1%. So there is a dramatic reduction in the earnings of the average Australian going on under Labor. We don't have the latest figures for the December quarter on wages. They'll be out soon. And whatever the difference is between the wages growth figure and an inflation rate of 7.8% is going to be the amount at which people are going forwards or backwards. I doubt that wages are growing at more than 7.8% in the December quarter, and that means that working Australians are going backwards under this government, and it seems that the Treasurer and the Prime Minister have effectively conceded that that will be the case for some time into the future. While wages are going down, of course prices are going up, inflation at 7.8%, and interest rates are going up. They've gone up 8 times under this government, and there are a lot of people this year, 800,000, that are coming off a fixed mortgage, a 3-year mortgage, who are being refinanced and are going to see their mortgage repayments more than double. And that's only so far. The Reserve Bank indicates, of course, coming out of their decision last Tuesday, that there are multiple interest rate rises to come. The Governor is foreshadowing multiple increases. So if things are already tough on the mortgage front, regrettably, for Australian families, they are only going to get tougher as interest rates continue to rise. Now, we're also seeing property values fall in nominal terms, let alone in real terms. So property values are going down, but when inflation is going up at 7.8%, even if property prices were staying the same, that means that in real terms prices are decreasing. Well, unfortunately, in nominal terms they're going down. When you add inflation to that, there are some markets in this country where property prices have fallen by 20%. So the value of your property is going down, the cost to service the mortgage is going up, and your wages are decreasing. That is the reality under this government, and at the same time their big promise on power prices to reduce bills by $275 a year instead are going up dramatically, more than 50% electricity, more than 40% gas. And we've seen in Victoria today, of course, a major story about the huge burden in that state regarding gas prices, and regrettably that is going to be a story we consistently see going forward. The government's own plan involves those prices going up, despite promising to reduce electricity prices by $275 a year. So that's the reality under this government. Cost of living continuing to dramatically squeeze every Australian family. And at the same time as those hardships are being endured, members of the government are bragging about their record in this chamber. They are talking with pride about the way in which they are managing an economy that is seeing real wages go down, cost of living go up, housing prices fall, and the pressure of mortgage payments dramatically increase month after month. Well, I have to say to the government, if that's what you're proud of, don't get too comfortable on that side of the chamber, because it is going to come to an end very, very soon.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I won't be taking advice from those opposite about what it means to listen to the community. After a wasted decade where we have failed to act on climate, where those opposite presided over an economy that had stagnating wages at the heart of their approach to the economy, where we saw secure jobs go backwards, where we saw a failure to invest in skills, a failure to invest in sovereign capability, despite what those opposite might be desiring to do in their revisionist approach to history. I'm not buying it, and I don't think people in my community are buying it. We heard so much destructive, divisive rhetoric from those opposite over the last 10 years, and it is very serious, the damage that that has done to communities. And so I'm really pleased to be part of a government that is doing what we can to repair the damage that has been done, but do more than that and actually deliver a positive change that Australians voted for on the 21st of May. I do not take for granted for one moment the opportunity that I have here to be part of a government to represent my community of Chisholm. It is a great honour and a great privilege to be here. We know there is a lot of work to do. We're staying focused on easing pressure on families and helping Australians to manage their budgets. Over the previous decade, we've seen out-of-pocket costs to go to the GP soar in my own electorate of Chisholm. It rose by a whopping 38%. And we saw early childhood education and care costs rise by over 40%. We're doing something about these critical areas. We're looking at the Medicare system and what we need to do to make the system work for everyone. And we're making early childhood education cheaper. We've also made medicines cheaper. Cheaper medicines took effect on the 1st of January, easing some of the pressure that a lot of Australians are facing at the moment when they rely on prescriptions. Because unfortunately, we saw that patients were making a choice between the healthcare they need and providing for their families. The co-payment for general payments has doubled since 2000, and more than 900,000 Australians delayed or didn't get a script filled in the years between 2019 and 2020 due to the cost. All Australians should have access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care, and no one deserves to choose between filling prescriptions for potentially life-saving medicines and providing for their families. So, under the National Health Amendment bill that we passed, a reduction to the PBS was introduced, which meant that people will be paying $12.50 less per medicine, and this will mean that around people that get one script filled will save around $150 a year, while those filling 2 scripts a month could save around $300 a year. So this is going to make a difference to a lot of people. We know as well that our cheaper childcare reforms will mean that 1.2 million families across Australia will benefit from the 1st of July. And I know that in my electorate, 7,200 families are going to benefit. We have one of the largest amounts of families in Victoria who access childcare in my electorate, so this is incredibly significant to my local community, and I've had many conversations with people about this. It will mean that costs are brought down for families, and it means that households are able to have conversations about improving the workforce participation for women, which is really important if we're serious about gender equality, and this side of the House is serious about addressing the problems we've had with gender inequality in this nation, which has unfortunately seen us go backwards in our global rankings on a number of key measures, and that's simply a disgrace. We know that electricity costs are going up for a range of reasons, including external factors such as the war in Ukraine. So we're doing what we can to take the sting out of projected price rises, and we're starting to see the effects of that. Because ours is a government that doesn't waste a second in taking action that is required for positive change in this country. We know this will help ease financial stress for families across Australia. I remember very distinctly during the election campaign standing in Box Hill with the now Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and him being asked about wage rises, and he backed in Workers' Country and said absolutely. Absolutely is the answer to the question of whether we're going to get on and do the job needed to make this country better. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Chisholm. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So many words, so little wisdom. The motion moved by the member for Boothby could not be further from reality. I like the member for Boothby. I think she comes with a great track record, and I echo the comments of the member for Riverina. But as a general rule for new members, if you're going to move a motion, if the motion is so important that you've moved it in the House of Representatives, may I recommend you stay and listen to the contributions, because by leaving you send the message that it doesn't matter. And the challenge is the motion is a fig leaf. If the government was serious about delivering on cost of living, we'd have more than a 6,000-word ideological essay from the Treasurer over the summer break that was widely condemned and rose and fell just as quickly. This government has failed to take responsibility for cost of living pressures that are rising on their watch at speeds not seen in decades. A 9th consecutive interest rate rise from the Reserve Bank shows the government is frankly not doing enough to put downward pressure on inflation. $50 billion of off-budget expenditure at the same time as the Reserve Bank is raising rates to stop expenditure makes this point loud and clear. You'll always pay more into Labor. It's always been the way. Day after day, the Prime Minister wants to talk about everything except the cost of living, which is the #1 issue facing all Australians. Families, including those on double incomes, are frankly struggling to make ends meet and having to make tough calls just to keep their homes. They're taking second jobs, they're working overtime, they're giving up their holidays. And before the government goes on about the extra expenditure in childcare, only 48% of families put their children into childcare. If we're going to take pressure off costs of living for families, the government needs to do a lot more. This government has broken its promises multiple times, promises to ease costs of living, promises to take action on electricity prices, over 90 times to say it would reduce by $275. This government said nothing about increasing industrial relations
and placating those in the union movement before the election, yet that's the first issue this government resolved in coming into power. Hard-working Australians are paying more and more on their mortgages because of a lack of priorities by the government. As it stands, with a mortgage of $750,000, Australians will be paying an extra $16,000 a year in repayments. And without an economic plan, without the federal government doing its share of fiscal lifting, the Reserve Bank is having to do all the heavy lifting. Without an economic plan from this government, hard-working Australian families and struggling businesses will have to pay the higher price. Now, before the election, the Treasurer said we were facing a full-blown cost-of-living crisis. Well, that has now become a full-blown catastrophe under this government. 8 straight interest rate rises, leaving families paying so much more. Interest rates are now the highest they've been since Labor was last in office. Inflation is at its highest levels in 30 years. An updated Reserve Bank forecasts tell us that inflation will be higher and for longer. Families have to make now very tough decisions, and all the Treasurer can offer is a 6,000-word fluffy essay about redefining capitalism. Bless him. Bless him. And the Prime Minister is missing in action on living costs, and his backbench replete with false, silly and meaningless slogans thrown from the back, as if that matters to families, Member for Solomon, facing higher living costs. I'm sure they'll be forever grateful that you can yell from the backbench whilst they actually pay the cost of your ineptitude and inaction. The government has the priorities wrong, and the Australians deserve a government that's got their backs, and that is not what they're seeing from this government. The Reserve Bank says a further 800,000 Australian households will now move from fixed-rate mortgages, circa 1.98%, onto flexible or variable rates approaching 7%. That is an extraordinary impost on what working Australians are facing. This government needs an economic plan. It needs to work in concert with the Reserve Bank. I admire the member for Boothby's motion. The problem is it doesn't hold true.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Fadden. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Clerk.
Private member's business, notice number 6, motion relating to the Northern Territory.
I call the honourable member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion related to the Northern Territory Safe Measures Private Senators Bill in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, I wish to highlight the importance of the bill introduced in the Senate by Senator Price, with the aim to keep all people in the Northern Territory safe in relation to the consumption of alcohol and exposure to alcohol-related harm and violence. The bill was drafted in response to calls from vulnerable community members following neglect and inaction from the Northern Territory and Albanese governments. Indeed, Senator Price drafted the bill in response to a letter from 9 separate Aboriginal organisations seeking urgent support from the Federal Minister for Indigenous Australians after failed attempts at communicating these concerns with the Northern Territory government. Deputy Speaker, creating policy on the run without listening to the concerns of remote and vulnerable communities serves no one. And I would like to highlight the domestic and family violence statistics for First Nations women as part of the introduction of this bill today. Research cited by the Australian Human Rights Commission shows First Nations women are 32 times more likely to be hospitalised and 11 times more likely to die from assault than non-Indigenous women in Australia, and that is an appalling statistic. Family violence is a significant contributor to higher rates of First Nations women in incarceration and a leading cause of the removal of First Nations children into the out-of-home care system. So it goes without saying the policy frameworks enabling and promoting a healthy and strong community are incredibly important. The bill addressed elements specific to reducing alcohol consumption and related harm applied in the Stronger Futures in the Northern Territory Act 2012, which ceased in 2022, highlighting the need for alcohol restrictions that will include declaration of alcohol-protected areas and the development of alcohol management plans, which will provide that supply of alcohol is regulated, mitigating illegal alcohol supply and providing a legal framework for prosecution. Senator Price backed in calls from the community she represents, who have been crying out about a problem since the cessation of the measures and the lifting of alcohol restrictions in the Stronger Futures in the Northern Territory Act. The bill makes provision for equitable consultation to take place in relation to alcohol protection measures to ensure that men, women, consumers of alcohol, non-consumers of alcohol, addiction experts and the relevant Northern Territory agencies are all involved. The introduction of a requirement for an expert committee to support the development of each alcohol management plan will provide that measures designed to reduce alcohol-related harm and to improve the quality of life are realised, such as monitoring school attendance and rates of alcohol-related assaults. The need for the introduction of the bill has been demonstrated through the increased rates of crime, alcohol-related domestic violence and alcohol-related assaults. Deputy Speaker, I recognise that following public pressure, the recent Australian and Northern Territory government package for Central Australia, which came after significant pressure on the Commonwealth to provide support. Now, I believe that it's absolutely essential to ensure strong federal legislation and support in partnership with the Northern Territory Government, and indeed this was done under the Stronger Futures Act, which Labor allowed to lapse last year. Evidently, this was done without the relevant safety nets for communities in place. The Northern Territory Government has since announced it will introduce urgent amendments to the Liquor Act to strengthen alcohol restrictions. This is clearly highlighting the need for this type of policy to exist and serve the people within the communities that need it. The Australian Government has a responsibility to ensure that the Northern Territory has consistency in law and order and also policy, and that punitive approaches are not taken by the Northern Territory Government that do not address the broader context of addiction and alcohol-related harm. And I call on the members of this place who share the sensible view that reducing alcohol consumption and related harm should be a priority of any government to support this motion.
Is the motion seconded? I call the honourable member for Capricornia.
I second this motion and I reserve my right to speak.
Excellent. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the honourable member that just spoke before me, it is as if they had not been in government for 10 years and is as idiotic as a member for Fadden railing about our stewardship of this economy that we are obviously picking up after 10 years of decline under those opposite. So let's just be real here. Now, this bill by the NT-CLP senator and federal legislation are just not necessary. It's public knowledge that the Minister for Indigenous Australians has been talking with and working with the NT government, the Northern Territory government, for months, as has the member for Lingiari, who's been the strong voice down in Alice Springs on these issues, but not just now, a strong voice for the Territory well into the past. It was a decision of the former coalition government, those opposite, around the Stronger Futures legislation, and it expired on the 17th of July. So let's just get a bit real. It happened before this parliament even met under the Albanese government. Now, the former coalition government had years and years to plan for what to do when the legislation lapsed, and with it the alcohol management restrictions in the NT. But they didn't plan for a transition. They didn't come up with a plan in partnership with the NT government, and they didn't work to support families and communities in the NT. So that was a situation that those on this side in the Albanese government inherited on taking office. Crime and antisocial behaviour has been an issue in Alice Springs for decades, like it has been in many other places in our nation, for all sorts of complex and layered reasons to do with the process of colonialisation and disempowerment and intergenerational trauma. But those opposite, of course, want to politicise at every opportunity this state. But to claim that these problems have only existed for the past 6 months is idiotic, disingenuous and wrong. Now, Deputy Speaker, like other states and territories across Australia, the Northern Territory Government has responsibility for alcohol policy and regulation, and they are bringing forward legislation in the Legislative Assembly this week to revert town camps and remote communities to dry zones. This new legislation will follow a local decision-making process where communities will develop their own community action plans. Communities that want to opt out of a dry zone will need 60% of the population to vote in support of the community alcohol plan. Local areas will be able to choose to remain dry or select tailored restrictions which work for them. This community-led approach is crucial and, frankly, is what should have happened in the first place. Mr Deputy Speaker, the last thing that the Territory needs is another federally imposed intervention, because we all know how the last one went. And I wasn't someone who was working from afar. I was up close with that intervention, and I can tell you that the lack of consultation by the Howard government at that time led to a reduction in capacity in our communities. And the blanketing of the labelling of Australian men in the Territory as alcoholics and abusers just did so much damage. It stripped communities and the NT government's capacity, frankly, and now we're looking at the children of the intervention. So again, just this notion of intergenerational trauma that I think escapes those opposite. These kids have grown up in communities that were now powerless and traumatised, and they've never been given a proper chance to take responsibility, to have a say over their own lives. The Northern Territory Government has demonstrated that they are now taking responsibility and that they do have the power to act. On 25th of January, the Chief Minister outlined a number of measures of address antisocial behaviour and crime, including 1 sale of alcohol per day per person following industry guidance, alcohol-free days on Mondays and Tuesdays for takeaways, and limiting hours of alcohol being sold between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m, except for on Saturdays. But what we know is, in the Territory, alcohol restrictions are only part of the solution. There's so much that we need to do and that our government will do in cooperation with the NT government, and that's the social and economic drivers of community development.
I thank the honourable member for Solomon. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of the Northern Territory Safe Futures Bill 2023 to be introduced into the Senate by Senator Jacinta Price. When the Albanese government let the Stronger Futures Northern Territory Act of 2012 lapse, alcohol supply and consumption became an opt-in model. The Northern Territory government has allowed communities to be opt-in for alcohol provisions rather than the previous opt-out model. Communities were not required to have any alcohol management plans in place to support this change. This opt-in model has devastated the lives of those living in the Territory. It has left children, families and the broader community vulnerable to alcohol-related violence. Since the Stronger Future Northern Territory Act lifted, there has been a devastating increase in both the consumption of alcohol and alcohol-related crime. Northern Territory Police statistics have shown in Alice Springs alone that property offences, assaults and stolen vehicles have jumped by 60% in the past 12 months, while domestic violence assaults have increased by 48%. The poorly managed transition out of the Stronger Futures Northern Territory legislation has not just affected the larger towns like Alice Springs, but also the small remote communities and their households, schools and workplaces. It is heartbreaking to see children wandering the streets in the early hours of the morning because it's safer than being at home. Every single child must be protected from the horrors of abuse, neglect and sexual violence that has become out of control. The people living in these communities are terrified of leaving their homes after dark, afraid of the violence that waits them that is fuelled by alcohol. If the horrific crimes that we are witnessing were occurring in one of our capital cities, it would be consistent front-page news. Immediate action would have been taken. What the Northern Territory communities received was a fly-in, fly-out meeting from the Prime Minister that lasted 4 hours before holding a press conference. In fact, the tennis games that the Prime Minister indulged himself in for 3 days following his visit lasted longer than the time he spent in Alice Springs. 4 hours is nowhere near long enough to address the severity and scale of the situation occurring in the Northern Territory. The people of Alice Springs deserve better than 4 hours and a photo opportunity. Senator Price had warned the government of the impact in letting the Stronger Futures Northern Territory Act lapse, and now the people of the Northern Territory are paying for the lack of action by this government. Labor's accusation that the lapse in alcohol bans were caused by the coalition is simply outrageous. The fact of the matter is that the Stronger Futures Northern Territory legislation lapsed under the watch of the Albanese government in July last year. Overnight, these communities began to spiral into the abscess of alcohol-fuelled violence and crime. The Labor government has left the people of the Northern Territory communities down for far too long. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has had his head buried in the sand while alcohol has decimated the towns of the Northern Territory. The lives of the most vulnerable people in our society are a responsibility for all of us, which is why both the Australian and Northern Territory governments need to act now and need to act fast. A more robust and all-encompassing approach must be put into place to ensure the lives of the most at-risk people are kept safe. The Northern Territory Safe Measures Bill will reintroduce elements of the Stronger Futures Northern Territory Act while also ensuring that there is a legal framework to address alcohol abuse. We'll also establish requirements for the Northern Territory Labor government to work with all communities to develop an alcohol management plan for a reinstated opt-out model. The Northern Territory government must take responsibility to support the development of alcohol management plans while also working constructively with the Australian government. This bill will also ensure the supply of alcohol is regulated and will mitigate legal framework for the prosecution of illegal alcohol supply. Safe measures will also be established for those who do consume alcohol, their children, families and the broader community, while also ensuring that human rights are upheld for the most vulnerable citizens of Australia. There will be provision for equitable consultation of men and women in these vulnerable communities, not just to meet a quota, as well as a provision for a 12-month Senate committee to review and make an assessment of the effectiveness of the Act in addressing the reduction of alcohol-related crime and the development and implementation of alcohol management plans. Now is the time for action and change. The Prime Minister stated in last year's election that if he was going to become Prime Minister, that he won't go missing when the going gets tough or pose for photos and disappear when there's a job to be done. Prime Minister, there is a job to be done. You demonstrated last year you can recall Parliament to pass legislation in a single day. The Northern Territory Safe Measures Bill of 2023 needs to be legislated now.
I thank the honourable member for Capricornia and I call the honourable member for Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill and federal legislation are absolutely not necessary. This legislation is about federal intervention. It is about the federal parliament overriding the territory's ability to legislate for itself. And there is absolutely no doubt that the people in Alice Springs and in the Territory, right across Central Australia, are doing it tough. Federal legislation, however, will only disempower. It's only going to disempower local people. The bill makes the minister responsible for approving alcohol management plans that the community develop. This approach would mean that ultimate decision-making for alcohol management plans for communities in the Northern Territory are made in Canberra. We want the Commonwealth and state and territory governments to work in partnership. We want them to work together. We want the community to be driving solutions because we need solutions. We need solutions for harm minimisation and we need solutions for alcohol, in particular the health problems relating to alcohol. So I talk about alcohol-associated organ damage, so particularly to do with the heart, arrhythmias, cardiomyopathy, where the heart grows and it's unable to pump properly and pump blood to vital organs, high blood pressure. If we talk about the brain, I'm talking about stroke. I'm talking about something called Wernicke's encephalopathy, where the brain is in a constant state of delirium, cirrhosis and hepatitis of the liver, pancreatitis. The health measures, the health problems associated with alcohol are absolutely catastrophic, and that's why the community needs to be driving these solutions. Now, Senator Price's approach is in contrast to the approach announced by the Northern Territory. They are proposing that the community alcohol plans are approved by the independent Northern Territory Director of Liquor Licensing and would then be voted by the community themselves. Communities wishing to opt out of alcohol restrictions will require a 60% approval vote for the community alcohol plan to be accepted and for the restrictions to cease. Under the Northern Territory model, decision-making is within the community. As I said before, federal legislation will only disempower local people. So this is a much better option as it addresses the immediate problem, while empowering communities to make their own decisions, because that has not been the case in times gone by. And the approach of this government has always been and continues to be focused on outcomes and not play politics with the issue, as we can see from those opposite and as we can see from those in the other place. The Commonwealth has announced additional funding support for the Northern Territory to work on these longer-term social and economic issues, and to address the decline in service and investment over the last decade in particular that happened under their watch over there, the opposition. Now, the Australian government will invest $250 million in a plan for a better, safer future for Central Australia. And this plan is going to focus on improved community safety and cohesion through more youth engagement and diversion programs. It's going to focus on employment. I'm talking about job creation, particularly in those communities that surround Alice Springs, including urgent changes as part of replacing the failed community development program. Better services by improving health services to address a lot of those alcohol-related issues with alcohol-associated organ damage and fetal alcohol syndrome as well. Fetal alcohol syndrome, as some members may not be aware, can lead to poor concentration, behavioural issues, learning difficulties, speech and language changes, but then there's also those abnormal facial features and physical deformities that occur. So small palpable fissures where the eyes are affected, smooth philtrum, which is the bit above the upper lip, micrognathia, that's a small jaw causing problems with speech and eating, and microcephaly, that's small and unusually small development of the head. So all of these things here preventing issues such as fetal alcohol spectrum disorder by investing in the health system. Investing in families, including by better supporting elders and better supporting parents, boosting domestic violence services and, in particular, on-country learning, improving school attendance and completion through caring for culture and caring for country. And this package is in addition to the $48 million investment in community safety announced by the Australian government, by the Albanese Labor government on the 24th of January this year. So I just want to take the time to say that those opposite have left the Northern Territory in a state of disrepair, and it's now time that we get to work and fix it.
I thank the honourable member for Robertson. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Suffer the little children. Somebody far wiser and greater than me said that, and certainly in the Northern Territory at the moment we have a crisis, and some of the most vulnerable members of that community are suffering. Children. Now, I know that a cashless debit card wasn't the panacea, wasn't the cure-all for all the ills in the Northern Territory or elsewhere in this great nation, but it was certainly having an effect, a positive effect. It was certainly helping some of those children who were going hungry, some of those children who were going to school without a proper uniform, without breakfast, without the proper resourcing for a good education, and we know that education is the great enabler. Those children were being helped by the cashless debit card to the point where their families were finally getting the money to spend on who they should be spending it on, the kids. And I'm pleased that Senator Dodson is in the chamber. I know he's here for another reason, the anniversary of the apology to the Stolen Generation. I appreciate that the 2 Northern Territory lower house members are here. I acknowledge their work to help their communities. I truly do. But we have to do much more. It can't be just partisan politics. It can't be just politicking as usual. I had great dismay about the Minister for Social Services when she came almost gloating, crowing about the fact that the cashless debit card would be no more. I'm not sure how many of those communities she personally visited. I'm not saying she didn't make those trips to those communities. But I know I did. And I've been to Katherine, I've been to Tennant Creek, I've been to Alice Springs, I've been to other communities in the Northern Territory and elsewhere, and I saw that it was working. I heard that it was operating successfully. I'm glad that the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, Child Protection and Prevention of Family Violence has introduced this bill into this House, following on from Senator Price's bill in the other place, private member's bill. Important bill. It's an important discussion to have because we need to have it. We need to address community concerns. We need to recognise the need for immediate action to address underlying issues across parts of the Northern Territory following months of escalating crime incidents. How terrible is it to turn on our television sets to watch the 6 o'clock news and to see scenes that would otherwise belong to probably a war zone elsewhere in the world, maybe Ukraine, maybe elsewhere, but happening in the centre of Australia, happening in Alice. It's not good enough. And it's not good enough for those hard-working families and those Aboriginal communities and others besides who are doing their level best to help the most vulnerable members of their communities, and those are the kids. Those are the children. I went to Kenya late last year to look at the impending famine situation there, and you might ask, what's that got to do with this bill? Yep, but I'll tell you what it has to do with it, because they were introducing, and it was working successfully in the early period, a cashless debit card for the 300,000 or so refugees who'd gone across the border from war-torn Somalia and elsewhere into Kenya and were living in a huge camp, and they found that the only way to help those people was through a system not unlike the cashless debit card. In fact, when I asked them what it was, they said, in fact, that's exactly what it was. It was a cashless debit card. I mean, go figure. So we've got a cashless debit card that's working, that's operating successfully. And what do? Because of partisan politics, because of supposed discrimination or whatever else, we withdraw it. But we don't listen to the people on the ground. We don't listen to the mums who are tired of the domestic violence situation in their homes and in their communities. And we don't look at those kids who were being helped, when they went to school, who were being helped when they were playing in their communities, who were just being helped by the provisions of that cashless debit card. So I commend Senator Price and I commend Shadow Minister Andrews for this bill. I think it's important and I hope it succeeds.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. To the extent that this bill and the motion that's been put before this parliament would restore alcohol-protected areas in town camps in Darwin, Katherine, Tennant and Alice Springs, it would achieve no more than carrying out what the Northern Territory Government has now committed to do urgently. In this regard, if I thought that this motion was genuine, that I thought that both sides of politics, because I can tell you what Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory say to me. They are sick of being the political football in this House. We are sick of the political football and the mere words that are talked about in this House. So it is mere political point scoring. It's divisive and conflict-seeking of a piece with a negative role played by the bill's proponent in the passage of legislation which restored to the Northern Territory the right to pass its own laws in relation to assisted dying. It is nothing but a ploy to get some more East Coast followers on Senator Price's Facebook page. And the member for McPherson, who I've listened to in this chamber and who I think I have some respect for, has walked right in and played into Senator Price's hands. But much more importantly, to the extent that this bill seeks the restoration of the APA's regime to the huge number of communities out bush would have reverted to general restricted area status. And it does, and it is insane, and it's vandalism. To explain what I'm talking about, we need to take a flashback detour to the mid-2007, and at a time we all now call the intervention. That was the sudden shock and awe initiative launched by the then Prime Minister John Howard and Indigenous Affairs Minister Mal Brough, which in one fell swoop imposed a series of measures with the purported aim of addressing child sexual abuse in the bush. I want to just remind members the 510 pages of the Northern Territory emergency response legislation, children was not mentioned once. That is the disgrace of what occurred by those members opposite when they intervened in the Northern Territory. They stand up here and they purport to pass legislation in the interest of Aboriginal children and women in the Northern Territory, and yet they have a track record of using Aboriginal women and children in the Northern Territory for political weapons. It's for their own political gain. No, it's not a shame. I'm looking at the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Affairs. It is a shame. It is a disgrace that time and time again this House plays politics with such an important issue. This issue needs both sides of the House to work together to try and resolve the issues that we are seeing and have been faced in the Northern Territory for a long time. I spent all last weekend with the Federal Minister for Indigenous Affairs and met with many groups across Alice Springs and the town camps. Where was Senator Price? Missing in action, which is what has happened over the last 3 months in Alice Springs. When that community called for leadership, all she wanted to play was mere politics. So this is beyond the political games that get played. This is about people's lives. It is about Aboriginal women and children. There are many men who are non-drinkers, but we forget about that because of the cheap politics that is constantly played in this House. We must stop the political games. This motion is nothing more than political point scoring, and quite frankly, Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory are sick of it.
Order. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the 15th anniversary of the National Apology to Australia's Indigenous peoples and the Closing the Gap implementation plan.
Is leave granted? The leave is granted. I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and I recommit on behalf of the government that I lead to the implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full, and I particularly welcome members of the Stolen Generation who are joining us here this morning, having been at the breakfast anniversary in the Great Hall earlier on. Mr Speaker, the traditional owners of Broome, the Yawuru, know this time of year as Mangala. It's one of 6 seasons they divide the year into, a time of heavy rain and strong winds. In Kakadu, another land of 6 seasons, the Bininj and Mungoi know it as Gujal, the true wet season. That will, in turn, give way in a couple of months to Bungarang, the season of knock-em-down winds, which will come flatten the speargrass. To the Noongar around Perth, it is the second summer of Bunuroo, while to the Wiradjuri in Melbourne, it is Euk, the season of eels. Across this continent, in the tropics, on the coast, on the islands and in the deep desert, in the Mallee and the bush valleys, it is mapped out in a shifting mosaic of human knowledge. Major seasons and a supporting cast of minor seasons, all in tune with the specific language of the land and the sky. Language is built over millennia and spelled out in flowers and fire, in the shifting of the wind or the vanishing of the rain, in the behaviour of animals and the movement of the stars. More than 60,000 years of wisdom from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is all around us, if we care to listen. We reflect on wisdom today. We reflect on generosity and on the power of opening our ears and, yes, opening our hearts. As we mark the 15th anniversary of the apology to the stolen generations today, we consider how it guides us as we seek solutions for the challenges of the present and find ways to shape a better future. Delivering the apology took conviction, decency and humanity. It took courage to hear it. On this day, 15 years ago, members of the stolen generations came to this parliament, which for so long had cast its shadow as the pinnacle of a system that had failed them. Historically, governments of all persuasions have failed Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Yet those members of the stolen generations came here with such grace. So much had been taken from them, but their hearts had so much to give. I say to them, your courage showed us that when we're brave enough to acknowledge failure, we can find the strength to take the next step forward together. The apology was the first act on the first parliamentary sitting day of the Rudd Labor government. As Leader of the House on that day, it was certainly my proudest moment in this chamber. And from Prime Minister Rudd, we heard the words that reverberated across Australia. I am sorry on behalf of our nation. Contrary to the doomsayers, it was a positive moment for the nation, a moment of unity, a moment on the road to healing and unburdening. And for everyone who had put themselves through the ordeal of reliving their childhood, and I thank those men and women who spoke to me this morning about their experience. This was confirmation that their voices had at last been heard. Like Prime Minister Keating before him, Prime Minister Rudd understood that until a nation acknowledges the full truth of its history, it remains burdened by its unspoken weight. In acknowledging the past, Prime Minister Rudd said we were, to quote him, laying claim to a future that embraces all Australians. All Australians. Truth can be hard for those speaking it, for those listening, but it is what ultimately lets us move forward as one. As Mick Dodson said about the process that culminated in the apology, I know of no Indigenous person who told their story to the inquiry, who wanted non-Indigenous Australians to feel guilty. They just wanted people to know the truth. And to know the truth, we had to open ourselves to those voices. It's easy to say the apology didn't fix everything. That's true, it didn't. But what single thing can? What moment can? There is no step that can on its own get us to our destination. But we keep taking steps and we keep walking. One of the apology's great achievements was to keep alive the faith in decency and the hope for reconciliation that illuminate the Uluru Statement from the Heart. The apology could never be the end of the story, but the close of a chapter and the beginning of a better one. Not everyone supported the apology 15 years ago, though some have since expressed their regret. There is a long way to go. Just how far is spelled out each year in the Closing the Gap report. As of next year, the report will be issued when it was intended, in conjunction with the apology anniversary. But as we saw when the government tabled the last report just a few months ago, the gaps not only persist, some are getting bigger. The report lays out forensically one lopsided statistic after another in health, education, incarceration rates, and especially damning, life expectancy. These aren't gaps, they're chasms. It is clear that not enough support has been directed towards organisations to deliver for communities. It is clear that we have leapt too swiftly from a climate of forceful intervention to simply telling communities, you're on your own. We're seeing this in Alex Springs and in so many communities beyond. I went to Alice to listen, to hear from people on the ground. I wanted to hear from the women whose voices have so often not been heard. Last week, this government and the Northern Territory government announced a landmark package for Central Australia to improve community safety, tackle alcohol-related harm and provide more opportunities, particularly for young people. To address the past decade's decline in investment and services, we will invest in a plan for improved community safety and cohesion, job creation, investing in families, improving school attendance and completion through caring for culture and country, and preventing and addressing the issues caused by fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. These decisions are based upon listening to the community. What is called for is nothing less than a renewed national commitment to genuine partnership between governments and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The distinction between well-intentioned government action for Indigenous communities and action with Indigenous communities is a real one. As Tom Calma put it recently, policies are too often made for First Nations people rather than with us. Today, as an important step in that renewal, I present our implementation plan in conjunction with the implementation plan from the Coalition of Peaks. It is a concrete demonstration of how we will advance real-world solutions that improve the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. As well as reaffirming closing the gap as a top priority for my government, our plan reflects our unwavering commitment to working in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It is about action, action that gives purpose and direction to our efforts to transform government and enables the full participation and self-determination of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in our national life. This plan also accelerates specific actions on the national agreements for priority reforms to transform the relationship between governments and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, communities and organisations. The implementation plan sets out a plan for improving essential services in discrete communities and households outside town boundaries. New measures in the 2023 implementation plan include the following: $150 million over 4 years for the National Water Grid Fund to support First Nations water infrastructure and provide safe and reliable water for remote and regional Indigenous communities. $117 million Commonwealth contribution to a new one-year partnership with the Northern Territory Government to accelerate the building of new remote housing. $11.8 million over 2 years for the National Strategy for Food Security in remote First Nations communities. Continued funding of $68.6 million over 2 years for family violence and prevention legal service providers. $21.9 million over 5 years for up to 7 place-based, trauma-aware and culturally responsive healing programs for those impacted by family violence or at risk of engagement with child protection systems. $38.4 million over 4 years to boost on-country education for remote First Nations students. This includes greater access to junior ranges and more choice for families of culturally appropriate distance learning. $21.6 million to support quality boarding for rural and remote students for an additional year. These measures will be designed and delivered in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. While we will have more to say in the budget in May, I would like to express my gratitude to Pat Turner and the Coalition of Peaks in working together with us to develop and deliver tangible, practical and specific actions. It will be a long time before we can say we've done enough, but we have to do this work together, day after day, week after week. On the 26th of May, it will be 6 years since the Uluru Statement from the Heart was delivered after the First Nations National Constitutional Convention. There has been no haste, no shortcuts. This is the culmination of years of discussion, consultation and hard work by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, as well as others, including people in this place. And what shines through most brightly is the desire to bring us all closer together as a people reconciled and our great nation made greater. The Voice won't be a funding body. It won't run programs. It won't have a power of veto. It will be about recognition of the continent's first people in the nation's birth certificate, and it will be about consultation. And because of it, governments will make better decisions, coordinated and without duplication, leading to better outcomes. Recognition is the what. The voice is the how. This isn't about politics. This isn't about politicians. This is about people. People striving to make themselves heard across our great nation, in the regions and beyond, in the remotest corners of our vast continent. It is not a radical change, but it is a change for the better. For all of us, I am optimistic about the success of the referendum because I am optimistic that Australians will support this embrace of truth, justice, decency and respect. When I think of the 1967 referendum and the apology, two great steps forward that we have taken together as a nation, I look to friends and colleagues who embody those moments. I look to my dear friend, Minister Burney, who was a young child when it was decided her people were worth counting as Australians. A vote where Australians were offered the choice to right a wrong, and they seized it. And I look to Senator Patrick Dodson, as a boy in Katherine, he hid in the long grass when the welfare officers and the police came to take his mates away. Think about that. What a terrifying moment for a child. What a formative moment in a life. He's seen some of our nation's story play out before his eyes. And yet, Senator Dodson looks back over our modern history and reminds me that amid the wrongs, there was also such kindness. And that is the spirit of generosity that he brings to his task as the Special Envoy for Reconciliation and Implementation of the Uluru Statement. A very big-hearted Australian spirit. In 1967, 90% of Australians voted to remove a harmful, discriminatory relic. In 2023, our generation can go one better. Instead of removing a provision that no longer speaks for who we are, we can make a positive change that speaks for the future that we seek to build together. This can be a moment of national unity, an extraordinary opportunity for every Australian to be counted and to be heard, to own this change and be proud of it, and truly live the spirit of the fair go. We are a nation of goodwill and good heart. I believe there's no challenge that is beyond us. Many Aboriginal people across the country celebrate the rising of the morning star, its light ushering in a new phase of life for the oncoming generation. It is a transformative time of song and celebration, marking joy in the ongoing survival of their peoples. The people of Australia, through the invitation embodied in the Uluru Statement, have been asked to travel on this journey. We have a chance to add a bright new season to the calendar and a future that embraces all of us.
I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to speak and
present a copy of my ministerial statement, the Commonwealth Closing the Gap Implementation Plan 2023 and the Coalition of Peaks Closing the Gap Implementation Plan 2023.
And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to speak in response to the Prime Minister's statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to start by thanking the Prime Minister for his words and acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. There is a very special group of people in the gallery today, and we acknowledge those who are present in the gallery who are part of the Stolen Generation and thank them for being here for this 15th anniversary. Mr Speaker, nations have complex histories defined by achievements, histories marked by blemishes, and our country is no exception. A mature nation, though, doesn't cherry-pick from its past, it doesn't rewrite or cancel parts of our history out. Rather, a mature nation is one which speaks truthfully and in totality about its history, one which embraces both the light and dark chapters of its national narrative. Australians have every right to be proud of so much that was accomplished by our forebears, for they helped build the modern nation in which we are so lucky to live today. But we also acknowledge that our forebears committed serious wrongs. The wrongs committed against the stolen generations were acknowledged by Prime Minister Rudd when he delivered the national apology in this place in 2008. He offered that heartfelt apology without qualification on behalf of the government and the Parliament of Australia for the actions of successive governments under successive parliaments, for the laws and policies between 1910 and 1970 which saw thousands of children forcibly taken from their families, and for the hurt, the humiliation, the pain, the grief, the suffering, the loss and indignity inflicted upon the stolen generations, their families left behind and their descendants. The national apology was a profound moment for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who had been affected. for Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians alike, for our nation. Mr Speaker, 15 years have passed since the apology, and this is an occasion for delicate reflection. The national apology was about Australians acknowledging the sins of the past, the cold, confronting, uncomfortable truth, as Prime Minister Rudd put it, and in that acknowledgement accepting the flaws and failings inherent in our historical character with the maturity of a modern nation. A modern nation which sees its history in the round, successes and failures alike. As Prime Minister Rudd said, and I quote, "Peoples must become fully reconciled to their past if they're to go forward with confidence to embrace their future." Mr Speaker, with the release of the government's 2023 Closing the Gap implementation plan today, we welcome several initiatives. In particular, more than $68 million over 2 years for support to women and children experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence, and more than $21 million over 5 years to support families impacted by family violence. I also want to acknowledge the Morrison government, which worked with governments at all levels and the Coalition of Peaks to formulate a national agreement with priority areas of reform. The Morrison government also released the first Closing the Gap Commonwealth implementation plan in 2021. The plan committed more than $1 billion towards new measures to address some of the most pressing issues facing Indigenous Australians. That funding included, among other things, a $378 million redress scheme for stolen generation survivors in the Australian Capital Territory, Northern Territory and Jervis Bay Territory, $75 million for country boarding schools, $26 million for a city-country partnership program to improve school outcomes, and $66 million for alcohol and drug treatment services. In his historic speech, Prime Minister Rudd said, "Symbolism is important, but unless the great symbolism of reconciliation is accompanied by an even greater substance, it is little more than a clanging gong." It's not sentiment that makes history, it's our actions that make history. For decades, Coalition and Labor governments alike have been on a unity ticket to improve the lives of Indigenous Australians. Whilst we welcome what improvements have been made, the conditions today in Alice Springs, as pointed out by the Prime Minister, demonstrate that the situation is, in reality and certainly by many indicators, worse for Indigenous kids and their parents than it was 15 years ago. We've also heard of issues in Arakoon in Queensland and Kimberley in Western Australia, Ceduna in South Australia. Collectively, we have failed to close the gap. And despite the good intentions and the deeds of so many, despite the many billions of dollars which have been invested, we've seen more and more bureaucracy for bigger and more centralised in its nature, and it's not led to better decisions. Too often a capital city view has informed decisions, drowning out a regional and remote community view. Indigenous Australians are yearning to see action which truly makes a practical difference. For every Australian wants to see improved life outcomes for Indigenous Australians. On this 15th anniversary of the national apology, as we reflect on past mistakes, let us reflect on our present actions. I fear we are failing again this very day, for which a future apology will be necessary. Ironically, the situation in Alice Springs has highlighted children suffering in a harmful situation which is suffocating their chances of breaking a vicious cycle. Authorities have decided to put culture and other considerations above the best interests of those children in leaving them in harm's way. And surely and understandably, the 10-year-old Indigenous child suffering abuse in Alice Springs will in 10 years' time ask how. How in 2023 did you knowingly and consciously tolerate a situation where my interests were not put first? It's our actions which make history, as Prime Minister Rudd put it. Then it's time to think carefully about our actions, because our current actions, for all their good intent, are not bringing about enough practical outcomes for which we can all be proud as a nation. We will never, as a nation, create another stolen generation, but our actions can prevent a new generation from having their lives and aspirations stolen. If we are to make better decisions which lead to better actions, then I ask of the government, bring Australians with you, trust them with the detail, appeal to their reason, don't fear and inform citizenry. And if you truly want to further the cause of reconciliation, please bring them on the journey. Mr Speaker, I want to speak directly to those in the gallery today and further afield who are part of the stolen generation and those who are descendants or are connected to the issue. And I want to say in an unscripted way, I apologise for my actions, and the Prime Minister's frequently able to point it out that I didn't attend the chamber for the apology 15 years ago. I've apologised for that in the past, and I repeat that apology again today. In 2008, I'd been out of the Queensland Police Force for about 9 years, and I was still, probably truthfully to this day, live with those images of turning up to domestic violence incidences where Indigenous women and children had suffered physical abuse, certainly mental abuse. I remember clearly attending Palm Island, where I brought back the body of an Indigenous woman in a body bag who had been thrust off a cliff to her death. And I remember thinking at the time that those incidences were still occurring on a daily basis in 2008. And the judgment that I formed was that if we were to make an apology, it needed to be at a time when we had addressed and we had curbed that violence and those incidences. I failed to grasp at the time the symbolic significance to the stolen generation of the apology. It was right for Prime Minister Rudd to make the apology in 2008. It's right that we recognise the anniversary today. It's right that the government continues its efforts, and in whatever way possible we support that bipartisan effort. Every Australian wants to see a better outcome for Indigenous Australians. There's nobody I speak to around the country, regardless of their view on The Voice, that doesn't want to see an improved situation in Alice Springs or in Ceduna or anywhere else in the country. People who have a different view about how we might get to that end point, how we might help people along the path, aren't hard-hearted because they have a different view to us or a different approach to how that practical assistance might be provided. And I hope that the government can bear that in mind in the current debate. So, Mr Speaker, I'm honoured as the Leader of the Liberal Party of the opposition to be here today to commemorate the 15-year anniversary. I commend Prime Minister Rudd for the action he took in 2008, and I know that as a country we are determined to make sure that we can address particularly those issues of domestic violence, to make sure that we can reduce those gaps that have widened in relation to infant mortality, to life expectancy, to other indicators around education and health that must improve so that we can improve the lives and the future of every Indigenous Australian.
And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that the House take note of the Prime Minister's statement on the 15th anniversary of the National Apology to Australia's Indigenous peoples and the Closing the Gap implementation plan.
The question is the House take note of the document, and I give the call to the Honourable Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One sweet day, all the children came back where the hearts grow strong, back where they all belong. The children came back where they understand, back to their mother's land. The children came back. The late, great Archie Roach first performed Took the Children Away more than 33 years ago. Archie spoke of the truth that for many years was denied by governments and denied by parliaments. Children were removed from their families because of the colour of their skin, and it was governments that did it. Most Australians didn't know of this reality. For decades there was a stubborn silence, while many of those removed suffered a private pain of unbearable loss. It was and is one of the darkest chapters in our history. In 1991, the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody found that of the 99 deaths investigated, 43 were people who had been separated from their families. By 1997, the Bringing Them Home report, which took evidence from hundreds of people from across the country, made 54 recommendations. The report found that 1 in 10 and 1 in 3 Indigenous children were forcibly removed from their families between 1910 and 1970 in most of our lifetimes. One of its key recommendations was for an apology to be given by governments. Western Australia was the first state to issue an apology on the 27th of May 1997, closely followed by New South Wales in June of the same year. And by 2001, all states and territories had issued apologies. The only holdout was the Australian government under the then Prime Minister, John Howard. Recently, I went back and looked at some of the accounts in the Bringing Them Home report. So many tales of heartbreak, of lives changed forever. One harrowing story was from Paul. Paul's mother was tricked into putting him into a home while she recovered from a serious illness. He was made a ward of the state, and his mother's consent was never sought. His adoptive family rejected him after 7 months, and Paul was placed in an orphanage and later with an abusive foster family. In his submission, Paul said, "My mother never gave up trying to locate me. She wrote many letters to the state welfare authorities, pleading with them to give her son back. Birthday and Christmas cards were sent care of the welfare department. All of these letters were shelved. The state welfare department treated my mother like dirt, with utter contempt, as if she never existed." The apology delivered by Prime Minister Rudd was at its core about healing deep wounds, closing a painful chapter of denial of our history, and opening a new chapter of our collective story, a better chapter. It was about people, real people, the people joining us today. Thank you so much. Hearing from the Prime Minister of Australia, a simple word, sorry, an apology, the truth, and you deserve that. You deserve nothing less. For some, the apology was something to reject. And of course, we all learn and we all grow. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his apology today. It is a good thing that we grow and we learn. But now we have the chance to do something practical together to improve the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians, something that will have an impact on the ground and in communities. By getting behind the Closing the Gap implementation plan and by supporting, as the Prime Minister so beautifully said, constitutional recognition through a voice. To do otherwise risks repeating the mistakes of the past. So I say, don't hold us back. Let's move forward for everyone. 18 years have passed since Tom Calma, our Senior Australian of the Year, delivered his social justice report, urging governments to commit to achieving equality for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in health, in life expectancy, within 25 years. 16 years since governments pledged to close key gaps in life expectancy, to halve the gap in mortality rates for children, and halve the gap in reading, writing and numeracy achievements within a decade. In 2020, governments partnered with the Coalition of Peaks to expand these targets, which now include land, languages and justice outcomes. Despite this, report after report, year after year, as the Prime Minister has said, progress has been slow, too slow. The Albanese government's commitment to closing the gap is unequivocal. Our commitment to working in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians through the Coalition of Peace with Pat Turner, and one day an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. The Albanese government's first Closing the Gap implementation plan details the next steps the Commonwealth will take towards achieving the targets and priority reforms of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. It includes more than $400 million of additional spending that the Prime Minister outlined. But can I focus on one of those things? Because it is a whole-of-government plan that brings together in one place all of the actions that each department and agency is taking to achieve closing the gap. I want to focus on the first announcement that the Prime Minister has made, $150 million over 4 years to support First Nations water infrastructure and provide safe and reliable water for remote and regional communities. It is a disgrace that in 2023 in Australia there are First Nation communities that do not have reliable access to safe drinking water. An absolute disgrace. It is almost impossible for some people to imagine what it is like to live your whole life in a place where the water is not safe, where dialysis machines can't work because the water isn't clean enough. And we all know of the enormous problem of renal failure in our communities. And I want to thank the Minister for the Environment and Water for her commitment on this. Thank you. This is on top, of course, of the $250 million the Prime Minister announced as part of our plan for a better, safer future for Central Australia, where I, again with the member for Lingiari and others, visited over the weekend. We want to better coordinate the state and territories with our community-controlled organisation partners. This is about getting things done, and importantly, for people to hold us to account. Governments are better when they listen and when they are held to account. Holding governments to account was not done in the era of the stolen generations. One wonders if there'd been a voice at the time. Nor was anyone listening. Today, in 2023, a new generation has a chance to do things differently, to create a better future. It's up to a new generation of Australians to help close the gap. We are a great country, and we can be even greater if we get the next steps right. By making a lasting difference through practical action, one that gives Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians a voice. Let us seize this moment and take Australia forward for everyone.
The question is the House take note of the document and give the call to the Honourable Member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I begin by acknowledging this nation's Indigenous people and their 65,000 years of endurance, resilience and wisdom. I recognise the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people on whose lands we gather, and I pay respects to members of the stolen generation who are with us and bring their own stories, experiences and pain to this gathering. You are the living witness to the policies that failed, and you inspire us with your indomitable spirit. And I pay tribute to my Indigenous member and senator colleagues and the Minister for Indigenous Australians, who, like a predecessor in that role, I call a friend. This chamber is not only a meeting place, it's a place of memory, of shared national memory. And we're right to remember. We remember almost a century ago the first time the Parliament met in this city, in a building like a small white wedding cake set amongst the fields of grass and dust. At that first gathering of the Parliament at Canberra, thousands were invited. Thousands and thousands, but not a single Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person. Not one. So 2 Indigenous men, Jimmy Clements and John Noble, took it on themselves to walk to Canberra and let their presence be known. Officialdom tried to turn them away, but the crowd demanded that they stay, and they did. Fair-minded Australians have always been on the side of the person having a go. And we remember the actions of that great Yorta Yorta man, William Cooper, an organiser, petitioner and agitator for change, who spoke up not only for his own people, but for others as well. In 1938, he protested the absence of Indigenous members from the Parliament, and in December the same year, after the events of Kristallnacht, he led one of the few protests to the German consulate decrying the persecution of Jewish people by the Nazis in Germany. We remember the Bark Petition, the 1967 referendum, the arrival of Neville Bonner in the Senate and Ken Wyatt in the House of Representatives, and so many more since. And on this day we remember the apology. An apology for children taken away from parents, families, community and culture. An apology for the brothers and sisters separated. An apology for the forced relocations away from country. An apology, to use the words from Neville Bonner's maiden speech, to those who were shot, poisoned, hanged and broken in spirit until they became refugees in their own land. An apology for the pain that cascades through the generations. An apology that needs to be repeated again and again, wherever and whenever Aboriginal Australians are denied the same opportunities as their fellow citizens. Mr Speaker, on days like this, for those of us without a lived experience of dispossession or loss, it's easy to speak of the past and linger there. To linger there because it is easier than confronting the present, to confront the work that we must still do. Kevin Rudd was right when he said it's not sentiment that makes history, it's our actions that make history. And that demands that we speak of the present, and to speak of the present in terms of a shared accountability. Last Thursday, the Prime Minister said something to me across the dispatch box, and his words have stayed with me all weekend. He said simply, "The member is a participant and not an observer." A participant and not an observer. Across too many areas in government, in the bureaucracy, in the parliament and in the media, we've all become observers. Our fears have frozen us. Fears about complexity, a misunderstanding the interrelationship of difficult and different issues. Fears of making bad situations worse. Fears about unintended offence and of culturally misreading moments. Fears of the stigma we create by highlighting failures. These are the fears we don't talk about, but that most of us share. They make us observers, not participants. Senator Price and the member for Lingiari raised the alarm about Alice Springs in their first speech 8 months ago. From both sides of the aisle, 2 Indigenous parliamentarians, participants who've not been afraid to speak the truth about alcohol, the truth about violence and the truth about our continued failure as Australians. I pay tribute to their courage. I know it wasn't easy. I say to the Prime Minister, we all have to stop being observers, all of us. Yes, it's right to remember the past. Yes, it's right to want to change the future, but our place is here in the present, and that's where all of us are failing. I've seen the interim report into Closing the Gap, and I thank the Minister's office for their briefing. On a day when we remember the failed policies of the past, I want to talk about the failed policies of the present. I want to talk about the people living in the towns and the regional areas across Australia and the intertwining of alcohol, violence and community failure. These are not easy topics to talk about. Last week, the report by Darrell Anderson, the Northern Territory Controller into Alice Springs, was released. It makes for confronting reading, and I want to read you a few lines that cut me to my core. She said, "The children who've been spoken to have unanimously voiced their hatred of alcohol and the harm it inflicts on their families. Their simple aspirations are to live life in a normal place, have jobs when they're older and be able to support their families with basic needs." Let me say it again. The the children voiced their hatred of alcohol and the harm it inflicts on their families. Such powerful and simple words. The children are speaking truth to us. And the sad truth is it's not only in Alice Springs. And I want to speak about a few other places, places where we must hear the local voices. The member for Leichhardt has told me about failures in places such as Arakoon in his electorate, where school attendance has dwindled and where the local paper says that despite the presence of 50 police officers, residents are reluctant to leave their homes, and those who do often have to arm themselves. The member for Grey has told me about the issues being faced in Port Augusta and in Ceduna. In Port Augusta there's a large transient population. There's unrest and fear, and shopkeepers are concerned about businesses and personal safety. In Ceduna, where I went on my visit with Senator Little just after I became the Shadow Minister, where the cashless debit card provided a measure of relief, now residents are fearful about the damage being done by alcohol and fearful of speaking up publicly. Fearful there might be consequences because they want to restrict the grog. The member for O'Connor has spoken to me about Laverton and Leonora. In Laverton, local Indigenous leaders are begging for tougher alcohol restrictions. He's told me about Sarah Sullivan, an Indigenous resident who's spoken publicly about Laverton being a great town when she grew up, but her children were experiencing something terribly different these days. Children and adults chased for money and smokes. Local voices matter, and they're just not being heard. The member for Durack has written to the Prime Minister about the Kimberley, the Pilbara and Carnarvon. The member for Durack has met with a collection of Pilbara organisations that includes the Pilbara Aboriginal Health Alliance, Youth Involvement Council, the Yinhawangka Aboriginal Corporation, the Punta Kerma Aboriginal Medical Service and the Robe River Kurrama Aboriginal Corporation. They share a deep concern about youth crime and the destructive trail it's leaving. The federal government invests millions in diversionary programs, and we must urgently determine if our investment is fit for purpose and whether those investments are being delivered as intended. The member for Durack says isolation is a way of life for many in Durack, but now fearful residents are further isolated, bound within their own homes, too scared to leave. Today, on this anniversary, we must honour the past by answering the failures of this generation towards Indigenous children. The present in so many regional and remote communities is terrible. I'm not blaming the Prime Minister or the Minister or the state and territory governments. This is a collective failure, and I put my hand up too and share the blame with everyone. Despite the progress in other areas, some of which are reported in today's interim Closing the Gap report, this is an Australian failure. It's a shared Australian failure. In all too many places, alcohol is fuelling the most unspeakable crimes against women and children, and this cannot be allowed to continue. That's why I support the Leader of the Opposition's call for a Royal Commission into the abuse of Indigenous children. In many cases, these are the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the stolen generations. The member for Maribyrnong was right to call for a Royal Commission into aged care, a Royal Commission that Prime Minister Morrison agreed to. The Prime Minister, when opposition leader, was right to call for a Royal Commission into veteran suicide. Again, Prime Minister Morrison agreed to it. The Leader of the Opposition is right to call for a Royal Commission into the abuse of Indigenous children, and the Prime Minister should agree to it as well. Royal Commissions are never comfortable, I understand that. But frankly, they are a whole lot better than facing regional failure after regional failure and simply continuing with more of the same. The Prime Minister and Minister have spoken passionately about the voice. I share their passion. But it's in our national interest to heed the voices of Indigenous Australians that are speaking now. We must pay attention to the voices that do not already have a platform in Australian public life. And we must heed the calls of children whose simple yearning is for a normal life, the sort of life we'd hope for any of our own children. If we're to break the cycle, we cannot afford to ignore these voices any longer. So let us use this 15th anniversary of the National Apology to recommit ourselves to action. Action in partnership with Indigenous communities, with a coalition of peaks, with state and territory and local governments and all Australians of goodwill. Let us all choose to be participants and not observers in the repair of our country and the reconciliation of our nation.
And I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. I call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted? The member for Barara.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The Leader of the House.
I move that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the Prime Minister's statement on the 15th anniversary of the National Apology to Australia's Indigenous Peoples and the Closing the Gap implementation plan be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you. This is just one more to be able to refer the ministerial statement of last week up. We didn't do it on Thursday. So, Mr Speaker, to enable further debate to take place in the Federation Chamber on the Minister of Defence's ministerial statement relating to Australia's sovereignty made on 9 February 2022, I present a copy of that statement and I move that the House take note of the document.
The question is the House take note of the document. All of those opinion... Oh, sorry.
To adjourn the debate.
The member for Barara to adjourn the debate.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put that question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. And call the Leader of the House.
Declare that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the Minister of Defence's ministerial statement relating to securing Australia's sovereignty is referred to the Federation Chamber.
I've received messages from the Senate informing the House that the Senate concurs with the resolution relating to the appointment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission and informing the House that Senators Billick, Brockman, Payne, Shoebridge, Stirl and White have been appointed as members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission. I've also received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion to appoint members to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Is leave granted? The member for Barara.
Leave is granted.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that Dr Haynes, Mr L O'Brien and Mr Wallahan be appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Migration Amendment Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023. Second reading.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum for the bill and I move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I give the call to the member for Wannon.
No, he wants to speak.
My apologies. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you. The Australian community has a reasonable expectation that non-citizens who seek to enter or remain in Australia are of good character and are law-abiding. Similarly, they expect that any non-citizens who are not of good character to be refused a visa or have any visa they hold cancelled. The character test of the Migration Act 1958 is one of the mechanisms by which government gives effect to this expectation. The character test serves as an important pillar within Australia's migration framework to protect the Australian community from the risks posed by non-citizens with serious criminal histories or criminal intent. The Migration Amendment Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023 will provide a clear basis for aggregate sentences to be taken into account for all relevant purposes under the Migration Act, including the character test at section 501 of the Migration Act. This will make it clear that, for the purpose of determining if a person has a substantial criminal record, it is irrelevant whether a sentence of imprisonment was imposed on that person for one or more offences. Importantly, the bill does not change or expand the circumstances in which aggregate sentences are considered for all relevant purposes of the Migration Act. The bill simply confirms the long-held bipartisan understanding that aggregate sentences can be taken into account for all relevant purposes under the Migration Act. In this respect, decisions made under the powers of the Migration Act will not change as a consequence of this bill. In fact, the decisions undertaken will be in a manner consistent with the government's long-held understanding and practice. The bill responds to the recent full court federal court ruling in Pearson v Minister for Home Affairs, handed down in late December of last year. The full federal court ruled that an aggregate sentence may not be counted for the purpose of working out if a person has a substantial criminal record under the character test framework, and subsequently that their visa cannot be subject to mandatory cancellation on this basis. This judgment has created an inconsistency in Australia's visa cancellation regime, where some non-citizen offenders who, for multiple offences, receive an aggregate sentence of 12 months or more do not meet the definition of having a substantial criminal record under Section 501 of the Migration Act. Such individuals would therefore not be liable for mandatory cancellation of their visa, regardless of the seriousness of their offending. For example, a person who is sentenced for a term of imprisonment of 10 years for committing a violent offence would be found to have a substantial criminal record and would be liable for mandatory cancellation of their visa, whereas if they were convicted for 15 years on the basis of 2 offences, they would not, simply because that sentence was in respect of more than one offence. Aggregate sentences are only imposed in 5 jurisdictions, leading to grave inconsistencies in how the character cancellation framework is applied upon offenders in different states. It would be nonsensical for 2 people found guilty of the same offences and sentenced to the same period of imprisonment to be treated differently under the Migration Act simply because their offences were committed in different places. So the government is urgently addressing this situation through this bill, by restoring the meaning of sentence in the Migration Act to the meaning that was understood prior to the Federal Court's decision in Pearson. The bill will also retrospectively amend the Migration Act to validate past decisions and actions that have been rendered invalid on the basis of the judgment in Pearson. This is important to enable those decisions which were taken to protect the Australian community to stand. It provides the most appropriate mechanism for the government to detain those individuals whose visas were previously cancelled on the basis of sentences for more than one offence and proceed with their removal from Australia. Where previous cancellation decisions were rendered invalid because of Pearson, they will be revalidated. This means the original cancellation decision stands. Following commencement and validation of decisions made, individuals with a validly cancelled visa will be afforded fresh review periods to seek appropriate review avenues for these decisions, if they originally had time remaining to do this prior to the Pearson decision being handed down. Prior to the Pearson judgment, the Department of Home Affairs acted consistently with an understanding that aggregate sentences should count as a sentence for all decisions under the Migration Act, wherever the term sentence appears. The amendments in this bill do not change the framework within which the character test operates. They allow for the continued effective administration of the powers in the Migration Act by ensuring that aggregate sentences are considered sentences, thereby restoring the ability to rely on substantial criminal record as an objective measure for the purpose of the character test. The government is taking urgent common sense action in order to keep our communities safe. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the opposition will be supporting this bill, but we will be also putting forward some amendments circulated in my name to strengthen it even further. The government has introduced the Migration Amendment Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023, which will amend the Migration Act 1958 to establish a consistent approach across the provisions of the Migration Act, as well as the Migration Regulations 1994, the regulations in relation to sentencing for offences. As the Minister has detailed, there has been bipartisan agreement for the approach that has been taken in this regard. The need for this bill follows the decision of the full court of the Federal Court of Australia, the Federal Court, in Pearson v Minister for Home Affairs 2022. In Pearson, the Federal Court relevantly held that, in effect, an aggregate sentence, a single sentence for more than one offence imposing a term of imprisonment, does not, in and of itself constitute a substantial criminal record within the meaning given by subsection 5017 of the Migration Act, and particularly paragraph 5017C, even in circumstances where the sentence is to an aggregate maximum term of imprisonment of 4 years and 3 months in respect of 10 offences. So the government is right to correct this, and that is why the opposition will be supporting this bill. But we will also be putting forward amendments because the coalition supports a strong approach to ensuring that visa holders that are in Australia uphold the laws of this country and pass a character test to remain here. And the interesting thing about a character test is it not only applies to those who break the law, but of course the character test also applies to those who seek to uphold it. And that is why we think the government should support the amendments that we will be putting forward today. If a non-citizen breaks the trust of being allowed in Australia by being found guilty and convicted of certain serious offences and pose a risk to the safety of the Australian community, then they do not pass the character test. So they should not be considered for a visa, or they should be considered for a visa refusal or cancellation. When in government, the coalition was very strong on ensuring that people who want to come to Australia to study or work or to settle here are of good character, and the coalition remains of that view. In the last parliament, we introduced legislation to strengthen the character test, and debate commenced here in the House on a bill to do that. And that bill was passed with the support of the then Labor opposition. Unfortunately, it didn't get to a vote before the election in the Senate. Today, the coalition will move amendments to this government bill to strengthen the character test by providing additional grounds to consider visa cancellation where someone fails the character test. We're not saying the minister must, but we are giving the minister the option, and the option to be able to act on things like family domestic violence. These amendments will provide an additional objective ground to consider refusal or discretionary cancellation of a visa under Section 501 of the Migration Act, where a person has been convicted of a serious crime but does not meet the substantial criminal record definition in subsection 5017 of the Migration Act. They do not in any way seek to undermine the courts or their role. Rather, they create a new ground for failing the character test based on the seriousness of the offence, which in turn is determined by the maximum sentence imposed by the relevant states and territories. And, Deputy Speaker, what we're doing today is providing the government with two ways that they can support the opposition and our amendments. So earlier I introduced a private members bill, and my hope is that that will also be supported by the government, because the private members bill and the amendments that we are putting forward here both act in the same way. They enable the minister is sitting here listening to this, they will enable him to be able to act when it comes to things like murder, when it comes to things like grievous bodily harm, when it comes to things like sexual assault, when it comes to things like domestic violence. We'll give him the option to be able to take action. And my hope is that the government will support these amendments, because the absolute priority of any government is to keep the community safe. And the ways that we keep the community safe should be continually and consistently looked at. These amendments and the private members' bill that I introduced earlier follow on the outstanding work that was done by the two previous coalition government ministers for immigration. They put a lot of time, thought and effort into how they could keep the community safer. The character test was seen to have worked extremely well in this regard, but they saw a way that we could ensure that it continued to stay apace with the types of crimes that we continue to see in our community. And that is why they wanted to give the minister the option of being able to act when there was violence or a threat of violence against a person, or non-consensual conduct of a sexual nature, or breaching an order made by a court or tribunal for the personal protection of another person, or using or possessing a weapon, or procuring or assisting in any way with the commission of one of these designated offences. Now, this is good common sense policy making. It's enabling the minister to be able to act in these situations if the minister deemed it necessary to act. All we're doing is giving the minister the option. My view is that the Australian people would see these very much as common sense amendments. My hope is that the minister will see it the same way. These amendments are a test of character. They're a test of the character of the people who come here to Australia, that they will uphold the laws of this country. And they're a character test of the government. Is the government prepared to act when people break Australian law, and break Australian law when it comes to things like sexual offences, domestic violence, or using weapons to commit a murder? I hope the government will take the right course of this action.
I thank the member for Warner and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Although I understand what this bill hopes to do to protect the Australian community from people who've committed serious crimes, the potential for overreach is real. Australians should be protected, and indeed those who've committed serious crimes should be held to account. However, we need to be able to have a reasoned discussion about how that works when it comes to a refugee or a stateless person. In effect, this bill could mean, for those who have nowhere else to go, indefinite immigration detention, even for those convicted of less serious offences. The question that I have is that reasonable for crimes that cumulatively add up to total sentences of 12 months or more? In plain English, these could be a series of petty offences committed when the person was in their youth. We're not necessarily talking about serious offences in all cases. So what other options other than indefinite detention are there for people whose sentences add up to 12 months or more? I'm aware that this is on the spectrum of highly thorny moral issues, but I think we do have to have a measured discussion about it because this is about the separation of powers, ministerial responsibility and proportionality. These amendments apply to people who have an imprisonment sentence of 2 years or less, which in the Australian criminal justice system usually means their actions are on the lower end of the spectrum of offending. The government offers several case studies from 100 reflecting serious offences, but acknowledges that this is not necessarily representative of the entire group. We know that once someone's visa is cancelled and they're re-detained as a result, It is rare and highly unusual that they're later released. This means for those whose visa is cancelled on a mandatory basis are effectively in detention indefinitely, as they can't return to their country of origin where they face persecution and they'd be in breach of non-refoulement obligations. As I understand it, for example, the proposed changes could see a person who, as a youth, has committed a series of minor offences whose penalty adds up to 12 months or more, having his or her visa cancelled, stuck in endless detention with all of the mental and physical toll that goes with that. One case study suggests that a young South Sudanese man sentenced to 18 months jail for affray, drunken disorderly and substance-related offences, who subsequently had his sentence reduced to 10 months, had his visa cancelled, spent another 2.5 years in detention, was released under the judgment that I'm about to discuss, and now faces being redetained under this bill. I'm aware that the minister would prefer not to have godlike ministerial discretion on these matters. I hear that. But this case illustrates why that discretion can sometimes be needed. I don't seek to excuse the offending. The question goes to the proportionality of the punishment. The retrospectivity of the legislation means that people who the government had released for just days or weeks and reunited with their families and communities will likely be forcibly taken back to detention. The young man I mentioned is one of them. It seems to me that's only likely to compound his trauma of war, being orphaned, traversing refugee camps and a new environment, and then seeking solace in drugs and alcohol. These are human factors that this legislation does not address, and these are things that I will address in an amendment to this bill. The core of the problem here is the one-size-fits-all rejection of the Pearson judgment, in which the federal court found that people cannot have their visas cancelled automatically and be held in detention based on an aggregate sentence of imprisonment of 12 months or more. The court found that mandatory cancellation should apply in only the most serious cases, and that self-evidently an aggregate sentence may be arrived at after conviction of a series of lesser offences, none of which on their own could render a person liable to have his or her visa mandatorily cancelled. The government seeks to reverse that position, meaning that all of those who were released after the Pearson judgment can be redetained. As I have already said, this may be justified in some cases. Indeed, the government's argument is for public safety, which I accept in good faith because the rule of law is central to our communities and society. However, so is the separation of powers. As Hannah Dickinson, Principal Solicitor at the ASRC, puts it, Pearson merely limited the blunt instrument that is mandatory cancellation in its application to aggregate sentences. Unnecessary, cruel, politicised policy-making, and in particular the retrospective overruling of inconvenient court rulings, is a hallmark of previous governments, an approach that's harmed thousands of individuals and families, eroded the rule of law and left Australia's migration system in disarray. To release and then redetain roughly 100 people in the space of weeks is abhorrently cruel and will devastate those people and their families. What I have a problem with is the blanket nature of this, with no transparency around the circumstances of those being redetained in their offences and no plan for what's to be done with them beyond indefinite detention. I would suggest that if the government disagrees with the decision, the appropriate avenue is the High Court, rather than seeking to overrule 3 judges of the federal court via this legislation. I would also point out that if the government is so concerned about serious offenders being free in the community now, as am I, the minister already has visa cancellation powers under section 5013B of the Migration Act. I very much respect the minister's efforts to implement a more humane refugee policy, as evidenced by announcing a path to citizenship for temporary visa holders today. This bill, though, I think is an overreach and is at odds with that approach. I do not support it in its current form. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Riverina has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I first became the federal member for Riverina back in 2010, I can well recall my predecessor, Kay Hull, saying to me to be very mindful of writing letters of support for people who wanted to come to this country, even if it were on a temporary basis, even if it were for a wedding or funeral, should I not know that person. And she warned me because she had written a letter of support for a person to come to this nation for a family event and then had absconded, had done a runner, and authorities, police, even the family couldn't find this particular person. Now, the local mayor had written a letter of support for this person. The local family were agitating, and of course the local press, as you'd imagine, as you'd expect, also said, why can't this person be allowed into the country just on a temporary basis, just for this event? And of course Mrs Hull, being the great member that she was, wrote the letter and then regretted it later. And it was a valuable lesson she learned and a valuable piece of advice she passed on to me. And sure as night follows day, day follows night, wasn't long into my stewardship of the federal seat that indeed a similar situation arose. Same mayor, same place, same situation, and I said no. And I said no and then copped the wrath of the mayor, the press, the family, the community, and yet in my heart of hearts I knew it was the right decision to take and to make. And as members of parliament, sometimes we have to make those tough calls. Sometimes we have to make the tough decisions, and we have to not do as some people would ask us to do and not fall into the trap of just succumbing to a vigilant local media who, rest assured, when situations like this do go awry, are the first to then criticise and say, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And it makes it difficult, particularly if the person, if they just do a runner and they abscond and they go into hiding and then either continue to or take up a job or do whatever and go into the black cash economy. The situation, if they don't break any laws as such, any criminal laws, they are breaking the law by staying in the country when they're not haven't got the visa arrangements to do so. But if they don't break any actual criminal laws as such, or commit violence or that, then people might say, oh, well, so what? But it's not oh what. It's not so what. It's a situation whereby we need to have the strongest possible migration laws, the strongest possible laws to keep our nation secure. And keeping our borders safe and the integrity of our visa system intact was one of the hallmarks of the Abbott, Truss, Morrison, or Turnbull, Joyce, Morrison, Joyce, McCormack governments. We did. We kept our borders intact, and we didn't fall into a situation where we took the easy out, where we took the easy option. And it's always easy when you get anecdotal evidence pushed by local media or national media, whatever the case might be, to just give in, to just say yes. But it's when these situations go astray that we're the ones who cop the blame. Why did you allow this person in? Why did you sign the reference to permit this person to stay, albeit briefly? And so Mrs Hull's advice was sound, and so are the amendments being put forward by the Shadow Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, the member for Wannon, and I support them. And it seems to me that the government is playing a bit of catch-up when it comes to migration, to immigration. And we saw this just last week with the sunsetting of the situation in Nauru. And I know members opposite have talked a big game when it comes to the Pacific. I know they're talking about the failure of the coalition in arrangements in relation to the Pacific, all matters in relation to the Pacific, and they're really pushing this point. It's on all their talking points. It's on in all their speaking engagements. They seem to forget that there was a situation with COVID that actually prevented much of the ability to visit the Pacific Islands, and they seem to forget that we absolutely made sure through then Minister for Health, Greg Hunt, the member for Flinders, to ensure that vaccinations were in fact first and foremost for the Pacific Islands, along with, of course, our own people. But the point is this: Nauru and the situation there was just completely forgotten. The other side just dropped the ball when it came to having those arrangements in place in Nauru so that we had our national borders safe. And of course, they made up for it last week. Emergency, urgent legislation brought into this place. Again, I say they've completely mishandled that situation. And in many ways and in many cases, I do worry, and you only had to read the front page of the Australian newspaper this morning, in relation to the election pledge to end the use of temporary protection visas. Now, this paves the way for about 19,000 refugees who arrive by sea to stay permanently in Australia. Now, I know the situation with many, some might say all, of those refugees is certainly not perfect. But what we saw when Kevin Rudd, first of all, took over as Prime Minister, he talked about the fact that there wouldn't be a cigarette paper's breadth between what his arrangements were and boat people and arrivals and what the situation was under the Howard government. And yet we all know what happened. We all know what happened under the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd governments. What we saw were boats arrive in their numbers. 50,000 people arriving on more than 800 boats. And people got so uptight, particularly on the other side, about use of the word illegal boat arrivals. Well, they were illegal. I'm sorry, but they were illegal. And no one denies somebody wanting to come to a country such as Australia for a better life for themselves and their children. But what we saw in many cases were people actually throwing their identifications overboard, people who had the capacity and the money to be able to try to get here under any or many means, then arrive illegally, and then, whether it was under us or indeed whether it's been under Labor, then put into situations where, yes, it was hard on them, and hard particularly on their children. 8,000 of whom were forcibly placed in detention. And was this the fault of the government? Was this the fault of their parents? The fact is, there were 8,000 of them, 50,000 people. 50,000 people. The cost to taxpayers of managing illegal boat arrivals under Labor blew out by $10.3 billion. So 800 boats under Labor, 50,000 people under Labor, 8,000 children under Labor, $10.3 billion cost blowout. What did we do? We fixed it. We stopped the boats. And this was, I have to say, one of the important things that we said we'd do, and under then Immigration Minister Morrison, we did it. We made sure that we stopped the boats. We didn't just stop them because it was illegal for those boats. We stopped them to protect the people who were trying to come to Australia. And why wouldn't people want to come to Australia? It's the greatest nation on earth. It's a ticket to freedom. It's a ticket to the best life that you can possibly have in this world. Australia, make no mistake, and I know it gets talked down often, but it is the best place in all of the world. And I do worry, I really do, about this situation whereby these TPV and Safe Haven Enterprise visa holders who arrived before Operation Sovereign Borders commenced on September 18, 2013 to apply for permanent residency with family reunion rights and a path to citizenship. Some might say they deserve it. Some might say that it's the right thing to do. But is it going to reignite the desire to return the votes? I do hope not. And I know we've had vote arrivals and turnbacks already, and I appreciate that this isn't an easy area. I appreciate that we don't want to see what we saw on Christmas Island, those bodies being washed up on the rocks, which was just awful. But I do encourage members to support these amendments put forward by the member for Wannon. Our amendments are important. They are going to give the minister extra powers to be able to consider the factors in relation to the nature of the conviction, and that's what this bill is about. And I appreciate that the bill has been put here with good intent. I appreciate that the bill has been put in the parliament with national security in mind, but I don't believe that the bill goes far enough, and that's why I know the member for Wannon has come in with these amendments to solidify the bill, to make it better. And surely, if we can make something better—
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and you have been interrupted, so you will be granted leave to continue debate when it is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government has cut 10 additional Medicare subsidised psychology sessions introduced by the Coalition through the Better Access Initiative to support those experiencing increased mental health pressure. I'm deeply concerned about the impact that slashing this subsidised access to psychology sessions will mean for my Redlands community, which is already severely underserviced when it comes to all levels of mental health support. A local mum recently wrote to me about the additional cost that this has created to get her 17-year-old son the help that he needs. She wrote, "Mental health in this country is a huge problem and unfortunately only getting worse day by day. Cancelling these extra sessions is going to put a strain on the already overcrowded public services, and our already extremely high suicide rate will rise." I couldn't agree more with this mother's assessment, and I was disgusted to see the minister dismiss these concerns when asked about them in question time last week. My Redlands community was set to get a welcome boost to local services when the former Coalition government committed $3.4 million over 4 years to establish and operate a Head to Health adult mental health service at the Redland Bay Satellite Hospital. This location was selected after a rigorous process of assessment. Unfortunately, this Labor government has sent the project back to the drawing board and is refusing to provide answers on whether the project will proceed. I'm calling on the government to restore these subsidised services and to give certainty to the Redland Bay Head to Health facility.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Graham O'Brien joined the Westbrook Rural Fire Brigade in 1971. In 1976, Graham was elected to the position of Secretary/Treasurer, which he held until 1988, when he was elected as Captain of the Brigade. During his time as Captain, he actively responded to many incidents, including structural fires, motor vehicle accidents, bush and grass fires. Graham held the position until 2001, when he was appointed as a Group Officer within the Hunter Valley team, a position he was re-elected to until he retired in August 2019. His dedication to service and wealth of local knowledge has seen him recognised as one of the most valued Group Captains, having been awarded the New South Wales Rural Fire Service Long Service Medal, the Class for 50 Years Service, the National Medal First and Second Class, and the Premier's Bushfire Emergency Citation. Graham has devoted the past 52 years to the New South Wales Rural Fire Brigade service, both as a member of Westbrook, Darlington and Bulga Rural Fire Brigade and as a Group Captain within the Hunter Valley team. I congratulate him on his retirement as Group Captain, but far from being done, Graham continues to be a valued member of the Bulga Rural Fire Brigade. The Hunter thanks you for your service, and thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Hinckley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Cost of living is the issue for the people that I represent. It is issue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and all the way to 100, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to bring the attention of the House to the School Savvy program run by Catholic Care CQ. And nothing demonstrates more how difficult, how tough it is for people out there right now by the need, firstly, for this program and, secondly, by the overwhelming demand. Now, Catholic Care CQ School Savvy program provides affordable school supplies, second-hand school uniforms and free haircuts, would you believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, at pop-up shops during January. And in Bundaberg today, the local newspaper, on the 16th of January, Shari Jackson from Catholic Care said the number of people who accessed the service was a reflection of the tough financial pressures that many families are facing. In the first half of the week alone, we had 1,000 people. 1,000 people accessed this service in my local region. Budgets are stretched and lots of people are needing to find savings wherever they can. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I say to those opposite, this is the issue. There is no other issue. People cannot afford to pay their bills. The cost of electricity is not going down. Taxpayer-funded subsidies are going up. That is the difference. We need to see real change, and we need to see it soon, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the people I represent know you will always pay more under a Labor government.
Member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, right around Australia, people are dealing with sharp cost of living pressures, and for those on low and fixed incomes, for pensioners and single parents and young people earning the minimum wage, those pressures really hurt. They present tough choices and tough realities. But Australians facing those pressures don't want to be told stories. They expect their government to face up to the challenge and to respond. And the Albanese Labor government has responded to stagnant wages by increasing the minimum wage and moving to fix a broken bargaining system. We've acted to address the cost of essential medicines by delivering the largest reduction in the maximum price under the PBS in its 75-year history. We've put a cap on gas prices that is already having an effect, and we're reforming our energy system to deliver cheaper, reliable energy into the future. And we're delivering childcare support for more than 1 million Australian families. Deputy Speaker, that is what good government looks like. No excuses, no turning away from tough problems, no pretending there is a magic wand or easy answers. After a decade of inaction and incompetence and dishonesty, the Australian community needs and it deserves good government. Focused, measured, serious, decisive, hard-working government that is guided by the principle of fairness, that proceeds in a spirit of optimism and that believes in the possibility of positive, sustainable change. That is the Albanese Labor government.
Thank you. Member for Indi.
I rise today to pay tribute to the life of Sir Andrew Shepherd Grimwade, CBE, late of Mansfield, who passed away aged 92 on January 30th. Andrew's contributions to Australian science, arts and life are manifold and distinguished. Andrew was a chemical engineer trained at the University of Melbourne, a scientist trained at Oxford, philanthropist, businessman and cattle breeder. He gave over 50 years of service to the National Gallery of Victoria, 15 years as Honorary President of the Walter and Eliza Hall Institute of Medical Research. He was a founding member of the Australian Government Remuneration Tribunal, inaugural member of the Council for the Order of Australia, and member of Australia's first trade mission to the People's Republic of China. When Andrew retired to Mansfield, he threw himself into the local community. He led the establishment of the not-for-profit Be a Light Retirement Village, serving as chair of the board right up until last year. He organised bequests for Mansfield Autism Statewide Services and Rosehaven Hospice. He quietly contributed to the Historical Society, the Emergency Precinct and to local campaigns against gambling and fast food. He was an extraordinary networker, a connector of people. To me, he was a learned guide with an infectious positivity for our nation. I offer my condolences to Sir Andrew's wife Marcia, to his son Angus, grandsons Lachlan and Campbell, and to his many extended family and friends. Vale, Sir Andrew Grimwade.
Thank you. Member for Macon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last Thursday the Deputy Prime Minister made an important statement about securing Australia's sovereignty, in which he spoke about the importance of defence partnerships and sovereign capability. The previous day, union leaders representing Australia's naval construction workforce briefed MPs about the risk of a capability gap that will arise if specialised workforce skills in naval fleet construction are lost. Australia has a proven track record in naval fleet construction, including in building submarines. In South Australia, naval fleet construction at the ASC site is critical to the development and sustainment of specialist engineering, design and trade skills, which can take years to develop. Naval construction will be critical to Australian manufacturing capability, particularly since the last coalition government triggered the demise of GMH and ultimately Australia's car makers. naval construction work is vital to the South Australian economy. South Australia has the facilities, the industry expertise, the skills and the track record of significantly contributing to Australia's military defence and national security. I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's statement. I thank him for his answer to my defence procurement question last Monday, and I look forward to South Australia continuing to play a leading role in naval construction and securing our nation's future.
Thank you. Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in proud support of the Warringah LGBTQIA+ community. We are at the eve of Sydney World Pride, an incredible opportunity to champion our rainbow communities. World Pride is a major international event, with Sydney winning the bid to host the festival and human rights conference in 2023. In Warringah, we value kindness and genuine celebration of our diversity. We had one of the highest yes votes for marriage equality in the country at 75%. And whilst there is much to celebrate, it's important that we reflect and remember those who have been, or continue to be, impacted by hatred and discrimination. There is still so much work to do. I recently attended the launch of Fusion Pride Northern Beaches. Fusion Pride is an exciting new anchor of queer social connection, education, advocacy and support. It was so moving to see the joy and celebration in the room that night. I'm deeply proud of local organisations in Warringah that take leading roles in championing respect, visibility and inclusion. My Sydney Independent colleagues and I are so excited to again walk alongside queer members of our communities at this year's Mardi Gras parade. As we kick off celebrations, I truly hope every queer and gender diverse person knows, no matter who you are or who you love, you are valid, there is a place for you in Warringah and Australia. Happy World Pride. We see you, we hear you. Thank you.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you. I have some very exciting news to share with the House today about someone who is much loved by all of us here in the Parliament, Bridget Bull, or better known as Bridget from Aussies. There was an exciting buzz at Aussies when I went there this morning. Upon arrival, Senator Tim Ayres and the member for McEwen were announcing some very exciting news. Yesterday, Bridget's partner, Anthony Wren, proposed to Bridget while they were FaceTiming with her parents, Chris and Kate Bull, who are in New Zealand. They were having a nice cross-Tasman chat on a Sunday afternoon when he presented the ring to Bridget and asked her to marry him. I know just how much Bridget has missed her family in New Zealand, particularly over the past few years with COVID disrupting so many travel plans and family reunions. It is obvious that her now fiancé recognised the importance of having her parents online for this very special moment. Bridget has been proudly showing off her stunning engagement ring today. Great job, Anthony. Since Anthony has come into Bridget's life, she has started a little later at Aussies. I know the Chief Whip and I both miss seeing her smiling face first thing each morning. Joe and I are very early risers. A huge congratulations to Bridget and Anthony, and our very best wishes to parents Chris and Kate Bull and Wendy Chose as they celebrate this news and the happy couple begins to plan their wedding. I just hope it doesn't interfere in Bridget giving the member for McNamara a ribbing about his almond lattes.
Member for Durack.
Deputy Speaker, during last week's question time I asked the Minister for Social Services a question regarding Labor's decision to scrap the cashless debit card in the East Kimberley and how it was leading to poorer outcomes in some of our country's most vulnerable communities. The Labor government has scrapped the CDC without putting in further support for these very vulnerable communities. Instead of taking responsibility and admitting that Labor had got it wrong, the minister's response was quite unbelievable. The minister said that the reason for the antisocial behaviour in Kununurra, often fuelled by alcohol, was due to flood-affected displaced people from Fitzroy Crossing now living in Kununurra. The minister said, and I quote, "I do understand that as a result of and connected to the disruption and dislocation of many people across the region, there has been a rise in antisocial behaviour in Broome, Derby and Kununurra." So, not only are the people in Fitzroy Valley coping with the upheaval of their lives due to floods, many have lost their homes and have nothing more than the clothes on their back, but they are now being accused by this out-of-touch minister as being responsible for the bad behaviour of some welfare recipients in Kununurra. This was a distasteful show of ignorance. It's insulting to the people of the Fitzroy Valley and demonstrates just how out of touch this minister is. The minister owes the people of the Fitzroy Valley an apology. This is a matter of urgency and she should come in here and deliver that apology now.
Member for Hasluck.
It's not what we teach, said educator Alfie Cohen. It's what they learn. All over this country today, students are learning more than just the lesson from their teachers. They are learning a way of being in this world. Every time I'm called upon to perform an official role at a school in Hasluck, be it presenting an award to presenting a flag, I'm given an opportunity to catch a glimpse of the efforts and achievements, not just of students, but of the wonderful people who dedicate their lives to guiding people, to young people, to live their potential. Within my own family, I see young people guided and encouraged in their creativity and their musical skills. I see their deep sense of values and their social conscience nurtured by good role models. I see children able to adapt to change and unfamiliar cultures because they've been encouraged to embrace the new and different and to push at boundaries. I see passions and dreams realised, whether it's a love for science, for dance, for therapy or for business. I see a student supported to go on to become a doctor of chemistry, the first PhD in the family. Great teachers have been there at every turn, and from my family, I thank you. In January this year, Education Minister Clare stated that he wanted us to acknowledge the tremendous effort and work of teachers more formally and more often. I add my voice to his.
Thank you. Member for Grey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, your tolerance, I have a small book with me, a child's book. It's called Just Like You, only a little bit more different. And it was written by Brooke Seal, a farmer from Kimber, about his son Ziggy. Ziggy had a cardiac arrest 2 days after birth and is suffering severe brain injury. Communication and movement are difficult for him, but he now attends Kimber Area School and is in Year 2. Brooke wrote a book so Ziggy's class could better understand what he was thinking, where he came from, because he can't communicate with them. And I have a quote here from the book, just to give you a bit of a feeling of the flavour. Just like you, I like to play. I love playing outdoors. I love listening to music. I love going to kindy to be with all my friends. I love playing with the wool from our sheep on our farm. That's Ziggy. And so the book was already sold over 1,000 copies, and in a typically generous move from Brooke, all profits go to the Royal Flying Doctor Service. Brooke says that while he wrote Ziggy's story for his classmates, there's a message in it for all of us about accepting differences. It might be about someone's religion or sexuality, anything. It doesn't matter who you are if you are different. You can buy it from Booktopia, Amazon, Books for $27 and Booko for $27, or just go on Facebook and put in "Just Like You," only
Member
a little bit more
Holt.
different.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Deputy Speaker. On Friday, I had the pleasure of attending Tullyallen Primary School's Assembly and Leadership Award ceremony. Tullyallen is the largest primary school in my electorate and, in fact, the second largest primary school in Victoria. I was honoured to address the students and speak to them about the importance of leadership roles within their school. These students will learn the traits of leadership, responsibility, humility and duty, which will serve them well into the future. This school serves as a sample of the community I represent. As I looked out to the students and their proud parents behind them, I saw many different faces looking back at me. They all learn together, play together and grow together as one united and diverse community. Nothing makes me more proud than seeing successful examples of Australian multiculturalism right before my eyes. I thank the Principal, Catherine Sharp, for inviting me and the school staff for educating the youngest residents of Holt. I thank the House.
Member for Fadden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one of my constituents, Ron, wrote to me this morning, and I'll quote, "I just received advice from my electricity supplier, Energy Australia. From the 1st of March, my energy bill will rise by an additional $361.51. Now, the members opposite might not want to listen to Ron and his electricity price going up, even though those opposite said on 90 occasions they'd come down $275. Those opposite might think they're better than Ron, who's fighting like many pensioners with the rising electricity bill, which just goes to show that those opposite, their priorities are not the priorities of the Australian people. Inflation is eating a giant hole in the budgets of Australian families, and yet the Labor government wants to hide under the covers, and all those pathetic morsels of the the government members can do is sit there and hurl abuse. We have a Prime Minister who is hands-off. We have a Treasurer who spent the summer penning 6,000 words of complete dribble and more concerned with what goes on a $5 bill than the capacity of Australians who don't have those $5 on what they're going to spend it on. Cost of living is the #1 issue facing Australians right now. Australians are crying out for their government to help them with the impact of inflation, rising interest rates and rising energy prices. Ron is asking what's to be done about increasing energy prices, and all we have from those opposite is cricket.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With the permission of her family, I rise to pay my respects to Auntie Buster Turner. Auntie Buster was born Maud Charmaine in 1955 to Kaurna parents who'd been removed from their land and sent to the Point Pearce mission. When she was 2 years old, she contracted whooping cough and was sent to Adelaide Children's Hospital. She was immediately fostered out. Her mother and grandmother sat at the hospital for 4 days before they were told she was gone. They never recovered. She was fostered to a non-Indigenous family living on Kaurna land, and so she was brought up on Kaurna land but without connection to her family and community. Her foster family gave her the nickname Buster, as she had a habit of busting things as a small child and not being able to fix them. Auntie Buster's oldest son, Corey, and his family now run the Living Kaurna Cultural Centre in Boothby, and when I visited there with the now Minister for Indigenous Affairs in 2022, Auntie Buster proudly showed us around, showed us the scar tree and the oven mounds for megafauna. Auntie Buster attended the National Apology to Stolen Generations by Prime Minister Kevin Rudd 15 years ago, and Corey tells me it was a very special moment for her. Auntie Buster died on the 12th of October 2022. Her favourite song, The Rose, was played at her funeral. She is survived by her partner Greg, her children Corey, Wayata and Ben, and grandchildren Tamikra, Isaiah, Tobias, Naisha, Aliyah, Callan, Jai, Ava, Macy, Braxton, Koa, Aria.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to update the House on the exciting progress of two really important intersection projects in my electorate, those at the Crossroad Fullerton Road and the Fullerton Road Glen Osmond Road, both funded by the previous government as part of our congestion busting initiatives. And I'm excited to say that both are very close to completion. The Crossroad Fullerton Road is now well through the major realignment surface works, and I appreciate all of the patient residents who have had to deal with some of the restrictions on that intersection over the last couple of weeks. It's for an important long-term benefit, and I know that everyone in that corner of my electorate understands that and is excited about that coming to fruition in the coming weeks. It's been a long and important project that we've spent nearly 2.5 years on from the announcement of that funding in the 2019 budget, and then, of course, significant consultation process. And I'm very excited that we're close to that being completed, and when equally just down the road at the Glen Osmond Fullerton Road intersection, that upgrade is completed, and that's a little further behind Crossroad Fullerton, but it's coming along and surface works are progressing. Then we're going to see a transformation of the traffic carrying capability of Fullerton Road. Benefits people well beyond my electorate of Sturt, but I'm very proud of that investment and that legacy of our government in busting congestion in the eastern suburbs.
Thank you, Member for McNamara.
Thank you. Today we delivered on our commitment to provide permanent protection to those who are on temporary protection visas and safe haven enterprise visas, exactly as we said we would. This will affect people who have lived under a shadow of uncertainty for too long and unnecessarily. The lives of 19,000 people already living in our community will change for the better. These people deserve the opportunity to participate in all aspects of Australian life and the Australian economy, and now they will. They can gain secure employment, grow businesses, more easily study, sponsor eligible family members to Australia and benefit from a pathway to Australian citizenship. This makes our community, our economy and our nation stronger. I received these words from an Iranian refugee named Aryan. Aryan has been in Australia since 2012 and runs a small business. He volunteers for an amazing organisation called Welcoming Australia, helping other refugee and migrant families. And he said this: "It's hard to put into words what this means. We came to Australia with so much hope for a safe and bright future. Instead, we were met with a decade of cruelty and limbo, unable to build our future here with any certainty. This change will gift a new life to so many people in our community, the opportunity for them to start their lives again. I'm glad we have people like Aryan in our community, and I'm glad to be part of a government that's given him and his family that opportunity. Australia at its best is strong, courageous and big-hearted, and this policy strives to be just that."
Thank you. Member for Deakin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're seeing now the outcome of Labor's ideological decision to abolish the cashless debit card. Last year we warned of the consequences. We foreshadowed the horror that is now the reality for so many vulnerable communities. By abolishing the cashless debit card, we knew there'd be a flood of alcohol and drugs into the communities of Ceduna, East Kimberley and the goldfields in WA, as well as Bundaberg and Hervey Bay in Queensland. At the time, in this place, I referred to it as a tsunami of trauma, and we're now seeing that unfold in those communities. There are a few times when you can say with so much certainty that unleashing alcohol into a vulnerable community will have such devastation. On the weekend, the journalist from The Australian, Ellen Winnett, reported on her recent visit to Ceduna, where since the government's decision to abolish the cashless debit card, there's been a spike in alcohol abuse, child neglect and reports on the ground, and I quote, of the absolute bedlam. Drinking on the foreshore has escalated and tourists are being driven away by people fighting and aggressively asking for money and cigarettes. Locals are being exposed to defecation in the streets, as well as in business areas, fighting in the streets, smashed bottles and general antisocial behaviour. Labor should feel ashamed for abolishing the cashless debit card, and we will continue to fight for it.
Give the call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in the House today to acknowledge the 15th anniversary of the apology to the stolen generations by former Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr Kevin Rudd. This significant and this powerful apology, delivered just down there at that box, recognised the atrocious and shameful policies of past governments that ostracised and that harmed our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. And this year, Australia will be presented with a choice, a unifying opportunity on the path to a reconciled nation. Australians of all walks of life will be asked whether they support First Nations recognition in our Constitution, acknowledging our Indigenous brothers and sisters as the original custodians of the land and culture that has continued to exist for over 60,000 years. Australians will also be asked to establish a voice to Parliament, a body to provide advice to government on areas and policy that will affect First Nations communities. So, as a Wiradjuri man living on Darkin Young country and speaking on the land of the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri, vote yes for reconciliation, vote yes for unity and vote yes for progress. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I give the call to the honourable member for Barker.
Mr Speaker, the annual Prime Minister's 11 versus Press Gallery cricket fixture for 2023 was played again on Sunday afternoon, the contest in which we of course play for the Peter Vaness Memorial Cup. Now, it won't come as any surprise to this place, but it's my obligation in any event to confirm that the politicians were again victorious. Special mention to Jake Horrocks for the gallery, who retired on 52 after a well-constructed innings, and to Joe Dawes, who we understand has taken the first ever hat-trick to take place in this contest, which of course is the longest-running fixture of any of the sporting contests that take place between members of the Parliament and the Fourth Estate. Mr Speaker, I'm disappointed that the captain of the Press 11, Andrew the Pot Plant Probyn, was not present with us in the chamber right now, but I understand I'm led to believe he's nursing a bruised ego after his solitary over went for a punishing 15 runs, which, I've got to say, turned the game distinctively in favour of the politicians, who were able to chase down the Press's 157 comfortably with 2 overs to spare. Mr Speaker, a great game played in the best of spirits, but importantly, that concluded the right way.
I give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge Auntie Robin up in the gallery today. I had the great pleasure of meeting her for the first time. She is, of course, the member for Robertson's magnificent mascot. She's been out in force during his election campaign, and I can't say I've met a prouder woman in this place. So, hi to you. But what I do want to talk about, Mr Speaker, is a stench that's wafting from the other side, from those opposite.
Have a shower, people. Have a shower.
It's the stench of hypocrisy. The audacity to come into this place and lecture us on how we aren't delivering on cost-of-living relief measures. You know, the member for Fadden conveniently forgets to remember that it was the member for Hume that was hiding under the sheets. It was the member for Hume that failed to tell people in this place, people of Australia, about the impending increases to the cost of energy. Mr Speaker, our government's come to this place and we've been delivering. We urged the Fair Work Commission to deliver significant increases on wages to the minimum wage, 5.2%, Mr Speaker. We delivered cheaper medicines, Mr Speaker. We've been delivering on real action on climate change and delivering cheaper electric vehicles to the people of Australia. Mr Speaker, we're delivering. Thank you very much.
Order. If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. And I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. For the information of the House, I present a revised list of the Shadow Ministry reflecting changes announced yesterday.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My questions to the Prime Minister. I refer to the government's decision to abolish temporary protection visas when Prime Minister Kevin Rudd took a similar decision in 2008. The result was more than 800 boats and 1,200 deaths at sea. Has the government received any warnings from agencies, officials, experts or foreign governments that this decision could lead to an increase in people smuggling arrivals?
Call the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Well, this government will continue to be tough on borders without being weak on humanity.
Order. Order. Members on my left.
No.
Order. The member for Page. The House will come to order. The Prime Minister is.
I hear an old slogan. It worked well for you last May. Worked well for you. Can I?
The member for Barker. Prime Minister will have to call.
Can I make this point, Mr Speaker, that temporary protection visas and those impacted by this had this decision of the government, which we went to an election and made clear we would do before the election, and which we have informed governments, and the Leader of the Opposition would be aware because I informed him that the Indonesian Defence and Foreign Ministers, for example, were here last week. We've made very clear what our intentions are. We've put in place appropriate measures. Australia's Operation Sovereign Borders policy architecture remains unchanged. We've continued to operate on that basis. What we have done, though, is to not leave people in limbo who have been in Australia for a decade or more. This only applies to people from 2013 or before. So what we have in terms of those people is that during the 9 years in which they were in office, the 9 years, not one of those people was sent back.
The member for Barker.
Not one. to Afghanistan or Iran, if they're arguing they should be sent back, and if only they'd have got a fourth term, they would have acted and sent them back, then they should stand up and argue that that's the case.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, the question went to whether the Prime Minister has received advice that this backflip in policy would result in more boats likely to come.
Order. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. The Prime Minister is in order. He is addressing the topic of the question. Order. Members on my right. The Minister for Early Childhood Education. The Prime Minister, in conclusion, will continue his answer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. We were very clear before the election. Very clear.
The
and
member
we're
for
doing
Deakin is warned.
Exactly what we told the Australian people we would do before the election, and we have a mandate for it.
Give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government responding to the inflation challenge in the economy and addressing any barriers to the government's plan?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for her question, but also for the time we spent at the Ashwood, Ashburton, Chadstone Public Tenants Group at the hub there at the Beresford Park Reserve in Chatty. I also know now, talking to the Minister for Infrastructure, she worked at the Priceline at Chatty when she was going through uni. But thank you to the member for her question. The member understands, as does this government, that the big pressure on Australians right now is cost of living pressure. The big challenge in our economy is inflation, and that's what makes it the biggest focus of the Albanese Labor government. Our plan to address the inflation challenge has three parts to it. It's about relief, it's about repair, and it's about restraint. Relief, when it's responsible to do that. Cost of living relief, repairing the broken supply chains that made inflation worse, and showing spending restraint in the budget as well. Now, a key feature, Mr Speaker, of the May budget will be direct energy bill relief for struggling households and small businesses. And some really welcome news over the weekend and on Friday, more evidence from the energy market and from the Reserve Bank that our energy plan is taking the pressure off inflation by taking some of the sting out of these high energy prices. Now, the Reserve Bank's statement on Friday also reported that supply-side shocks account for at least half and as much as three-quarters of the inflation in our economy. And that's why the second part of our plan, repairing broken supply chains, is so critical. It's why we're addressing labour and skills shortages with fee-free TAFE and more uni places. It's why we're investing in cleaner and cheaper and more reliable energy. And it's why we're bringing in the National Reconstruction Fund to broaden and deepen our industrial base, to make our economy more resilient and self-sufficient, and to secure the high-wage, high-skilled jobs of the future. Now, it's not at all surprising, Mr Speaker, but it is disappointing that those opposite are standing in the way of so much of our economic plan. Especially disappointing because, having been so much of the problem over the past decade and contributing to this inflation challenge, they're now voting against the solutions. By voting against our energy plan, they are voting for even higher power prices and even higher inflation. By voting against a more resilient manufacturing sector, they are voting for even higher inflation for longer. And by voting against more affordable housing, they are voting for even higher inflation for even longer. Now, the Australian people are already paying a hefty enough price for the wasted decade of missed opportunities and messed-up economic priorities of those opposite. Our job on this side of the House is to engage in the right and responsible economic plan, which is all about relief and repair and restraint in the budget. That's our job, and we will continue to do it.
Give the call to the honourable member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the fact that this Prime Minister has spent decades as an activist seeking to change Labor policy on border protection, including campaigning against boat turnbacks, offshore processing and temporary protection visas. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that he's not received any advice that the government's watering down of Operation Sovereign Borders is likely to result in more people smuggling arrivals?
Order. Members on my right, there is far too much noise. The Minister for Home Affairs will cease interjecting. There is far too much noise in the chamber. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
I can guarantee that we will implement the precise policy which we took to the election. The precise policy, which is the policy that I support because I'm the leader. And we took it to the election.
Order.
And I haven't seen the need to swear myself in to other portfolios. Because when you lead your party to an election and win, as we did last May, you implement the policies that you put in place, and you don't run round and undermine your ministers like your leader did to you when you were the minister. I can also guarantee that we won't be sending out shonky text messages on the date of the next election.
The order. The House will come to order so I can hear the member for Hume, so I can hear from the member for Boothby, and I'll give her the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to create manufacturing jobs, and what challenges is it facing?
Good question.
Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you very much to the member for that question, who comes from South Australia. South Australians get it. 7,000 or close to 7,000 manufacturing firms there. They want to see Australia be a country that makes things because they recognise the huge job impact and boost that comes from that. Secure, long-term, strong jobs that come out of manufacturing. And there couldn't be an even greater point in time where we need to see this happen, where we need to rebuild manufacturing capability. The Treasurer indicated to the House the contribution of supply-side shocks to inflation happened under their watch, didn't do anything concrete about it, and at the point that we want to do something about it through a National Reconstruction Fund, what's the first thing they say? No. No to jobs, no to opportunity, no to growth, no to, in particular, people in the regions being able to have a chance to be involved. We said we would introduce a National Reconstruction Fund. We said it was important. We're getting on with the job of doing just that. Australia should be a country that makes things. It should be able to create jobs in our regions and our outer suburbs, and particularly ensure that Australians in those parts of our country will benefit from sustainable economic growth and have access to those jobs. And by the way, we want to create jobs in Aston, in Braddon, in Lindsay, in Casey, in Wide Bay, all the places that those opposite are denying us the chance and saying we should not have a fund that helps support regional manufacturers. I mean, they're prepared to dress in the high vis, they're never prepared to back it. Never ever prepared to back manufacturing workers and their businesses, content to do what they always do, which is to say no. We see a country, we have hope and we have belief that firms that need access to that capital, that want to be able to grow, we want to make sure that those firms never feel like they have to leave our shores to get support. We know that they deserve to get support. Mining science technology, food processing, transport manufacturing, medical devices and vaccines, renewables and low emissions technology, defence, all these areas that we see that activity that contribute to longer-term economic growth, deal with our supply-side challenges, create jobs. All very important. But again, on this side about made in Australia, that side made overseas. That's what they're all about. We're about building capability. They're about making sure we're continually dependent on overseas supply chains. We know we can do better, and we will.
Before I call the member for Wentworth, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation from the Austria-Australia Bilateral Parliamentary Group, led by Group Chair Dr Reinhold Lopatka from the Parliament of Australia. On behalf of the House, I extend a very warm welcome to you all. I'm also pleased to advise the House that the Honourable Peter Garrett AM, former Minister for the Environment, Heritage and the Arts, and member for Kingston Smith, is also joining us today. I give the call to the Honourable Member for Wentworth.
My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Today, 19,000 refugees received the wonderful news that they would be granted permanent protection in Australia. However, a further 12,000 were not covered by this announcement. Some instead were covered by a failed fast-track program. These people have lived here for a decade. They're contributing to our society, and they are some of the most vulnerable in our community, including women from Afghanistan and Iran. What is their pathway to permanent protection?
I give the call to the Minister.
The member for Wentworth for her question, and indeed her interest, which she's demonstrated consistently since coming to this place on these issues of people seeking asylum and, frankly, how we can be a nation that shows our better side to the world, and indeed in this place shows a way in which we can work through difficult policy questions in a manner that is worthy of the Australian people and their innate decency. I do want to make a couple of points in response to her question, though. Firstly, as the Prime Minister has made very clear, what we have announced today is a statement that gives effect to a long-standing commitment, a commitment for which the Albanese Labor government has a clear mandate from the Australian people to recognise that this group of people, and as members opposite well know, this is the group of people who arrived long before, or before, I should say, Operation Sovereign Borders, and they should perhaps reflect that in some of their commentary if they are to act responsibly in our national interest, in our shared interest in ensuring that our border remains secure. I say that to members opposite. But what our announcement does is it does contemplate the circumstances of all people in this cohort. It does do that, and I know that I'll be briefing the member for Wentworth and other members of the crossbench on the details of this announcement later today. But let me say this. We contemplate the circumstances of all these people, including a large number 10 years on who are yet to have a primary decision, in a manner that is consistent with due process, but fundamentally comes back to this. We believe that it's people who are ultimately found to have been owed protection that should be able to access this pathway.
Give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How will the National Reconstruction Fund boost the Australian economy and help us to make our future here?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Dunkley for her question and for her support for manufacturing jobs in her electorate and in the other suburbs around eastern and southeastern Melbourne. On Saturday night, I attended with Minister Husic and with the Trade Minister, Don Farrell, the Food and Beverage Manufacturing Council annual function. It was held in Sydney. And one of the things that occurred all night was there was a queue of people to just ask, why is it that this is controversial? Why is it that the idea of establishing a National Reconstruction Fund of $15 billion to support Australian industry, to support Australian jobs across the food and agricultural sector, across defence, across renewables, across critical minerals, across all of these areas. Why is this the subject of division in this place? And it is a bit beyond me, because one of the lessons of the pandemic is that we need to be more self-reliant. We need to be more resilient. We're vulnerable when we don't have what we need here or don't have the capacity to stand on our own and make things here. And that's why we went to the election committed to the National Reconstruction Fund. It's been supported by all of those industry bodies and by the peak business organisations. It's a simple principle. Australia has benefited over the years and will continue to do so from sending our resources overseas. We have an abundance of them, and that gives us revenue. But where possible, isn't it smarter to value add here, to create jobs here, to build capacity here, to get that income and greater economic return for the products that we have. And we know that in a range of areas, including everything that goes into a battery, nickel, lithium, copper, we have it in abundance here, some of the most abundant supplies in the world. And that's why the NRF has such broad support. An independent board will have oversight, just like the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and it will produce a return to government. So it's also good economics. But those opposite are opposing it. They're saying no to secure jobs, no to Australian manufacturing, no to new industries, no to a future made here. Negativity and obstruction just for the sake of it. Well, business big and small all support this. On Saturday night, they asked me to send a message to this parliament, and I committed to do so, that they should get on board, get out of the way and support the National Reconstruction Fund legislation that's before this parliament and support manufacturing here.
Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The IMF has expressly warned against Labor's $45 billion in off-budget spending because it will lead to higher inflation, which of course pushes interest rates up. Given the typical Australian mortgage has already increased by $1,400 a month under Labor, why is the Prime Minister ignoring the experts and implementing policies that will push these costs up even higher? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Give the call to order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Deputy Leader for her question that goes to why is it that the Labor government is fulfilling the mandate that we received last May to establish a series of funds to make a difference to our country. Now, the National Reconstruction Fund and what it will do to benefit the economy. If you have a product that I spoke about before, lithium, you can put it on a ship, export it off, wait for it to be made into a product of a battery, or everything that goes into a solar panel is also, of course, produced here. We can import it back, and take solar panels as a good example. Currently over 85% of the world's solar panels are produced in one country. If things continue to project, that figure will rise to over 95% in a decade. Now, if you think about the role that renewables plays and how vulnerable that makes the world to supply chains, it makes absolute economic sense for us to, where possible, make products like that here. It's a matter not just of creating jobs here. It's a matter not just of creating higher economic growth here. It's also a matter of our national security and our resilience, our capacity to stand up for ourselves. And that's why we support the National Reconstruction Fund with $15 billion in it. We also have legislation before the House on our Housing Australia Future Fund. Both of those policies announced in budget reply speeches at a time where opposition leaders used to come out with policy. Both of those announced, both of those taken to an election, and both of those that we got a mandate for. Now that will produce an increased supply of housing. Now, when you build housing, you create jobs, you create economic activity.
The Prime Minister will pause. Order. I will hear from the Deputy Leader.
The IMF comments that were the subject of the question.
All right,
the
resume
IMF
your seat. The question was about the Prime Minister's budget and spending, and he is being relevant to the question. I remind him there was another part of the question, and he's entitled to answer the question in the last 50 seconds. I'll give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The Housing Australia Future Fund will not only produce increased social housing, 4,000 of those homes is reserved for women and children escaping domestic violence. Good social policy. Because last night and tonight and the next night, women and children searching a safe haven from a circumstance not of their arising will be forced to sleep in their car or in a park, or worse still, return to a dangerous situation. That's why we identified this as a major issue. This is about building our national economic resilience. This should be policies that those opposite support. We have a clear mandate for them, and we clearly will continue to support them.
Order. I give the call to the member for Fraser.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How are the Australian people paying for the inaction over the last 10 years of the former government when it comes to national security? What are the consequences for the government and the nation?
Order. Order. Members on my right. The House will come to order immediately. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, I just direct your attention to the parts of the standing orders that go to what questions may be asked about, matters for which ministers are responsible. That question was about nothing other than the activities of the previous government, which are not things that this minister is responsible for.
The question. I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Minister for Defence. Mr Speaker, the question goes directly to challenges but now being faced by the Australian people and what are the consequences for the government. That's entirely a policy question for a minister.
The Deputy Prime Minister is also the Minister for Defence. This question relates directly to his portfolio, in particular the areas of national security that he has responsibility for. I'll listen to his answer carefully and I'll give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence.
Well, can I thank the member for his question. Mr Speaker, the opposition's opposition to the National Reconstruction Fund makes completely plain that the coalition is opposed to Australian manufacturing and that they have an utter indifference to Australia being a country which makes things. But making things matters, particularly when it comes to national security. Now, the Albanese government is committed to Australia developing the capacity right here to build the next generation of nuclear-powered submarines in Adelaide. But what that will require initially is, over the next 5 years, an additional 2,000 skilled workers being trained. And this is a massive challenge. But once again, the country has been held back by the lost decade of those opposite. Now, when the coalition looked at this challenge, their response was to establish the Naval Shipbuilding College. This was an initiative which cost $114 million, and it resulted in precisely 203 jobs being placed. Now, there are lots of ways in which you can look at that number. That's more than $500,000 per placement. Over a 5-year period, that's about 40 jobs a year. Or looked at another way, given they had 7 different defence ministers, it's about 29 placements for each of them. But whichever way you look at it, it is woefully inadequate, because we need to train 2,000 workers over the next 5 years. Over the last 5 years, they trained just 200. This is another example of the yawning gap between their announcement and their delivery. Highly productive when it came to fanfare, completely hopeless when it came to outcome. All about the halftime entertainment, never about the game. And everyone should be completely aware that the legacy of those opposite, when it comes to defence, is 28 different defence programs running a total of 97 years over time. Coming out of the Jobs and Skills Summit last year, the Albanese government established a task force with the South Australian government so that we can have complete alignment between both tiers of government about the training investments required to generate the skilled workers that we will need for the future. Because on this side of the House, we understand one of the great things about manufacturing is the high-skilled, high-paid jobs that it generates. And we also understand that the thousands of future naval shipbuilders will be for this country a great strategic national asset.
Order. When the House is silent, the Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting, so I can hear from the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In May last year, in response to a single rate rise, the Prime Minister said Australians were facing a full-blown cost of living crisis. Given that the RBA has lifted rates 8 times since May, will the Prime Minister now accept responsibility for a cost of living crisis on his watch? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. I agree with the bloke who said it's very clear the world has changed dramatically even in the past few months. We've seen a rapid shift to an inflationary environment. Interest rates are bucking decades of downward trends. He said that in September. He said that in September. I agree with my predecessor. He said there's not a lot we can do about things that are happening overseas that are impacting on our economy. The predecessor and his leader currently said nobody wants to see interest rates go up, but it's a reality of a world where there's inflation. I think Australians understand that. There's a lot of pressure, upward pressure, on interest rates at the moment. That happened when interest rates started to go up, which was on their watch.
Order. I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How will the National Reconstruction Fund help Australia's status as a renewable energy superpower, and how has it been received? How does this build on existing programs to support investment in renewable and clean energy?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he knows that there is no bigger important city to Australia's manufacturing future than Melbourne and the suburbs of Melbourne. And he also knows that the National Reconstruction Fund will be key to ensuring that the world's climate emergency is Australia's jobs opportunity. And that's perhaps why the creation of the National Reconstruction Fund has been supported by the Energy Efficiency Council, the Smart Energy Council, the Electric Vehicle Council and Origin Energy, who have all explicitly supported the policy. And the honourable member also asked me how the National Reconstruction Fund will build on other agencies and policies. And there is no more important example than the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, Mr Speaker, which has been so important in Australia's development of renewable energy industries and is now the world's largest green bank, the world's most successful and largest green bank. And that's very important. It's also important because, as the Minister for Industry has pointed out, he has based the design of the National Reconstruction Fund on the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which is very important. And it's also relevant because the same arguments that are being used by the only group to oppose the National Reconstruction Fund, which is the Liberal and National Party, were the arguments they used to oppose the Clean Energy Finance Corporation 10 years ago. Exactly the same records on repeat, Mr Speaker. If you look at what they said at the time, the member for Bradfield said 10 years ago, Mr Speaker,
Order.
He said in his house
the minister will resume his seat. The minister will resume his seat. I think I know what the manager is going to say, and I'll hear from him right now.
Mr Speaker, it is on relevance. I will concede it was a tightly drafted question. How is this program helping Australia's status as a renewable energy superpower?
Yes.
How has it been received? How has it built on existing achievements? Absolutely nothing about would the minister please give his usual incoherent spray against the track record of the previous government.
Resume your seat. The question also says, how does this build on existing programs? So the minister can be relevant to refer to the former government, but ask him not to make that the central part of his answer, and I give him the call.
Just trying to quote a bloke, Mr Speaker. The member for Bradfield said about the CEFC, it is extraordinarily difficult to understand how anyone could imagine that this is going to be anything other than a spectacular financial disaster. That's what he said 10 years ago. He's nodding. He's nodding. And they say the same thing today. So devoid of imagination are they? They say the same thing today about the National Reconstruction Fund. Now, the CEFC has invested $11.7 billion in projects worth $42 billion. Every dollar the CEFC has invested has leveraged $2.6 of private sector investment. It's created thousands of jobs, 5.2 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity and reduced emissions by 240 million tonnes. But apart from that, it's been an utter disaster, Mr Speaker, a complete disaster. The member for Bradfield had a point. This is what you get when you have an opposition so devoid of their own ideas, so devoid of a constructive approach, so devoid of acting in the national interest that they just opposed, Mr Speaker. They opposed it 10 years ago. They tried for years to abolish it. They tried for years and years to abolish it, and they failed. And now they're trying to stop the next phase, the National Reconstruction Fund. This is what you get, Mr Speaker, when you have a Leader of the Opposition who's all opposition and no leader.
Order. Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to Labor's first round of the mobile phone black spots program, open this month in 54 target locations. Why is it that 74% of these target locations are in Labor Party-held electorates? How is this fair and accountable for bushfire-prone communities across regional Australia desperate for better mobile coverage?
The House will come to order. There's far too much order. I could not hear one part of that question. There was so much noise. I'd ask the Leader to return to the question containing in the question, and I'll give him the call now.
Really
I'd like him to be heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to Labor's first round of the mobile phone black spots program, open this month in 54 target locations. Why is it that 74% of these target locations are in Labor Party-held electorates? How is this fair and accountable for bushfire-prone communities across regional Australia desperate for better mobile coverage?
All right. Order. The Leader was heard in silence. The Prime Minister will be given the same courtesy. Members on my right.
Well,
I call the Prime Minister.
I will ask the Minister for Communications to add to the answer, but I should give credit where credit's due to the Minister for Energy, who suggested I should give you both barrel arrows on that question. because
Prime Minister,
frankly,
return to the question.
Frankly, to the Leader of the National Party, to come in here and ask a question about pork barrelling when the fund that was half funded by the federal government and half funded by the New South Wales government, when the Leader of the National Party in New South Wales sat down and changed the rules and changed the guidelines so that the bushfire-affected communities in the electorate of Macquarie got money taken away from them, and they looked at the colour-coded map.
The member for Petrie.
The colour-coded map to exclude Labor
The Leader of the
seats.
Nationals.
What a disgrace! From the National
The Leader of the
Party,
Nationals is
the
warned.
party of sports rights, the party of community safety rights, the party that.
The member for Groom will cease his
When
objecting.
I walk Toto sometimes.
He doesn't like Toto.
Order. The Prime Minister will just pause a moment. Order. There is far too much noise coming from my right. If this continues, I'm issuing a general warning. People will leave the chamber for disorderly conduct. I can't be clearer than that. I hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Speaker, on relevance, a very targeted question about the Mobile Black Spots program, a Commonwealth Government program. It is no answer to that to refer to completely unrelated programs.
The part the Prime Minister— well, order. Members on my left, I'm trying to rule on the point of order. The Prime Minister will continue his answer.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister for Regional Development.
But the extraordinary gall of the Leader of the National Party to ask this question. I mean, yeah, I sometimes go.
Order.
Tell us why. Because when you go for a walk near the Sydney Harbour Bridge past North Sydney Pool, you pass a project that was funded under the regional scheme because some people from the country might swim in it sometimes. I mean, you have got to
Members
be kidding.
on my left.
You have
The
got
Leader of the
to be
Nationals is
kidding.
on a warning. If he continues, he'll leave the chamber.
The rounds, of course, that we did are about election commitments that were made.
And now they're open.
That were made, and now they're open. That's what occurs. That's what occurs. That is why it's happened in this way. But for the Leader of the National Party, who I know is embarrassed by the performance of the New South Wales Nats, to ask this question is just extraordinary.
Order. The House will come to order so I can hear from the member for McEwen.
To the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is the Housing Australia Future Fund help get more Australians into homes, and how has it been received?
Can I give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and the Minister for Homelessness?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I want to thank the member for McEwen for his important question, and because he knows that across our country the dream of a secure home becomes so much harder. It's become harder for Australians to buy a home, harder for Australians to rent a home, and indeed harder for people to find somewhere safe and secure to call home. But, Mr Speaker, these problems didn't emerge overnight. After almost a decade of little action from those opposite, we've added to the housing affordability challenges in this country. But of course the Albanese Labor government was elected with a plan to tackle these challenges. And last week I introduced our legislation to deliver on our election commitments to ensure more Australians have a safe, affordable place to call home. The $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund is the single biggest investment by a federal government in social and affordable housing in almost a decade. Returns from this fund will be there in perpetuity to invest in more homes for Australians that need it most. A commitment to build 20,000 new social homes and 10,000 affordable homes in the first 5 years of the fund. And as the Prime Minister has pointed out, 4,000 of those homes will be for women and children fleeing family violence and older women at risk of homelessness. It will also provide $200 million for improvements to housing in remote Indigenous communities. $100 million for crisis and transitional accommodation for older women and children leaving family and domestic violence. It will also include $30 million to build housing and fund specialist services for veterans who are experiencing homelessness. This will make a real difference to people's lives. It will provide real relief for those that need it most. But of course, what have we heard? Most Australians would expect people in this place to support more social and affordable housing. But of course we're hearing that that is not the case. Indeed, we're hearing that some would be coming into here to vote no to building more homes for women and children fleeing family violence. That people would be coming in here and voting no for building more homes for veterans that are homeless. Indeed, they would be coming into this place and voting no for people in need today, right across the country, people in our cities and in our regional towns. Australians are already paying the price for almost a decade of little action from those opposite on housing. These Australians cannot afford for us to waste another day.
Order. Just reminding the member for Deakin and the member Barker they are both warned if they interject one more time, they'll be leaving the chamber. Give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
My question is to the Treasurer. People in my electorate of Brisbane are struggling to see a doctor as the number of bulk billing GPs in my community plummets. Treasurer, will you scrap the $250 billion Stage 3 tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the wealthy, including politicians and pretty much everyone in this room, and assist people with real cost of living relief, such as boosting GP bulk billing payments and bringing dental into Medicare?
The member for Moreton will cease interjecting. The Treasurer has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Brisbane for his question. As the member knows, the government's position on Stage 3 tax cuts hasn't changed, but what we will do is we will pick up and run with the two other suggestions central to his question. I want to commend the Minister for Health for the work that he is doing in our Cabinet and in our government to do whatever we can to strengthen Medicare. We understand that primary health care is in the worst nick that it's been in since Medicare came in 40 years ago. And so a lot of the government's efforts, a lot of the government's time, a lot of the government's resources is working under the leadership of the Minister for Health to strengthen Medicare and strengthen health care in this country. And as we have said before, we have already set aside substantial funds for that task, and if there's more that we can responsibly do in this area, obviously we will consider doing it. And when it comes to the rest of the member's question about cost of living relief, we understand that Australians, whether it be in Brisbane, in your part of the world or right around the country, people are under pressure. And that's why a central part of our three-point plan to address inflation is relief, cost of living relief for people doing it tough, whether it be their energy bills, whether it be their medicines, whether it be early childhood education, whether it be fee-free TAFE, whether it gets wages moving again. These are all essential parts of the government's work to try and put downward pressure on inflation, because people are faring. It's very difficult for people in the economy right now when we've got these cost of living pressures coming at us from around the world but felt around the kitchen table. And so this government will work with anyone in this country and on the crossbench to deliver responsible cost of living relief as part of that three-point plan, relief from cost of living pressures, repair our supply chains and show restraint in the budget so that we can deliver some of these priorities in the most responsible way.
Give the call to the honourable member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Northern Australia. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting communities impacted by flooding across Western Australia's Kimberley region? Why is it essential that this support be needs-based?
Give the call to the Minister for Northern Australia and Minister for Resources.
No worries. Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Pearce for her great question today. Mr Speaker, earlier this month I went to the remote Western Australian town of Fitzroy Crossing. I was accompanied by the member for Durack to meet with members of the local community recovering from the devastating floods caused by ex-tropical cyclone Ellie. The damage that has been done to crucial infrastructure and homes in the region is very significant. The floods devastated families, disrupted businesses and supply chains and has sorely tested community resilience. We've all seen those terrible images of a very broken Fitzroy River bridge that once crossed the Fitzroy River. Importantly, this government acted very quickly through the Minister for Transport, Minister Catherine King, to change heavy vehicle access for road trains to ensure the freight of food and essential supplies kept moving to north-western Australia. And I want to acknowledge and thank Senator Glenn Sterle. There is no greater advocate in this whole building of advocacy for trucks and truckies and the freight industry as a whole. What we do know is that essential supplies to Fitzroy Crossing and to the Kimberley require a detour of 7,400 kilometres. It's an extraordinary detour, and that's why it's important we make sure those road trains can be as big as they possibly can safely and carry as much as they can, all delivered by Aussie truckies. This government continues to work closely with the WA government to support the ongoing recovery. I want to acknowledge the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator Watt, and his team for all they are doing to help those in Fitzroy Crossing and other affected areas like Derby and Broome. Commonwealth support is available for those in natural disaster-impacted communities through the $1,000 Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and income subsidies through the Disaster Recovery Allowance. National Emergency Management Agency officers have been deployed to Western Australia to work with the WA Department of Fire and Emergency Services and with the local council in Derby, West Kimberley. And further, NEMA personnel have been on the ground in Fitzroy Crossing assessing the damage with the local communities and also with DFES and WA Main Roads. NEMA is working very closely with the National Indigenous Australians Agency to identify recovery needs at the community level. We know that traditional owners need to be part of the conversation on how we support those communities to recover and rebuild with resilience. And these must be in ways that are culturally appropriate and, of course, needs-based. Services Australia have deployed extra staff as well, going to that remote region, and they have served admirably as they had to relocate to a new office when their office was significantly damaged. And I want to thank the local services manager, Zara, who the member for Durack and I visited, and her whole team for all their work they're doing with the community to ensure people are well supported through this disaster.
Has concluded. Give a call to the member for Hughes.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Back in December, when the government recalled Parliament to pass its energy market intervention, it promised direct relief to the energy bills of millions of Australians. 3 months later, nothing has been delivered. And last Friday, the New South Wales government said it is yet to receive the support it was promised from the Albanese government. Why has this relief not been delivered?
The member will resume his seat for a moment. I cannot hear. There's far too much interjection from ministers to my right. I need to be able to hear the question, so I'm asking for silence. And I'm going to, out of courtesy, give the call to the honourable member for Hughes again. I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Prime Minister, why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'll call the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Hughes for her question. It goes to two issues. One issue is the attitude of the New South Wales government towards these our plan that passed the parliament in December, and the second is what about relief? Well, the member for Hughes was amongst those who voted against the $1.5 billion, voted against it, wanted it never, ever to be received.
Member for Broome will cease interjecting.
And,
order.
And when it comes to the New South Wales government, the New South Wales Treasurer and Energy Minister said this: "We're not on the side of energy bosses, we're on the side of consumers and businesses." Who was he talking about was on the side of energy bosses rather than consumers and businesses? Those opposite, who voted against the plan, voted against price caps that are already having an impact on prices, as was identified last week.
The member for Bowman. Give the call to the member for Hasluck.
To the Minister for Defence Personnel. What support has been provided by the Australian Defence Force to support natural disasters that have occurred over this summer, and how is that support prioritised?
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my friend the member for Hasluck for her important question. And I know she'll be pleased to know that many reservists who participated in assisting with the floods in WA's north were from 13 Brigade, the brigade that the member for Hasluck has supported through her work as a member of the 109 Signal Squadron. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the hundreds of defence personnel and reservists who sacrificed their summer breaks to support their fellow Australians when they needed it most. There is still flooding throughout northern, western and central Queensland, with some local resupply disruptions continuing. Flooding is forecast to continue to impact the Darling River communities in coming weeks as water continues to move downstream. Meanwhile, flooding has peaked and is slowly beginning to fall along the length of South Australia's River Murray. The House, of course, will be aware of the unprecedented flood damage caused by ex-tropical cyclone Ellie as it continues to impact parts of the Kimberley region of Western Australia. Through Operation Flood Assist, our ADF personnel have helped with sandbagging, levee construction, evacuation support, transport and logistics, clean-up support and air traffic control. In just the last 5 weeks, up to 275 ADF full-time and reservist personnel at a time worked hand-in-hand with the Western Australian Departments of Fire and Emergency Services and of Communities to ensure that people from remote and regional communities were relocated from floodwaters, helping more than 1,200 people. I thank both the member for Durack and Senator Dodson for their advocacy for their communities throughout the flood emergencies. They both joined me on the ground in Broome to receive briefings on the work of the ADF in the flood efforts and to thank them for their work. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister, the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Northern Australia, who joined the Premier of Western Australia, the WA Minister for Emergency Services and WA Minister for Community Services, who have all visited the flood zones. Thank you for your support for the communities of WA's northwest. Defence remains responsive to changing requirements and remains ready to respond to requests for assistance around Australia. And I'd like to remind Western Australians in Broome, Derby West Kimberley, Wyndham East Kimberley and Halls Creek, you are eligible for assistance under Commonwealth State Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements. Services Australia staff are on the ground in Fitzroy Crossing and Broome to ensure people get the assistance that they need. I'd like to remind those communities in the north of WA that under the Albanese Labor government, we don't believe that it's your postcode that should determine your access to disaster support, but your need. When communities need help, we will make sure that that happens.
Good job.
On indulgent, briefly, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, on indulgence, I want to, on behalf of the Coalition, thank the men and women of the Australian Defence Force for the tireless effort over many events from the east to the west, from the top of our country to the furthest point south. They are there in the hour of need, and as the Minister rightly points out, they will go to the aid of Australians. They will provide logistic support. They will help in the recovery and in the rebuild, as we've seen in various floods and natural disasters around the country. I want to pay tribute to all of those who spend time away from their families. And if you join the Australian Defence Force, you're there to protect and to defend our country. It's not their first call or first preference to be deployed on some of these operations, and we're respectful of that. But they do lend a very significant hand. They provide a lot of support to those communities, and we would work very closely with the government. There's still the outstanding issue of medal recognition for those in relation to recent deployments. We very strongly support the awarding of that medal. It would send a very clear message to them and to their families for the sacrifice that they've made in our country's name, and we would be very willing to entertain those discussions with the government.
Call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Industry and Science. The stacking of Commonwealth government boards and entities with party-friendly appointments has become all too common and undermines the very foundations of our democracy. The National Reconstruction Fund bill proposes the establishment of a board that will oversee the disbursement of $15 billion. But the relevant ministers are set to appoint all the board members themselves. How can the minister assure the Australian people that this board will be truly independent of government?
Order. The member for Longman. Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you,
Order.
Speaker.
Members on my left.
I just want to thank the member for Mackellar. I appreciate not only the question, but for the entire crossbench, if I may say, the constructive way in which you've worked with us on this. We think this is a moment for nation building. The National Reconstruction Fund is a significant investment in capability, and we want people to feel like they've got a part to play in setting this up for the longer term, because it will be important for the economy and for communities well into the future. So it is important to be able to take those factors. We're not going to agree on everything, obviously, but people expect that the parliament will work collaboratively, which is exactly what is happening from there. Not from here, but certainly from there. And if I may say to the member for Mackellar, there were two big motivations in terms of setting the fund up. One was obviously to attend to those supply chain issues, to learn the lessons from the pandemic, not to say that we've picked those lessons up and then do nothing afterwards, but rather rebuild capability in those priority areas. And the second thing, member for Mackellar, that we wanted to ensure is that we saw in the last term of parliament huge amounts of money be allocated, not in the national interest, but in political interest. You saw the grants, you saw the rewards. We were all shocked by that, and we wanted to do better. So this is why we announced, and particularly the Prime Minister, when this was announced in March last year, emphasised the independence of the board, that these decisions would be made in a way that would be independent of political decision-making, and that you'd have people of capability making it. And if I can go to the heart of your question, we want to make sure that all the investment decisions of the NRF will be solely made by the board. And in terms of the composition that you referred to, the legislation has listed skills that we think the two responsible ministers, myself and the Minister for Finance, have to have regard to in making the appointments. Experience in things like banking and finance, venture capital, private equity, economics, industry policy, have that industrial background that is really important. And just like the successful CFC opposed by those opposite, we want to make sure that the NRF operates along those lines, where decisions made in the national interest, not a colour-coded spreadsheet in sight, not the way that they made them. We want to make sure that these decisions get made in the national interest for the longer-term benefit of the country, rebuilding manufacturing, creating jobs. Unlike those opposite, no to jobs, no to manufacturing, no to regional opportunity. They love dressing in the high-vis, but they never back the workers who actually wear it. Never there. And all those people who profess manufacturing will need to account for their failure to support it properly.
Has concluded. Order. Give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government working to improve transparency and accountability in the aged care sector after nearly a decade of rampant neglect?
I give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for his question. With almost 10,000 people over the age of 65 in his electorate, I know that lifting the standard of aged care is a priority for him, and I thank him for his advocacy. The Albanese government is committed to the delivery of safe and high-quality aged care. No older person should have to experience substandard aged care. But you can't improve what you can't measure, and that is why we are shining a light on aged care services that are not meeting standards or community expectations. Australians have the right to know, and that is why in December the Albanese government delivered a key recommendation of the Royal Commission when we delivered star ratings, so that older people and their families have greater information and greater choice. Star ratings provide a nationally consistent benchmark to monitor, compare and improve residential aged care services, and we are working with providers to improve their ratings. The fact that almost 1 in 10 residential aged care homes have either a 1- or 2-star rating shows that after 9 years of neglect, there is a lot of work for us to do to reform aged care. On a number of fronts, Mr Speaker, because the opposition, as we know, did not want the problems in aged care highlighted when they were in charge. But I was surprised to find out that on the day that we released star ratings, that they didn't want the problems in aged care highlighted even on our watch. On the day that we delivered star ratings, the opposition called for them to be torn down. They would not know transparency if they were looking through a window, Mr Speaker, not even when it's on our watch, when we are charged with fixing it. Mr Speaker, transparency is not a bad thing. It's not a forbidden word like those on the other side of the House would have you believe. Transparency also lets you highlight the good work that is happening by hard-working people who are doing their utmost to lift the standard of care in aged care in this country. And since the release of star ratings, I have visited 15 aged care homes from the Sunshine Coast to regional Queensland to Tasmania, and in my own electorate of Lilly. I'm proudly the representative of 2 5-star homes in Lilly. And I talked to the aged care workers in each of those 15 homes about the components of the star ratings and the work that they did to achieve them. Sam at Lutheran Services Salem Aged Care, a 4-star facility in Toowoomba, runs the Happy Table project, which is about creating a restaurant-like experience, and he works with a dietitian to make sure residents are nourished properly. Bowder Care in Nambour is a 5-star facility, and talking with workers and CEO Helen Sharpley there, it is clear why. By requiring transparency, we showcase standards of care the sector can aspire to. I commend all these facilities for being ambitious for aged care like we are.
Give the call to the honourable member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to the report from the St Vincent de Paul Society showing that combined gas and electricity bills for the average Victorian household have soared above $4,000 in parts of Victoria, including in my electorate of Gippsland. And average household gas bills will increase by about $675 or 45% this year. Why have these households still not seen any relief? Prime Minister, why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister. Order. The House will come to order.
I thank the member for Gippsland for his question, and I congratulate him on his re-elevation back to the front bench. Back to the front bench. Now, I'm not sure if the member for Gippsland was here in December, because he did represent Australia very well with the member for Dunkley, I know, at the United Nations, and he wants to go back, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. And if I sat with a mob who voted against cheaper prices, I'd want to go back too. I'd want to go back too, Mr. Speaker. But this is what the Reserve Bank of Australia put out last week about gas prices. Wholesale electricity and gas prices declined in response to the announcement of the temporary price caps on domestic gas and thermal coal in the Energy Price Relief Plan on 9 December 2022. Futures markets now suggest that wholesale electricity and gas prices will be lower in 2023 and 2024 than previously expected. That is exactly what the Reserve Bank of Australia said last year. It's a pity that those opposite voted against that measure.
The Prime Minister will take a break. I think the Prime Minister's concluded his answer. I give the call to the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Government Services. What has the Royal Commission into Robodebt uncovered in relation to warnings of the Robodebt scheme's unlawfulness?
Give the call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for Cunningham for her question.
Order.
Madeleine Masterton appeared as a witness in the Royal Commission with Victorian Legal Aid on the 31st of October last year. For the record, she's a clinical research nurse, a credentialed diabetes educator. She's attained a Masters of Nursing Society, University of Melbourne, a Bachelor of Arts, University of Western Australia, a grad certificate in diabetes education, Deakin University. She worked part-time during attaining these degrees and intermittently received modest Centrelink payments. She's also, although it doesn't go on her CV, a victim of the previous government's unlawful Robodebt scheme. She received her illegal Robodebt letter in mid-2018. She eventually rang Victorian Legal Aid, who supported her in an action against the government. To stop her, on the 27th of March 2019, the government received the Masterton advice, Exhibit 21731, which I hold in my hand. Now, this advice only came to light because of the Royal Commission. Senate inquirers were unable to get this advice. There's another example that without the Royal Commission, which those opposite opposed, we wouldn't know what I'm about to tell you. The advice said the applicant would have good prospects of succeeding in a claim for relief on the basis the use of the apportioned ATO data will not establish that she owed a debt under the Act. Now, magically, as happened on 76 other occasions, the government recalculated the debt down to zero when someone took them to court. But the Masterton case had wider-ranging implications for the scheme as a whole. The advice further notes, and I quote, "It's clear from the above. Our analysis suggests that there are wider legal risks involved in the Commonwealth solely using apportioned data to determine whether a debt is owed to the Commonwealth in relation to the payment of social security dependent on a fortnightly income test." The government were told, the former coalition government were told unequivocally, you've got a problem with this scheme. They were unequivocally told on many occasions But in this case, with the Marsden device, which the former government, did not want us to see, it spells it out. Spelled it out in March of 2019, 240 days before the member for Fadden, just about the last of the robo-debt ministers still here, took any action on it. What's remarkable about Madeleine Masterton, she didn't want to be the subject of these issues, but she does say this at the close of her statement. The outcome of the class action is not compensation for the meals skipped, school trips forgone, the stress and fear and despair that some families and individuals no doubt experienced. She says, and I think she speaks for all of Australia, I would like to hear remorse from the robo-debt architects for causing such harm. Those opposite knew, and they did nothing about it for 4.5 years.
Order. Give the call to the member for O'Connor.
My question is to the Minister for Social Services. In question time last week, the minister responded to a question from my friend the member for Durack and informed the House that the antisocial behaviour being experienced in the former cashless debit card trial site of the East Kimberley was due to catastrophic flooding throughout the Kimberley region. In the Goldfield region of my electorate, there's been no flooding. So can the minister please explain why there has been a massive increase in alcohol-related social harm as participants have come off the cashless debit card trial in my region?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, because, of course, those opposite continue to their ideological love of the cashless debit card when there was evidence after evidence that it was not making a difference. When it comes to the Goldfields area, I am aware that the Shire of Leonora has reported an increase in antisocial behaviour in their community, including an increase of hospital visitations, which has been attributed to an increase of people coming to the community from the NG lands, noting that these lands were never in the cashless debit boundaries. So to suggest that somehow that the influx of people from areas outside the cashless debit card site is somehow linked to the removal of this card is disingenuous and wrong. I also understand that the towns of Laverton and Kambata have also had an increase in antisocial behaviour, which has been linked to the population influx, which of course is not unusual for this time of year, and that most of the increase were from people from areas that were never in the cashless debit boundaries. Across the region, in response to this population influx that happens at this time of the year, the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder has implemented its summer response strategy, which has seen several return-to-country trips taking place to help those who have come into town and are unable to get back home. I know that the summer response strategy is also including—
The minister will pause for a moment, and the member for Deakin on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, point of order on relevance. The minister's running out of alibis very quickly.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Order. Resume your seat. The member for Deakin has been continually disrupting question time today. He's had multiple warnings, and now he's disrespected the chamber with abuse of standing orders. He will leave the chamber under 94A. I want to be very— Order. Just the minister pause for a moment. That will be the final warning with someone abusing standing orders. It has been continually happening. Question time will not occur with that behaviour. The minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I was updating the House on the summer response strategy, which has been ensuring that people in the Goldfields region are able to get back home to country, and this also includes the wraparound supports that these people need. Of course, the Coalition continues to try and draw a desperate link to anything to do with the cashless debit card. And of course, we heard it in the chamber today with the member for Riverina somehow suggesting that income income support has been abolished in the Northern Territory. This is simply not the case. But while those opposite continue to deliver misinformation and confusion around the country, our government will continue to do the things that work, provide the support that works, that help people within communities.
Order. The member for Page. The call to the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government's delivery of fee-free TAFE and vocational education and training helping to produce a skilled workforce?
Give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Cornwall for her question and for her advocacy for TAFE, particularly in Melbourne's north and Melbourne's west. Speaker, the government, of course, as you know, inherited $1 trillion of public debt, but it also was left with a massive skills deficit, across the economy.
Order. Members on my left, the member for Page is warned now. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Specific. On relevance, the question was very specific. How is a fee-free TAFE helping to produce a skilled workforce? That is not an excuse.
Resume your seats. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. You don't have the call. You don't have the call. Resume your seat. There's far too much noise in the chamber. The manager has raised a point of order. I'm going to call the minister back to the question.
Thank you, Speaker. And left, of course, with a massive skills deficit. Wherever you looked across the economy, whether it was the care sector, IT, traditional trades, there were skill shortages across the economy. And for that reason, it was critical that we moved very quickly and struck agreements with all state and territory governments to deliver, for this year, 180,000 fee-free TAFE and VET places, and that's what we've done. Reached agreement with all governments, something that the other previous government could not do, to supply the skills to the economy that are in demand. Speaker, that has been, of course, an absolutely vital thing for businesses that are crying out for skills that are in need, for workers that need the skills that are in demand so they can have secure employment, so they can have a decent career progression, they can have decent wages. That's why it's so important that we supply the skills that are needed. Now, Speaker, the enrolments for TAFEs and VET providers is still open. I call upon those people that are interested to enter into courses of skills that are in demand to do so, providing opportunities for them in their employment, providing skills that, as I said earlier, businesses need. I think it would be a wonderful thing for them to be considering doing, Speaker, because there's no doubt it is important to get qualifications past secondary school. 9 out of every 10 jobs that are created are indeed created with the skills that are needed, and those are things that are post-school qualification, university degrees and indeed VET qualifications. So it's critical that people acquire the skills that are in demand so they can have decent employment, decent career progression and the like. I met, when I was at Box Hill TAFE, I met with a student, Thomas, who had originally entered into a university course, academically very capable, but found it was not for him. Instead, now he's enrolled into an electrotechnology course, of course, going to be one of those people that can participate in what is, of course, clearly the transformation of the energy sector. He has chosen that path. That is going to lead, of course, to a great career in the energy sector, and it will be an area, of course, that is a massive demand, and it will mean a great job and a great employment career for him.
The minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Lindsay. Order. We'll just resume your seat for a moment until recording is picking up the member for Lindsay. I'll give the member for Lindsay the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Almost half of young women aged 16 to 24 have experienced mental health issues in the last financial year, with more than a third of women under 35 being those who access the additional 10 Medicare subsidised better access psychology sessions
provided under the previous coalition government. Does the minister agree that axing those sessions disproportionately impacts young women?
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. The member for Lyons is warned.
Stop the date.
The member for Fisher. Let me be really clear on this. The time to interject is not before a minister starts speaking. If everyone can get that message loud and clear, the question will be heard in silence, and then when the minister, he or she, walks to the dispatch box, there will not be interjections. So give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Lindsay for another question on this program. The program is called Better Access, and as the member knows, I'm sure, the previous government decided to add 10 additional sessions to the maximum rebatable session number for a 2-year period in light of particularly the COVID lockdowns in Melbourne, Sydney and regional parts of those 2 states. In the March election, before the March budget, before the election last year, the former government decided not to extend the expiry of those additional 10 sessions beyond the 31st of December. Now, when we came to government, we kept an open mind about that. Even though the former government had made a conscious decision not to extend the additional 10 sessions, we kept an open mind about that. And I indicated, I think in response to a question from one of the crossbench members, I think the member for North Sydney, that I'd be looking at the evaluation of Better Access when it came to me, an evaluation done on a 10-yearly basis, again by the University of Melbourne. And what that evaluation said very clearly was, as the previous evaluation had said 10 years ago, this is an effective program where it is able to be received, but it is highly inequitable. That if you are living in a wealthy suburb in the inner parts of the major cities, you are far more likely to be able to access a session than if you are in the outer suburbs or particularly in regional and rural Australia. And what the evaluation then went on to say was that the addition of the extra 10 sessions had made that inequity profoundly worse. That what had happened is that all of the additional sessions had gone to the richest 40% of Australians, mostly to the richest 20%, and that the poorest 40% of Australians had seen their access to services actually go backwards. The number of new entrants to the scheme went backwards by 7%. That is to say, of all of the people that every single member in this House would have come into their office,
the minister will resume. I'm going to hear from the minister is being relevant, so I'm going to hear from the member for Lindsay. I just said the minister is being relevant, so I'll take a point of order.
Thank you. Relevance. I did
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. No, resume your seat. It does not work that way. The minister is entitled to answer the question. You may not like the answer, but as long as it's relevant, he may continue. I'll give him the call. The minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Every member in this House would have people coming to them, particularly after COVID, saying they cannot get in to see a psychologist. The psychologists in their areas have closed their books. And what the evaluation said was that the additional 10 sessions that the former government decided not to extend before the 31st of December had made that problem profoundly worse. That tens and tens of thousands of people had been cut out of the system altogether, making Better Access actually worse. Now, the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and I held a round table with about 80 different groups and individuals last week, and I can say this, that other than the colleges of the private psychologists, no one at that seminar said we should reintroduce those 10 extra sessions.
Order. The minister's time has concluded. There will be silence in the House so I can hear from the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. What is the government doing to ensure more Australians can access high-speed broadband?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question and her ongoing advocacy when it comes to high-speed broadband in outer metropolitan Sydney. Labor, of course, founded the National Broadband Network with the purpose of providing fast, reliable and affordable broadband for all Australians. And the original vision, of course, was for a world-class fibre national broadband network, underpinned by sound long-term economics.
Manager Opposition Business
it was
will
about
cease
access.
interjecting
it was
immediately.
about opportunity. It was about leveraging an essential national asset to drive social and economic benefits and, importantly, to ensure that we remained world competitive, which is why we took a policy to the election to make the NBN better, to invest $2.4 billion over 4 years to give an additional 1.5 million premises full fibre access. And what that means is that 90% of homes and businesses in the NBN fixed-line footprint will have access to gigabit speeds by 2025, 660,000 of those premises being in regional Australia. I'm pleased to inform the House, Mr Speaker, that today we are delivering, and we have announced the latest tranche of suburbs that will be eligible for full fibre upgrades, and that is 1 million additional premises right across Australia. 1 million additional premises. Now, the latest 1 million premises are in suburbs and towns across the states and territories, including a significant proportion, as I said, in regional areas. Now, these upgrades have been determined based on NBN Co's analysis of a range of factors, including the likely take-up of higher speed tiers and the costs of the upgrade. And these are important in ensuring that the upgrades provide a commercial return to the company. Now, the remaining locations to be upgraded as part of this government's investment in expanding full fibre access are expected to be announced by early 2024. Now, the Albanese government's fibre repair job is enabling the NBN to reach its full potential and giving Australian families and small businesses access to the world-class broadband infrastructure they deserve. Now, what are these benefits? The benefits include faster uploads and download speeds, more reliable connection, greater latency, and they're even more pronounced for larger households. Because if many devices are used, higher speeds means that the whole family can be online at the same time. Now, what this reflects, Mr Speaker, is that these 1 million premises reflect the implementation of the values that this government has brought to this policy. Equality of opportunity, setting up Australia for a better future, ensuring that all Australians, irrespective of what they earn or where they live, have the same access to the best world-class, high-quality broadband, and that's what we're delivering.
Call to the Prime Minister.
On that very positive note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Just before members leave, the member for Monash has asked on indulgence to give a short statement to the House.
Reflecting on the 40th anniversary of the Ash Wednesday fires at the staging point at Kuna Park, Beaconsfield, my truck was stopped and told to stand aside by the district group officer until the wind change passed. 2 trucks in front of mine, Panton Hills and Narre Warren trucks, went on into the ridge to protect Upper Beaconsfield. All crew perished in the ensuing inferno. Back at the Pakenham station, my father-in-law, Brigade Captain N.N. Webster, took the Mayday call. He was never the same. None of us were. This I know of that time when the blood of the victims, the ash of the forests and the sweat of those facing the foe, when drowned in our tears, new life did spring forth. But until the day came in the new dawn, when the sun would rise again over the southern hills of the Great Dividing Range to a clear, smokeless sky, we had work to do. Men, women and little children to care for, fires to suppress and communities to rebuild. But most of all, Mr Speaker, most of all, we had a lot of grieving to do. A lot of grieving to do. And grieve we did. Arm in arm, hand in hand, teardrop by blood-filled teardrop. Here's to you, Fireman Sam, and all who travelled with you.
And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the government, I congratulate the member for Monash on his contribution here, not just in that speech but over a long period of time. The member is a sincere representative of his local community. He's someone who has demonstrated across a range of issues his compassion for his fellow Australians, and today he has brought once again great honour to this chamber.
The member for New England has also asked.
Mr Speaker, in accordance with Standing Orders 105 Part B, I wish to draw your attention to questions in writing which I gave to the Minister for Resources back on the 15th of December and asked in regards to the closure of coal-fired power stations and associated coal mines and their related effects. I asked you to write to the Minister for Resources seeking reasons for her delay in answering.
I shall respond to the member's request as the standing order provide and move to papers and call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Migration Amendment, Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I give a call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Speaker. The government has introduced the Migration Amendment Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023 with the intention that it will amend the Migration Act 1958 to establish a consistent approach across the provisions of the Migration Act, as well as Migration Regulations 1994 in relation to sentencing for offences. Mr Speaker, the Coalition supports a rigid, strong approach ensuring that visa holders who are in Australia uphold the laws of this country and pass a character test to remain here, to do so. Now, the need for this bill follows the decision of the full court of the Federal Court of Australia in Pearson v Minister for Home Affairs 2022 FCAFC 203 Pearson. Now, in Pearson, the Federal Court relevantly held that, in effect, an aggregate sentence, a single sentence for more than one offence, imposing a term of imprisonment does not, of and in itself, constitute a substantial criminal record within the meaning given by subsection 5017 of the Migration Act, and particularly paragraph 5017C, even in circumstances where the sentence is to an aggregate maximum term of imprisonment of 4 years and 3 months in respect of 10 offences. People come here and are in Australia. They need to uphold the laws of this country, and it's in the Citizenship Act. It's part of the visa requirements, and people must know that they need to uphold and respect the laws of this nation. If a non-citizen breaks the trust of being allowed into Australia by being found guilty and convicted of certain serious offences, pose a risk of safety to the Australian community, then they do not pass. Absolutely do not pass the character test, so they should be considered for visa refusal or cancellation. It's a great privilege to be allowed to enter Australia. It's a great privilege to be a citizen of this country. This bill clarifies the long-standing understanding of how aggregate sentences are treated in relation to the cancelling of a person's visa on said character grounds. Now, following the Federal Court's decision in the Pearson case, there is an uncertainty surrounding the ability for the minister to cancel someone's visa based on how a court imposes a particular sentence. The opposition does support this bill. We feel it does bring clarity to the situation, but in the same instance, I support the member for Wannan's amendments to make sure that this bill is actually better, to make sure that it serves the purpose in a better way. And we know that Labor does not come to this place with a good record on migration. We absolutely want to make sure that there is clarity around this bill, to make sure that it works effectively and to make sure that people who are in this country pass the character test.
Thank you. So the question is, that the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of this bill. As my colleague has just canvassed, this, of course, fairly narrow piece of legislation is in response to the Federal Court full bench Pearson decision, which has, I suppose, without obviously reflecting on the decision, given rise to a circumstance where people that we believed under the intention of our legislation should have been captured are not, And of course that is the right of the federal court to make that determination, and it's our right as a legislature to therefore clarify the statute so that that issue of interpretation is now addressed. And so if this passes this House and the Parliament, that will of course see the intention of the principle re-clarified in legislation so that that precedent through that decision no longer stands, and there's retrospectivity around that as well. I think I was just becoming fairly politically aware at the time, so it was a very iconic statement that former Prime Minister John Howard made during the 2001 election. We should decide who comes to this country and the circumstances in which they come. And I actually remember that became a very significant factor in the 2001 federal election, and it was a very significant contributor to the result in that election, which was of course the resounding re-election of the Howard government, because the people of this country have always expected their federal government to properly control the flow of people into our nation, and that it is a decision of Australians and it is up to the Government of Australia to, of course, have a right to determine how people who are not citizens of this country enter this country, how they come in and how they leave, and when we do grant them permission to come, we can, of course, remove that permission in certain circumstances. And obviously, there's always been a fair degree of consensus that there is a certain character threshold that will be applied and that will be enforced upon people that seek any form of visa to enter this country, because it is granted with the permission of this government, and it's up to our government to decide whether or not to do so. And it's always been the principle, that we would apply certain standards to people that either seek to or have successfully been given a visa, and that we need to have a proper regime in place so that where, firstly, they're applying for that visa, and secondly, once they've had that visa granted, that application can be rejected or the visa can be retracted or disallowed or revoked if they fail that test. And clearly it makes sense for the relevant minister to be delegated that power within a certain framework that is provided legislatively. And so that's what we're dealing here, is that amendment. But we in the coalition are a little disappointed that the opportunity has been missed to do more than just this very narrow adjustment to the legislation, because, of course, in the previous parliament we had attempted to dramatically strengthen elements of the character test and strengthen the threshold that we have put in place that determines whether or not someone is a fit and proper person to be granted a visa to enter this country. And that's something that's very important, because the standards that we put in place there are firstly to ensure the safety of the Australian community, and also send a very clear message as to the types of people that are welcome to come to our nation. And certainly people that have been convicted of certain criminal offences are not welcome to come to this country, both because they pose a risk to Australian citizens, but also because, frankly, people that engage in that sort of behaviour are not welcome to come and enjoy any time or future in this country of ours. And that is absolutely an important requirement of our government, to put that threshold in place and back it and defend it. Now, there are opportunities to do a lot more than what is in this bill. And the bill that we introduced in the last parliament, and that passed this House and didn't pass the Senate come the calling of the election, are exactly the sort of measures that we would like to see the government who voted for it, of course, when they were in opposition in the last parliament, put into place. It's ready to go. It literally is written legislation that has already passed this parliament with the support of both sides, government and opposition. And I commend my colleague, the member for Wannon, of course, who's introduced his own private members' legislation just today, because the government's had almost a year since the election. It's been 9 months, and there have been plenty of opportunity to put in place, reintroduce a very straightforward piece of legislation that the now government themselves supported in the previous parliament to strengthen the character test that is in place for people applying for or granted visas. And we know full well that there are many examples that have been pointed to. Former Minister Hawke, when he had carriage of this area of policy, cited many examples in this chamber and publicly as to where a higher standard needed to be put in place in the character test. And we know that ministers are certainly bound, as they should be, by the framework that is put in place in legislation, which is the very reason we're here right now dealing with this very narrow change, because the court has held that the minister, or that the power for the minister did not apply in the case of Pearson with these accumulated sentences, and we're therefore making a change. But it reinforces that ministers quite properly do have very clear boundaries in place with how they can exercise their decision-making. And we know how regularly decisions of the immigration minister are appealed and how regularly they go through all the various appropriate processes that people have access to query and question and seek to overturn a ministerial decision. That's why they do need a more robust framework in the character test, because there are some people that do not come within the current boundaries of the legislation for a minister to make that decision that we do think should be refused a visa or should have their visa revoked. And these are people that have been convicted of serious criminal offences in very serious areas of the criminal code, including sexual violence, sexual assault, of course, a whole range of things that any reasonable person in the street would say, yes, that person should not be granted a visa to come to our nation, into our country. And the reality is that unless we change the legislation, the minister will not be able to exercise their power to prevent those people from coming into this country or to send them away from our country if they happen to already be here in the first place. So the member for Wotton's private member's bill, of course, addresses that, and it is very disappointing that we have not seen the government in this bill here, which responds to one narrow issue relating to a federal court decision. The government has not taken the opportunity to actually properly deal with a whole range of sensible reforms to the character test within the legislation. So we would wonder and we would cast an aspersion as to why a piece of legislation that the now government voted for in opposition that simply lapsed, and I've spoken in this chamber on so many bills that lapsed in the last parliament that the government's reintroduced and has been moving through legislation from the previous parliament that they indeed supported in opposition. And so there is no reason why something as significant as protecting the people of this country from dangerous convicted criminals who, under those legislative changes, would be in a position for the minister to take appropriate action, while we haven't yet dealt with that. And we've gotten to the point where today we've had to take the initiative through the private members' bill process to try and put in place changes that the government themselves agreed to in the last parliament. So that is very disappointing. We, of course, are going to support this bill, and we look forward to its speedy passage because it does correct a decision that we would like to see the ministerial power be clarified in. And we do want the minister to be able to take the action the minister took in the case of the Pearson matter, and obviously that's had ramifications for, I think, the indication was dozens, if not maybe more than 100 people that have similarly been captured in that decision as not being able to have a ministerial determination against them. But we also say with a great deal of disappointment that it is a shame that further important reforms to the character test that have already passed this Parliament in the last, this House in the last Parliament have not been reintroduced, and we haven't, through the process of correcting the legislation because of a court decision, equally gone to the extent of making all of the various other changes. And with those comments, Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'm giving the call to— there are two people standing. Who is seeking the call? Member for Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the government's bill, which will amend the Migration Act of 1958 to respond to the recent federal court decision in Pearson and the Minister for Home Affairs. At the outset, this bill concerns the way in which visas can be cancelled for failure to pass the character test, particularly where a visa holder is found to have a substantial criminal record. Deputy Speaker, I support a strong approach to ensure that visa holders that are in Australia uphold the laws of this country and pass a character test to remain here. In Australia, we welcome those who want to come to our great country to study, to work or to move here permanently. However, we also expect that these visa holders are of good character, are people of integrity, of decency and of honour. The Good Character Test, which is currently contained in Section 501 of the Migration Act, has been in place in some form since 1992. It applies to all non-citizens holding or applying for an Australian visa. Part of the test is that we expect that visa holders have not committed serious criminal acts. Under this provision, if the minister or a delegate is not satisfied that a non-citizen passes the character test, they may, and in some cases must, cancel or refuse to grant a visa to the person. Cancellation of a person's visa is mandatory if they are serving a prison sentence and they have a substantial criminal record or have been convicted of sexually based offences involving a child. One of the grounds for determining that a person has a substantial criminal record for the purposes of mandatory visa cancellation is if they have been sentenced to a term of imprisonment of 12 months or more. Recently, in the decision of Pearson, the Federal Court considered whether an aggregate sentence of imprisonment, that is, a single sentence for more than one offence, constituted a term of imprisonment of 12 months or more. The Court found that it did not, and this bill seeks to amend the Migration Act to provide that wherever reference is made to a sentence of imprisonment, it does not matter whether this sentence has been imposed with respect to one offence or multiple offences. This bill, therefore, is a sensible amendment to overcome some anomalies that developed out of the Pearson judgment. This bill will ensure that there is now far more clarity for the minister. As a result of the decision in Pearson, it was reported by The Guardian on the 29th of December last year that up to 100 people had been released from immigration detention after the government lost the Pearson court case. It is noted that this bill will also retrospectively validate decisions affected by the Pearson decision, including validating previous mandatory cancellation decisions of a person's visa. Deputy Speaker, protection of our borders, protection of our national security is fundamental to protect the lives and safety of Australians, to maintain Australian sovereignty with our values, institutions and territories intact, and to provide for the longer-term prosperity of our nation. Australia has welcomed people from all around the globe. We are the world's most successful multicultural nation throughout history and throughout the world. In return, we have the right to cancel or refuse visas of those who fail the Good Character Test. Australians expect that in this place we ensure that laws are made and amended where necessary to protect them, to protect our territory and our institutions and ensure the safety of all Australians. The amendment to the Migration Act through this bill will clarify uncertainty that has arisen around the Good Character Test and what constitutes a substantial criminal record. The passing of this bill will assist to ensure clarity around the mandatory cancellation of visas, the minister's powers and will otherwise assist to restore integrity into our immigration system. The bill confirms that aggregate sentences for criminal offences can be taken into account for all relevant purposes under the Migration Act. Deputy Speaker, for all of the reasons just mentioned, particularly to protect Australians' national security, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
And I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Migration Amendment Bill, and I'd also like to acknowledge the amendments that have been tabled by the member for Wannon, as I think they are sensible and would even strengthen the provisions of the Migration Amendment Bill. Now, the reason, as outlined by other speakers, but I just want to put it on the record, is the need for this amendment bill follows the decision of the full court of the Federal Court of Australia in the court case Pearson versus the Minister for Home Affairs. In the Pearson decision, the Federal Court held relevantly that, in effect, an aggregate sentence, that is a single sentence for more than one offence, imposing a term of imprisonment does not in and of itself constitute a substantial criminal record within the meaning given by subsection 501(7) of the Migration Act, and particularly paragraph 501(7)(c), even in circumstances where the sentence is to an aggregate maximum term imprisonment of 4 years and 3 months in respect of 10 offences. Now, that is one of the ones that was specifically mentioned, but it would have unintended consequences for aggregate offences for, say, 2 or 3 very serious crimes, even longer than the 4 years and 3 months mentioned in that specific decision. Now, if a non-citizen breaks the trust of being allowed in Australia by being found guilty and convicted of certain serious offences and poses a risk to the safety of the Australian community, then I agree, they don't pass the character test, so they should be considered for visa refusal or cancellation. The bill also includes provisions to validate past decisions and actions under the Migration Act and certain other specified laws where those decisions and actions may have otherwise been deemed invalid as a consequence of the Federal Court's decision in Pearson. This means the mandatory invalidation of cancelled visas occurred, and up to 100 people who would have otherwise historically and with this current amendment not meet the character test at all have been had their detention cancelled. Now, I mentioned the member for Wannon's amendments. These were amendments that were being considered last year, but they include designated offences that would lead. It would give more strength to the arm of the minister to cancel the visas for non-citizens if they had committed a designated offence, such as violent threat of violence, sexual assault, breaching a court order, such as an AVO, for the personal protection of another person, and also for offences against, not in Australia, but if they had occurred in Australia, had been theoretically, if in Australia that offence had been punishable imprisonment for life, imprisonment for a fixed term not less than 2 years, or imprisonment for a maximum term of not less than 2 years. For the purposes, these are sensible, rational amendments, and I urge the minister to consider them in the good spirit in which they are given. But this Migration Amendment Aggregate Sentencing Bill is a very important bill because we have got a strong record of getting the right character person as a permanent resident or eventually a citizen in this country, and the nation must reserve the right to get the right people living here. And I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. There are no further speakers. Then I will put the question. All those of so this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Migration Act 1958 to provide for the treatment of aggregate sentences and for related purposes.
Thank you. Is leave granted for a third reading to be moved immediately? Oh, apologies. I'll better get over onto the right. Procedure paper might help. So the House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it's the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question is that the bill be agreed to. Is the member for member for Ford seeking the call? No. So all right. Okay, member for Riverina.
Thank you. And I very much concur with the member for Wannon and his important amendments to this bill. As I stated in my contribution—
Sorry, member for Riverina, I'm going to have the minister needs to move the amendments circulated in his name. Is he going to come to the dispatch box? So, apologies. We're waiting for Mr Tehan to arrive at the chamber to move his amendments, but you can't speak to those amendments. They haven't actually been moved yet. You can. Yes, you can speak to them. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I speak to the amendments. Put to the chamber earlier by the member for Wannon. And whilst I appreciate the Immigration Minister has put this important bill into the House, the member for Wannon's amendments strengthen and add clarity to the member for Immigration's bill. And this is important, and I'm glad the Immigration Minister has arrived. That's important. And I commend him for this bill, because we want to make sure that if somebody is going to be in Australia, whether it's on whatever visa arrangement they are fortunate enough to be in this country on, then they have passed the character test, that they do the right thing, they uphold and obey the laws of this country. And indeed, when somebody is applying for citizenship, they do a pledge or an oath, and in that pledge or oath they commit to upholding the laws of this nation. And the laws of this nation are very important. And indeed, if somebody, as I say, is fortunate enough to be here under whatever arrangement they've been able to be provided, then they must follow strictly the laws of this country. Now, the member for Wannon's various migration amendments, Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023, the various amendments that he is putting to add to this, very much apply to ensure that the wording is strengthened. Indeed, after paragraph 5016A, He's sought to insert the person has been convicted of a designated offence, seeing the various subsections. Each and every one of his amendments strengthens this particular motion amendment that has been put to the chamber by the Minister for Immigration. Now, for the purposes of the character test, a designated offence is an offence against the law enforced in Australia or a foreign country in relation to the following conditions to ensure that they are satisfied. And it goes to violence or a threat of violence against a person, non-consensual conduct of a sexual nature, including without limitation sexual assault, and the non-consensual commission of an act of indecency or sharing of an intimate image, breaching an order made by a court or tribunal for personal protection of another person. And we heard the member for Sturt referring to this in his contribution. We cannot afford to have people who are here under a visa arrangement breaching the law, breaking the law. We cannot afford to have somebody in this nation who is here as an absolute privilege, indeed as part of the amendments that have been put forward, conspiring with others to commit an offence that is a designated offence because of indeed any of the situations that have been put forward. Now, I commend, as I say, what the member for Wannon has added to this bill, noting that the national security protection of our borders and indeed migration per se has not been one of Labor's strong points. And you only need to read the front page story of The Australian today to see that, to note that. And I appreciate that Kevin Rudd, when he came to power, was swept to power in 2007, came here with a suite of promises to say that he would be very much on board with the Howard era policies. Indeed, he was not, and the Australian people soon found that out. And indeed, 820 boats came with 50,000 plus arrivals, 8,000 children, and indeed that was such a mess that to this day is still an issue for this country. Now, the amendments that the member for Wannon has put forward strengthen and add clarity to what the Minister for Immigration has put forward. I commend those amendments. I commend the member for Wannon for putting forward those sensible, practical, reasonable amendments, and I urge the House to not only consider them but add them to this bill.
Thank you. The member for Wannon is seeking the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I move the amendment circulated in my name. And I also would just like to add a couple of comments to the comments that I made earlier today. Once again, this amendment is a very sensible amendment. It gives the minister the ability to act, in instances of domestic violence, of sexual assault, of murder, where someone might be possessing a firearm. Very sensible amendment. Now, we are supporting the government in their efforts to make sure that the character tests can continue to operate in the form that we want it to, in the bipartisan way that it always has. Obviously, there was a court case just before Christmas which changed the arrangements, and we have worked on a bipartisan basis to support the government to be able to fix the decision that has been made by the court so it operates how this parliament intends it to operate. But in doing that, we've also reached out to the government and said, now is a real opportunity for you to be able to take some sensible measures to also build on and further improve the character test. Now, in many ways, this is a character test of the Prime Minister and his government. Are you prepared to take the necessary decisions to keep this nation safe, to keep the Australian people safe, Or will you take the option of ignoring the bipartisan approach that we're extending to give the minister greater powers to be able to take decisions to ensure those who have committed family violence, those who have committed sexual assaults, are asked to leave this country immediately? It's a good test for the minister because, as the member for Riverina has said, what we've seen today is a chipping away at Operation Sovereign Borders, a chipping away at keeping our borders safe and secure, a chipping away at making sure that our immigration system is one run with integrity. So what we have now is an opportunity for the minister to say, no, even though I stood up at an ALP conference and opposed vote turnbacks, I understand with governing comes responsibility. With governing comes serious decision-making. With government comes the need to be able to act in the national interest to keep our nation safe, to make sure that anyone here on a visa who commits family violence, who commits a sexual assault, who commits a firearm offence, that they would be booted from this nation, that they have broken the law and that they would be dealt with accordingly. So, Deputy Speaker, we are going to support the government in ensuring that the approach that's taken to the character test is consistent to what this parliament has always envisaged it being consistent with. But what we're also doing through this amendment is saying to the government, we think that there are some very common-sense steps that you can take also to build on the character test, to give you the option. You don't have to take it up, but to give you the option to be able to keep our nation safer by booting people who have committed domestic violence, who have committed sexual assaults, who have had firearm offences. It will give you more bows to be able to take the necessary steps to keep this nation safe. Minister, I hope that you will take up this bipartisan offering. You've voted for the equivalent of this amendment before in this House. Hopefully you will do the same again.
Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Minister has today moved amendments that were not a priority for members opposite when they were in government. And of course, if they were, they would have been passed when they were in power. They had, of course, I remind the House, 4 years, 3 immigration ministers, or I should say at least 3 immigration ministers, and sent the bill where these amendments originate from through 3 inquiries in the other place. Now, of course, the Australian community has a reasonable expectation that non-citizens who seek to enter or to remain in Australia are of good character and are law-abiding. That is the strong view of the government. Similarly, Australians expect that any non-citizens who are not of good character be refused a visa or have any visa they hold cancelled. This bill, the bill before the House right now, members opposite, does not change the framework within which the character test operates. Instead, it allows for the continued effective administration of the powers in the Migration Act by ensuring that aggregate sentences are considered sentences, thereby restoring the ability to rely on substantial criminal record as an objective measure for the purpose of the character test. This government, through this bill, is taking urgent common-sense action in order to keep communities safe. Today, we are not here to debate the broader character framework. We're here to clarify powers in the Act right now. On this basis, we will be opposing the amendment.
So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? We'll ring the bells, please. 4 minutes.
Jenkins. Lock the doors. The question is, the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wannon be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 56. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Members can resume their seats or leave the chamber as quickly as possible. I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Mr Speaker, I move the amendment circulated in my name. I have several reservations about this legislation. First, I am deeply concerned about its retrospective nature. Retrospectivity is rarely an option to be used, and I'm opposed to it in principle. Second, I'm concerned that the legislation, in attempting to address the decision in Pearson, denies the 100 or so individuals affected both procedural fairness and natural justice. I'm aware of the community safety issues that the government speaks of. However, this legislation, in my view, is an overstep. This amendment would help protect the rights of refugees whose offences are not grave, for whom visa cancellation and detention has enormous ramifications. I'm advised that if a refugee's visa is cancelled mandatorily, they're effectively in detention indefinitely, as they can't return to their country of origin due to persecution there and would be in breach of non-refoulement rules. Once someone's visa is cancelled and they're detained, it's therefore almost impossible for them to be released. In fact, it appears the minister doesn't expect people whose visa has been refused or cancelled under Section 501 of the Act to even be referred to the minister's office. Therefore, the avenues for review and reconsideration are thin. Visa cancellation, whether it leads to refoulement or indefinite detention, results in permanent separation of children and families, including refugees who've spent their formative years in Australia. As all of us know, it's not in the best interests of children to be separated from their parents and loved ones. This amendment applies to people who have an imprisonment sentence of 2 years or less. I do not seek to minimise their crimes. However, the criminal justice system has, in general, found that their actions are on the lower end of the spectrum of offending. I appreciate the consideration the minister has given me and other crossbenchers in this place and in the other in the face of our scrutiny of the mandatory sentencing regime. It would help this parliament greatly, I believe, if the minister could see his way clear to detail anonymously exactly what crimes the 100 or so people affected have been convicted of and what each of the sentences were. Transparency would assist a great deal in understanding the decision-making that has led to this bill. I accept the minister's advice that some of those in that group are serious offenders. My issue is that some are not. This is why the blanket nature of this bill is problematic, especially when the minister already has the power to cancel visas when required under Section 501 of the Migration Act. I've seen some case studies outlining a handful of cases from the 100 affected, but the government acknowledges that they're not necessarily representative. So what about the other 90%? For those released under the Pearson decision who are reoffending violently or are guilty of sex offences, I would encourage the minister to use those powers that he already has. There's also the simple fact that we have a criminal justice system designed to deal with criminal offences. If that's not working, that's a matter that goes far beyond this group. I welcome the minister's assurance that he will be available for further crossbench consultation. Alternatives to mandatory and indefinite detention need to be discussed in a reasoned way. There are international examples, including a panel decision-making process, such as been established in Canada, that could be considered that looks in detail at the circumstances, crimes and appropriate actions to follow that are proportionate. In the meantime, this bill is before us, and this amendment seeks to protect those who would receive disproportionate punishment for aggregated minor crimes under this piece of legislation, without preventing the minister from acting against serious offenders. I commend this amendment to the House.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Reading the purpose of this bill, I see that it is to respond to the recent federal court decision in Pearson versus Minister for Home Affairs. Just pausing on that for a moment and perhaps reframing it, one might say that the purpose of this bill is to retrospectively undo decisions made by the federal court late last year.
In Pearson, the federal court relevantly held that, in effect, an aggregate sentence, that is, a single sentence for more than one offence, imposing a term of imprisonment does not, in and of itself, constitute a substantial criminal record, within the meaning given by subsection 5017 of the Migration Act. The court reasoned that mandatory cancellation should apply in only the most serious cases, and that, self-evidently, an aggregate sentence may be arrived at after a conviction of a series of lesser offences, none of which on their own could render a person liable to have his or her visa mandatorily cancelled. In making its decision, the court observed that aggregate sentences are often made up of a series of minor offending, and that, by way of contrast, mandatory visa cancellation should be reserved for only the most serious offending. In the words of refugee lawyer Sarah Dale, then, the court made a finding of proportionate balance. It was a step towards a more humane system. The bill seeks to undo that decision by amending how provisions of the Migration Act and regulations apply in relation to a single sentence imposed by a court in the same way, regardless of whether the sentence is in respect to a single offence or for two or more offences. The provisions as drafted mean that people with non-violent offences like traffic, dishonesty or petty theft are treated the same way as violent sexual offenders. It is a blunt instrument with no room for individual circumstances of fact of the case to be taken into account. For example, there is a case of a young refugee who arrived here in Australia when he was 10 years old from Sudan. South Sudan, as we now know it, gained independence as a sovereign state in 2011, leaving the young refugee with no evidence that he is recognised as a citizen. He attended school in Australia, suffered sustained bullying and racial abuse. He went on to develop a dependency on alcohol and got into trouble with the police. He was initially convicted on charges of affray, and he was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment. Snap! In they went and scooped him up. On appeal, his sentence was reduced to 10 months. Surely it should have been snap. He should have been released. But no, he continued to be detained. Recently, thanks to this court ruling, he was returned to his family over Christmas, following the Pearson decision. But now he's at risk of being returned to a refugee prison. This is the kind of case in which discretion exercised by the minister would result in a better outcome for this refugee. Surely then, as this circumstance shows, the question we must ask ourselves in every single case is whether it is a case that a criminal has arrived and is on the ground in Australia, or has the system created the criminal? We've heard others in this place argue that this bill is necessary to protect the public or similar, but that's just disingenuous. Ministers and their delegates still have godlike powers to cancel visas. The decision in Pearson merely limited the blunt instrument that is mandatory cancellation and its application to aggregate sentences, not other applicable powers. This bill, if passed, will apply retrospectively, meaning that people who have just days or weeks prior been released by the government and reunited with their families and communities will be forcibly taken back into detention. To release and then redetain roughly 100 people, including refugees and stateless people, often some of the most vulnerable in our community who have severe mental illnesses and trauma backgrounds, potentially created by their experiences in our country, in the space of weeks is abhorrently cruel and will devastate these people and their families. My concern for these refugees and stateless people who cannot be removed from Australia due to their non-refoulement obligations under international law and who cannot return to their country of origin. For these people, this bill is effectively, as the member for Goldstein says, a sentence for mandatory indefinite detention. It's especially jarring for me, and many in this place I'm sure, for this bill to be reintroduced with such urgency on the very day that the minister has made an announcement about pathways to permanency for temporary protection visa and safe haven enterprise visa holders. Today's announcement was the overdue delivery of an election promise, including commitments from the government to tackle Australia's unacceptable practice of indefinite detention. Deciding to introduce this bill today, and that if it passed will see more people detained in contradiction to their basic human rights, will see Australia continue to falter on its international obligations. I commend the amendment as moved by the member for Goldstein and support it.
And the question is, the amendment be disagreed to? I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment as moved by the member for Goldstein. And I thank the member for North Sydney for her contribution, which gave a superb case study of why this amendment is needed by this House. The Migration Amendment Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023 was introduced in the Senate just last week with less than 24 hours' notice. The government says that this bill is simply clarifying the Migration Act as an urgent response to the Federal Court of Australia's recent judgment in Pearson versus the Minister for Home Affairs. In that case, the court found that a person who receives an aggregate sentence of 12 months or more does not have a substantial criminal record and therefore will not have their visa automatically cancelled. The bill will restore the meaning of sentence in the Migration Act so that where a non-citizen offender receives an aggregate sentence of 12 months or more for multiple offences, they have a substantial criminal record, fail the character test and therefore are liable for mandatory cancellation of their visa. The government argues that this will restore the intention of the character test under the Act and remove inconsistencies where some states and territories do not have aggregate sentencing regimes. Unfortunately, though, the possible consequences of this bill reach beyond correcting inconsistencies. It is because of these consequences that I must oppose it and that I am here to support the member for Goldstein's amendment, if that could be agreed to. The government says that non-citizens who will have their visas cancelled and will be re-detained following the bill's passage have serious criminal histories. And I agree that we must protect the community from serious offenders. But I'm concerned that this bill goes well beyond that. The court found that mandatory visa cancellation should apply in only the most serious cases and that self-evidently an aggregate sentence may be arrived at after a conviction of a series of lesser offences, none of which on their own could render a person liable to have his or her visa mandatorily cancelled. This bill would reverse that very sensible position and instead allow people to be deported who have committed low-level offences that do not pose a risk to the community, such as obscene language, graffiti and drunk and disorderly offences. And the bill continues to uphold an automatic visa cancellation scheme that I'm concerned results in unfair and potentially harmful deportations. Refugees and people who are seeking asylum can be deported under this scheme. These people cannot return to their country of origin and are at risk of being detained indefinitely. The Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, who work with asylum seekers and refugees, find that indefinite detention causes many people to completely lose hope, and they ultimately request to leave Australia even if they fear death and torture in the country they would return to. Creating a situation where a refugee is forced to leave Australia raises genuine concerns, genuine questions about whether we are breaching our international obligations to ensure that refugees are not sent back to a country where their life or freedom would be threatened. And this is why I support the member for Goldstein's amendment, which would exempt people from this bill who have been sentenced to 2 years or less imprisonment and have been found to be in need of protection, for whom we hold non-refoulement obligations, are stateless or have been granted a visa on humanitarian grounds. People who have lived in Australia almost all of their lives since they were children can have their visas automatically cancelled under this bill. If these people are deported to their birth country, they may have no community, no family to assist in their rehabilitation. And these people include women, like Kate Pearson herself, who was convicted of drug and property offences. She was born in New Zealand, but under this bill she now risks deportation after spending 20 years in Australia, leaving behind her partner and her business. I ultimately oppose this bill because it is unnecessary and unjustified. Under the Migration Act, the Immigration Minister has discretion to cancel a visa at any time, as we've heard numerous times during this debate. If this bill did not proceed, the Minister could still decide to cancel the visa of a serious offender who poses a risk to the community. That's the right of the Minister. The bill actually deprives the Immigration Minister the chance to assess on a case-by-case basis if a visa cancellation is justified and warranted. The Minister cannot consider whether the person has rehabilitated and would be better served remaining in Australia, and I think that's a real shame. So I'm deeply concerned about the speed at which this passed through the Senate and is now before us in the House. And I support the member for Goldstein, whose very sensible amendments would bring us closer to the goal of fair and humane migration law.
Thank you. The question is the amendment be disagreed to. I give the call to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I note the amendment that the member for Goldstein has put forward and the contributions, the significant contributions of the member for North Sydney and the member for Indi. But I let them know and the House know that we won't be supporting this amendment. The Albanese government is, through this bill, taking a common-sense approach to this question of visa cancellation. And in terms of the amendment, I draw the attention of members to the recently signed Ministerial Direction 99, which sets out the principles that departmental decision-makers should consider when deciding whether to refuse or to cancel a non-citizen's visa or whether to revoke a mandatory cancellation. This direction states that Australia's non-refoulement obligations, or where a protection finding has been made in respect of an individual, should be considered when a decision-maker is considering refusing or cancelling a visa under Section 501, or considering the revocation of a mandatory visa cancellation. Australia does not return individuals to situations where they face persecution or a real risk of torture, cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment, arbitrary deprivation of life or the application of the death penalty. This government takes our non-refoulement obligations seriously, and so do I. And so I say to you, Member for Goldstein and others who have expressed this concern to me in this place and the other place, and I refer particularly to Senator Pocock, I'd be very happy to engage with you separately to the issues contained in this bill on how Australia can meet our international obligations whilst ensuring that we maintain the safety of the community at all times. However, I say again, this bill doesn't change the framework within which the character test operates. And I say again, as I said to the Shadow Minister, I acknowledge his contribution since I don't have the opportunity I ordinarily will have to acknowledge the contribution of all members to this debate. What we are here today to do is to clarify the powers in the Migration Act, not debate the visa cancellation framework more broadly, important though this debate is to everyone in this place and to the wider community. And I want to make clear my willingness again to engage with all members and senators who are prepared to come together in good faith to ensure our character cancellation regime is fit for purpose. However, I am not placed to support the amendment the member for Goldstein has put forward.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. That's the question I will put. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Then ring the bells for 4 minutes, please.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. The ayes will appoint the tellers for the ayes, the member for Werriwa and the member for Parkes, and the noes I appoint the tellers for the members for Indi and the member for Brisbane. Order. The result of the division is ayes 54, noes 13. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. If the ayes have it, noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. My apologies. The doors to remain open for the remainder of the division. Lock the doors. The question is that this bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Parkes as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Kooyong and Indi as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 54, noes 13. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to, and I call the Minister.
It's leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
I just in calling a member of the opposition, is leave granted? The member for Riverina.
Leave is granted.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and to provide for the treatment of aggregate sentences and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'm going to give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Mr Speaker, a few years ago, the Prime Minister, the Treasurer, the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Health, the Minister for Home Affairs and the Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources walk into a bar. He orders a drink. As much as that is a joke, at its crux, it was certainly no laughing matter, though it turned our relatively young democracy into a laughingstock in front of an international audience. And that conduct turned our institutions of executive government into a laughingstock to the public at large. It also showed just how close we, as a country, can get to being in a state of constitutional crisis, when those entrusted with the highest offices in our land do not follow established practices or conventions. Speaker, it is indeed true that the events that caused us to need to enact this legislation occurred prior to my election to this place. But it certainly has allowed me to see this through the lens of how I'd have reacted as a private citizen had I, along with the rest of the public, known what the member for Cook had done in the years or months prior to last year's election. As a member of this place and of the legislative branch of government, I, along with all members of this place, shoulder a great duty and responsibility to foster public trust in this institution, but due to the actions of the member for Cook, we do so at a position of weakness. And this begins to form the basis as to why I rise today to speak in support of the Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022. This is not what formed an explicit election commitment, as the circumstances that brought this about had only come to light publicly and through investigations conducted by our Solicitor General, Dr Stephen Donoghue, KC. The advice provided to government and subsequently made public, which led to another review, conducted by former High Court Justice the Honourable Virginia Bell, AC, the inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments. As a result of these thorough investigations, the fact that brought us here are thankfully quite settled and established. They ultimately revolve around the actions of the member for Cook. The member for Cook, between 2020 and 2021, when he was Prime Minister, was secretly appointed by the Governor-General to administer multiple portfolios or departments of state. The portfolios or departments of state in question I had alluded to in my opening remarks. They were Treasury, Finance, Home Affairs, Health and Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. It would shock nobody to know that, at the time the appointments were made, there was no cause for the ministers that were publicly listed as such to need to be replaced with an acting minister. Whether it be on health grounds or any other number of reasons that could cause a minister to temporarily relinquish their powers or to be required to stand aside from exercising their powers as a Minister of State. In my research of this bill, I also took note of the explanatory memorandum that was provided alongside this bill. I can see that there is no financial impact as a result of this bill passing. Therefore, it would have cost the member for Cook's former government $0 to safeguard responsible government, yet the member for Cook chose secrecy instead. Secrecy was definitely the MO of the previous government, but you'd never have speculated that would be the case in such a profound way, to the very machinery of how their government operated. Secrecy itself has its own cost, some of them intangible, such as the damage caused to the reputation of Australia's government, to our democracy. Despite these events, I feel that Australians can pride itself on its democracy, one of compulsory voting, with an independent electoral commission both federally and in our states and territories. In some respects, is very robust, taking pages out of the Westminster system and that of the Washington system, but I digress, and I will soon sound like a civics teacher. The fact that the executive sits within our parliament, the legislature, is important. It means that we have the ability to access executive government, to ask questions of them and to hold them to account. This place sets aside time out of every sitting day to exemplify this. Question time. Some may refer to it as a political theatre, but it is an extremely important part of our democracy, the part that is underpinned by the principle of responsible government. A member of this place can stand up during question time and ask a question of a Minister of State concerning a matter involving a policy or a function of the department the minister has the powers and functions to administer. But how would a member direct the question to the right minister if some of the ministerial appointments had been made in secret to the parliament, to the public and even to the members of the Cabinet itself? The Solicitor-General, Stephen Donoghue KC, noted in the advice he provided to the government on this matter to say that it is impossible for the parliament to hold ministers to account for the administration of departments if it does not know which ministers are responsible for which department. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government was elected with a mandate to restore public trust into the institutions of government and government itself. The cornerstone of this would be the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, which passed through the parliament late last year. The Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022 follows the same core principles that underpinned the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, but there was no election commitment to enact this legislation. One might ask why that is. The legislation was a degree reactionary, as the catalyst for this legislation was only uncovered after Election Day. Speaker, I can only begin to speculate what would have happened had the conduct of the member for Cook entered the public domain prior to Election Day. I'm sure some out there would have put on a more full-blooded defence or more strenuously expressed that there is nothing to see here. I wonder whether we would have heard similar comments from the member for McPherson, calling the conduct of the member for Cook unacceptable, calling for the member for Cook to resign, to leave the parliament, to then say she felt that the member for Cook's conduct was a betrayal of the Australian people. You can't get much more unequivocal than that. Would we have had the former Prime Minister Tony Abbott call the member for Cook's conduct highly unorthodox and that it shouldn't have happened? The member for Cook's conduct also received heavy condemnation from former Prime Minister John Howard, though the comments were akin to "I don't think he should have done that." That translates to significant criticism when it's been levelled at his own side of politics. As the comments of former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, to be fair, he's said worse about the member for Cook both publicly and privately, but equally it received his condemnation just the same, calling the member for Cook's actions sinister stuff, secret government and one of the most appalling things he has ever heard in our federal government. You could definitely tell he was holding back, which comes as a surprise to no one. Speaker, the bill itself is rather simple in its design, but crucially it would have prevented the situation where the member for Cook was sworn in secretly to administer several departments beyond Prime Minister and Cabinet. even without the knowledge of the ministers that serve concurrently in those portfolios, meaning the member for Cook was serving as a parallel minister to a Department of State. Not a shadow minister, but a minister in the shadows. The bill itself seeks to amend the Ministers of State Act 1952. The amendments to the Act would require the official secretary to the Governor-General to publish a notifiable instrument on the Federal Register of Legislation, which will advise of when the Governor-General has sworn in an Executive Councillor to the Federal Executive Council, or in layman's terms, when a minister has been sworn in to administer a Department of State, or when they have been directed to do so in whatever capacity that has been prescribed, or when an appointment of the nature I've just described has been revoked. This would appear to be largely uncontroversial on its face value, unlike the circumstances that required us to bring about codifying these conventions that had served us well for decades. Speaker, throughout the time between today and when the revelations about the member for Cook's multiple ministries came to light, one of the most lamentable moments had been as a result of the defence put in place to deflect or at times mitigate the gravity and severity of what his actions meant to our democracy, to our system of government. I am, however, going to skip over the defence pro-offered by the member for Cook himself in this chamber and in the media, as many parts of it are nonsense. To say that he would have revealed the truth had someone asked him is, suffice to say, a little rich for my taste. Putting the member for Cook's words to one side, we have seen a number of arguments being made by a member of the opposition, senior or otherwise, and by a number of sympathetic members of the commentariat. The arguments being made have been relatively similar. The main argument being made in defence, perhaps at times not directly of the member for Cook himself, but that getting to the bottom of this issue is not one that everyday voter would care about, not a bread and butter issue. I don't know whether these are just vestiges of a defeatist attitude or one that is running a beleaguered defence of the member for Cook, but this needs to be something that the average voter cares about, because if it isn't now, it once was. Sometimes apathy is worse than red-hot anger, for it proves a disconnect, a certain acquiescence of this sort of conduct. It breeds comments that many of us have heard all before. Politicians are all the same. We should, to an extent, for this very debate be all the same. We should want the Australian voter to view us better than what they do, regardless of how they do so at any given time. To say that the trustworthiness of the holder of the office of Prime Minister is not something that is relevant to the everyday voter is either laughable or upsetting to our profession if it were to be true. The other argument being put is that the line in the sand should be drawn, and as these are matters of the past, we should all move on. It is almost as if we are talking about actions taken during ancient history, as if relics from the secret ministry scandal are now held by the British Museum. But as a jolt of reality, these actions took place within the past 2 years, and the truth of what took place came out for public consumption roughly half a year ago. Even in the age of the 24-hour media cycle, this is recent enough to warrant investigation, to warrant the government to seek expert advice on how to rectify how it operates to prevent this from happening ever again. Speaker, as the paraphrase saying goes, we are doomed to repeat history, contemporary or otherwise, if we do not learn from it. It's not a mistake I or the Albanese Labor government is willing to make. It is my hope, and I'm sure the hopes of all members present, that this bill, when passed, will help to close one of the final loops of this sorry saga, and we can move on from this as a parliament, as a nation. Lastly, I could note many contributions in this place on the Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, but I would like to take particular note of the brief contribution made by the member for Hume. That very succinct statement made on this bill gives me a bit of hope. It is indeed my hope that, although I did not hear a full-throated support of the bill, I did hear it. A bit lukewarm, but it was supportive nevertheless. Just like with the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, the public will see a new page turned by our democratic institutions with the support of all sides of politics, particularly the support of the two parties of government. I would encourage all members of this place to support this bill and put one further step forward to restoring public confidence in government. For with the passage of this bill, the chapter we move on from cannot be repeated. And I thank the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our democracy is not a given. It is something that must be nurtured and maintained, and that is why I'm standing to speak on this legislation today. The Albanese government is committed to our democracy, to accountability and to integrity. It is why we have established the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and is why we are implementing the first 6 recommendations of the Bell Inquiry. Deputy Speaker, the Bell Inquiry was an extraordinary moment in and of itself. The fact a former High Court Justice needed to investigate a former Prime Minister, swearing himself into secret portfolios without notifying his colleagues and this parliament and the Australian people beggars belief. At the time, the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs said this behaviour was unacceptable and that she felt that the Australian people had been betrayed. And I detect that it's not only the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, but other former ministers of the former government also felt that same betrayal. I wholeheartedly agree. Never in my political career, and that also includes having come from state parliament into federal parliament, have I heard such blatant disrespect for our democracy, for our parliament and for the Australian people. It is why it is so important that the censure of the member for Cook last year, the censure sent a clear message. This type of behaviour has no place in our parliament and in our democracy. It is widely known that the faith in our democracy and our system of government is under strain. I hear it when I am out in my electorate all the time. That should send shivers down the spine of every member of this place. Many people, particularly in Lingiari, believe politicians and politics in general is not working in their interest. People see politics and politicians as self-serving and as a way to protect the interest of certain individuals. This is beyond alarming, and this parliament must respond. I am proud to stand here today and speak on ways in which the Albanese government is strengthening integrity measures in government. This bill will implement reforms to provide greater transparency for the administration of our Commonwealth departments. It will ensure that there is clarity as to who is governing our departments of state and who is sworn in to administer departments. It will address the loopholes that the member for Cook so blatantly abused. Critically, this bill will also ensure that information on the governance of our country will be available for all Australians to find as it should. But most importantly, this bill, as part of a broader suite of measures, will go some way in restoring people's sense of parliament as a trusted institution. None of us can do our jobs if our communities do not trust us, and so we must do all we can and all that we can do what is needed to safeguard our democracy. I commend this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker, and I
wish I was pleased to rise for the Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, but really this is a bill that we should never have had to have brought to this place. This is a bill that, frankly, should have been a part of a policy that every single member of this place, especially those in leadership positions, would have respected in the first place and not created the need to bring this bill into this place. But of course we know that coming in here in the last government there was a constant undermining of this great institution. Now, I'm going to run through some of the extraordinary decisions made by the former Prime Minister in appointing himself across all of the really serious major policy and departments when he was the Prime Minister. But it's more than that, Acting Speaker, that when we came into this place after the 2019 election, every single time that we put forward different items for debate, when we sought to engage in a democratic way on topics, even on government's own bills, bills like the EPBC Act, bills like the when they were trying to ram through industrial relations reform, we wanted to speak and participate in our democratic arena of the House of Representatives. And time after time, the Leader of the House came in here and moved that members be no longer heard, and that debates and second readings of legislation questions were immediately put on whether or not a bill should be considered without debate. I remember the EPBC Act, where they tried to bring back the failed Tony Abbott environmental reforms, and without even allowing debate on the floor of the parliament, they tried to ram through that. So what we had in the last parliament was a culture of coming in here from the Leader of the House, the number of Leader of the House that they had performing in that role, the Prime Minister. There wasn't a respect for this institution. There wasn't a respect to say that this and each and every member of this place deserves the right to be heard, deserves the right to represent the communities that they are privileged to be here on behalf of. And there was a culture of, frankly, almost as if the Prime Minister didn't want to be here, almost as if the former Prime Minister felt that this place was beneath him and his roles. But it is not. It is not. And you can tell the difference between the current Prime Minister, someone who has a deep sense of this place, someone who respects this place, someone who respects the institution that we are all privileged to be a part of, and the former Prime Minister who, on time after time, allowed debate to be shut down, moved that members not be heard, refused to engage on debate, and engaged in really a culture of undermining the importance of our House of Democracy. So what are we doing in return? Well, this bill, the Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, will ensure that the Australian people are able to access information related to the composition of the Federal Executive Council and those appointed to administer certain departments of state and the high offices that those ministers of state hold. When we came into government, Acting Speaker, as you know, we sought to try and rebuild trust with the Australian people, that democracy is important to us, that Australian people believing in this institution is important to us, that we wanted on this side of the House to rebuild a bit of trust and to show the Australian people that we care about this place. This place matters, that this institution needs to be protected by us as representatives of this place, and that we can't be coming in here with a culture of secrecy, a culture of shutting down debate, and a culture of undermining and not respecting this institution. So given all of that, it is hardly surprising that we uncovered the former Prime Minister in the most extraordinary of circumstances having revealed, not by him, Acting Speaker, but for him, on the extraordinary power grab that he undertook in this place and as the Prime Minister of our country. We all knew that the member for Cook was the Prime Minister. It did grate a little bit occasionally, but we all knew it. We all knew that the member for Cook was the Prime Minister. We had no idea that the member for Cook had taken carriage of 5 other portfolios. Now, I remember, Acting Speaker, when the early days of COVID arrived, and there was not only a sense of urgency, but a sense of political unity, that we had discussions as a Federal Labor Party caucus about our approach, and that the main agreement that we had was that we were going to work with the government to try and support the Australian people getting through these difficult times. And that meant facilitating a special sitting of Parliament where we would come into this place and pass extraordinary measures that enabled Australians to be able to isolate safely at home, to be able to have connections to their workplace and the JobKeeper and JobSeeker policies alike. There was goodwill. And you know, if you were really desperate to justify the fact that the Prime Minister wanted to appoint himself as the Minister for Health, or maybe a global pandemic is a justification for that as well, just in case you never know what happens, and there was a lot of uncertainty. That doesn't excuse the fact that the Prime Minister refused to tell anyone about it, that the Prime Minister didn't come into this place and say, just to be clear, in case of an emergency, I have made myself as well the Minister for Health, and therefore it is only as a contingency just to ensure that there are people looking after the Australian people at all times. Now, I don't think that would have been necessary. I think that there are plenty of different ways in which the executive government can rearrange themselves, and there are extraordinary circumstances to guide extraordinary times. But the Prime Minister didn't do that. And just like that culture of shutting down debate, just like that culture of trying to ram through bills without giving members a chance to speak, the Prime Minister appointed himself to do 2 different portfolios in March of 2020 and didn't tell anyone. He didn't tell the Minister for Finance, the now head of the OECD, Matthias Cormann, that on the 30th of March 2020, the Prime Minister took the finance portfolio for himself. Now, again, it was extraordinary times, March of 2020, that we came in here working with the government in order to try and protect the Australian people and ensure that everything in this place was there to protect their interests and their livelihoods and their lives. And so what did the Prime Minister then do? He appointed himself the Minister for Finance, but did not even tell his own Finance Minister. It is just extraordinary that the Prime Minister thought or had not a shred of respect for the then Finance Minister to be able to say, by the way, mate, these are extraordinary times and I've just appointed myself in case there is anything that you can't do. Heaven forbid. But it gets worse. It gets worse. He then appointed himself on the 15th of April 2021 as the Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, because the then Minister for Resources was refusing to block the PEP 11 project off the coast of New South Wales. Now, we all know where the Labor Party has stood and the advocacy on PEP 11 has been, and I'm not here to re-prosecute that old argument. But What this shows was that the former Prime Minister understood that he could take on specific and extra portfolios. He understood that by him taking on those portfolios, he could use his responsibilities against the wishes of the current minister who is sworn in under those portfolio responsibilities. That what the former Prime Minister was doing was secretly acquiring powers to be used against his own cabinet ministers. Now, if you are secretly acquiring powers to use against cabinet ministers, surely letting someone know would be a pretty good idea. Surely having the decency to let the Australian people know that your power grab against your own ministers, intentional power grab, should be made public. But of course it didn't happen. And then there was more. On the 6th of May in 2021, long after those early days of the pandemic, the then Prime Minister decided to appoint himself the Treasurer of Australia as well as the Minister for Home Affairs. Both of those portfolios have extraordinary powers. Both the Minister for Home Affairs and the Treasurer of Australia are senior portfolio areas. And we have a Prime Minister who is intentionally acquiring portfolios and did not tell the then Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, nor did he tell the former Minister for Home Affairs. This place matters, and the way in which executive government matters. There must be an executive member on the chair at the dispatch box at all times, because the executive is accountable to this place. The executive that runs our country is accountable to this building and to the Australian people when Parliament is functioning. But the then Prime Minister not only didn't tell his colleagues, not only was he acquiring power to use against his colleagues, not only was he doing that and not telling the Australian people, he was telling journalists. The former Prime Minister refused to come into this place or on any national platform that he would have been given and tell people that he has actually acquired 5 different portfolios, but he knew this information was of interest, which is why he told 2 journalists, Mr Chambers and Mr Benson, in their book called Plagued. So the former Prime Minister was aware enough that he had acquired portfolios to use against his own cabinet colleagues. He was aware enough that the information was enough of interest that he wanted to tell journalists, but he didn't have the decency to say it in this place. He didn't have the decency to tell his own colleagues, who were also on the executive serving under him. And worst of all, Acting Speaker, he didn't have the decency to tell the Australian people. Well, I don't know about you, Acting Speaker, but I like to think that every member of this place actually cares about the institution that we are privileged to represent in. That when we leave this place, we can hold our heads high and say we served in this great institution with the best of our ability, because the Australian people deserve nothing less, and that we believe in this House of democracy. We believe in the House of Representatives. We believe that coming in here and serving our constituency is a worthwhile profession, that we're not in it for ourselves, we're in it to try and do something for our country. It's a great thing, and I know that people across all sides of politics believe in that. That is not something that is, only to do with the Labor Party. Of course it's not. But coming with that is a respect for this place, and I would hope that the Conservatives join us in supporting this bill and saying that the sort of undemocratic, secretive power grabs of the former Prime Minister coming in this place and abusing the very institutions that we are all proud to be a part of should absolutely never happen again, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Parramatta.
Acting Speaker, I rise today to support the Minister of State's amendment. Acting Speaker, last year's federal election was nothing short of a wake-up call for Australia's elected representatives. The largest crossbench in history, an all-time low in our faith in democracy, and the political whiplash from a generation of Australians who grew up in a decade of dishonesty in our parliament. Acting Speaker, I'm a firm believer in our Australian democracy and a firm believer that this House is capable of generational change for the better. I believe that change for a better future can start here, and change for the better starts with us. Acting Speaker, I've spoken before about the dangerous state of our democracy, the crisis of confidence that we are in, a generation of the disillusioned, a seismic structural shift in Australian politics. And since I last spoke on this, the 2022 Australian Electoral Study was released. Now, after every election, the Australian National University's Australian Election Study collects data from thousands of voters right across Australia, and it's been doing that since 1987. It looks at long-term trends across years and decades and lifts the lid on deep, long-running issues that aren't reflected in fortnightly polling. And until 2019, its findings on public faith in our democracy were not only disappointing but distressing. Satisfaction with Australian democracy was on a precipitous decline. In 2007, 86% of Australians said they were satisfied with our democracy. In 2010, that fell to 72%. In 2016, it fell again to 60%. In 2019, it fell again to 59%. And by that point, more than a third of Australians were not satisfied with our democracy. The study also asked if people in government can be trusted. And again, the statistics bear a strong decline. In 2007, 43% of Australians said that politicians can be trusted. By 2010, it had fallen to 37%. The next election, 34%, then 26%, and in 2019, 25%. Only 25% of Australians said their politicians could be trusted. 3 in 4 people didn't think their politicians could be trusted. Acting Speaker, in May last year, we had the first signs of a change to these statistics. And with the release of the 2022 study, these trends began to change for the first time since 2007. Satisfaction with our democracy rose from a dangerously low 59% to 70% between 2019 and 2022. And mistrust in government actually went down, not up, again for the first time. In 2022, the percentage of respondents who felt that the people in government only looked after themselves dropped from an all-time high of 75% in 2019 to 70% in 2022. It's not a big drop, but it's moving in the right direction. And clearly we have a long way to go before faith in our democracy is restored. But this is the first time in a long time that faith in our democracy has begun to rise. And it's support for reforms to strengthen our democracy that is partly behind this reversal. The 2022 Australian Electoral Study also reported that 92% of respondents either strongly supported or supported a national anti-corruption body. And last year we delivered on this very promise. And this is just a first step on a long pathway towards restoring long-term faith in our democracy. We need to make sure this parliament is transparent, accountable and reliable. That is our responsibility. That is our mandate. That is our job. And that is exactly what this bill brings to the table. Fighting for our democracy doesn't just take the courage to speak out, but the courage to act. And since taking government, the Albanese government has done just that. In 8 months, we've established the National Anti-Corruption Commission. We've pushed for representation for our First Nations peoples with a voice to Parliament. And now legislating safeguards against the undermining of the principles of responsible government that took place during the Morrison government. Acting Speaker, the amendments put forward today are the result of an independent inquiry into the conduct of the member for Cook during his time as Prime Minister. Between March 2020 and May 2021, as the country grappled with an ongoing public health crisis, the member for Cook appointed himself to no less than 5 additional portfolios. He became the Minister for Health. He became the Minister for Finance. He became the Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. He became the Treasurer, and he became the Minister for Home Affairs. And an independent inquiry led by former High Court Justice the Honourable Virginia Bell AC found that the fundamental principles of responsible government had been undermined by these actions. And, Acting Speaker, I reject the accusation that this was all the result of a political witch hunt. Frankly, I find it concerning that the opposition would continue to undermine independent, responsible procedures of government by labelling the Bell inquiry a political witch hunt. Let's get the facts clear. This was an independent inquiry. It was not about the politics. It was about why this happened, how this happened, and how we can prevent it from happening again in the future. Acting Speaker, I commend the Albanese Labor government on taking the inquiry's recommendations forward. The Minister of State's Amendment Bill 2022 forms one part of the government's response to Ms Bell's recommendations. Specifically, this bill puts an end to secret ministries and an end to the practice of dishonesty. It marks the start of a new era and a new approach to government, one defined by transparency, accountability and a commitment to democracy. Acting Speaker, in sum, this bill demonstrates the government is delivering on its promise to restore the Australian people's confidence in our federal system of government and to rebuild integrity in public sector institutions, processes and officials. This bill will implement reforms to provide for greater transparency and accountability in Commonwealth administration. The purpose of this bill is to implement the first of the 6 recommendations from the Bell inquiry, and it follows the steps the government has already taken to establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. This government is committed to restoring faith in our democracy, to bring back integrity and accountability. Australians deserve to know who is appointed to be their ministers, who is their executive, and what offices they hold. Acting Speaker, our democracy is precious, and it's our responsibility to protect it.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll be a short contribution, I hope. The flame of democracy is a fragile thing, and we often focus on threats from without, but it's the threats from within that can be just as real and just as damaging. The tension between parliamentary democracy in our parliament and the tension between our parliament and our executive can be, it's real and it's deliberate. In our democracy, we must protect our democracy, and the actions of the member for Cook, the former Prime Minister, serve to undermine that protection. It's the responsibility of every member here, and indeed every senator in the other place, to nurture the flame of democracy, not seek to snuff it out, not seek to bulldoze it, if I can use that term. Now, I do recognise that some regard parliamentary democracy as an annoying hindrance to getting things done, to the executive just wanting to get their job done. But it is so essential. Democracy is an aim in and of itself. The idea, the notion, the dream, the vision that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, it is an end in and of itself. It is as valuable to our society as trains running on time and roads being built. Action by the member for Cook serve to undermine the principles of our democracy and make our democracy weaker. The actions that we are taking today seek to strengthen our democracy and strengthen the foundations of it. The member for Cook, in his actions in appointing himself to a number of portfolios in secret, displayed a contempt for this place and its role, and that's been canvassed fully. And the pandemic, Deputy Speaker, is no excuse. Australia is no stranger to crisis. We have suffered wars, we've suffered the Spanish flu pandemic, we've suffered droughts and floods. COVID was a convenient excuse for the former Prime Minister doing what he wanted to do because he thought it was the best way to get the job done as he saw fit. He had no respect for the role of this chamber and its place in our democracy. Deputy Speaker, I'm deeply troubled by the fact that so few speakers from the other side, indeed I've seen none listed, and I'm happy to be corrected if there have been speakers on this from the other side, but those opposite, in staying silent, are failing to stand up for our democracy and failing to stand up for the protections of it. Those on the other side are supposed to be the Conservatives, the guardians of tradition, the guardians of institutions, and instead what we saw with the former Prime Minister in his contribution in defending his role in doing this was a conga line of members of so-called Conservatives pretty much kissing his ring and saying, "Job well done, mate." So few have stood up in this place. So few have stood up in this place to defend our democracy. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
Withdraw the kissing.
For the suit the House, would the member withdraw a comment that's been made by a point of order?
I'll withdraw.
I appreciate it. I call the Minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later sitting.
The question is that the debate be adjourned to the resumption of the debate be made in order of the next day, the next sitting day. All of those opinions say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3, National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
And the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Farrer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The opposition will oppose this bill. On this side of the House, we know that the best way we can support the manufacturers of Australia is by creating the right economic conditions for them to succeed. Unsurprisingly, our economy is being managed woefully by this government. The government says we want Australia to be a country that makes things again. Well, I say to those opposite, we do make things in this country and we're bloody good at it. Instead of jetting over to the US and socialising in the Silicon Valley, the minister could have walked down to Glendenning in his own electorate and listened to what our manufacturers actually need from their government. They would tell you that their success depends on the government managing the economy in a way which creates the preconditions for their success. Those opposite should listen to what our Australian manufacturers are actually saying. Energy prices are sending them to the brink. Businesses are being forced to drop products because supply chains aren't coping. They can't expand because there aren't enough workers. Mr Speaker, this bill does nothing for them. This bill is silent on the #1 issue that's raised by industry, whether you're in an aluminium smelter, a pill pressing plant or a lumber mill. The Coalition is opposing this bill because this arrogant government is telling our manufacturers what they think they need, rather than addressing what manufacturers actually want. This is a minister that talks big about value add onshore, but sells out as soon as he gets back to his desk. Mr Speaker, the only value he's adding is to the offshore paper industry, wasting taxpayer dollars on a $100 a ream paper rather than $8 a ream Australian-made paper, which is used in every other printer in this place. As Labor tries to rush its National Reconstruction Fund through the parliament, it just demonstrates that while they talk the talk on supporting Australian manufacturers, they just don't walk the walk. Quite frankly, the minister's commitment to Australian manufacturing isn't worth the paper it's written on. Fancy Conqueror branded paper will not do anything to conquer the rising pressures on our manufacturing. The simple fact of the matter is that without addressing these key economic challenges which are holding industry back, government spending is useless. Mr Speaker, under the economic mismanagement of this government, any proposed financial support will be whittled away by increased input costs. Instead of reinventing economics and remaking capitalism, the government should just focus on Economics 101. Input costs affect the bottom line, and the price of energy is the first among those input costs for so many of our manufacturers. In a recent survey conducted by the Australian Industry Group, 83% of survey respondents experienced rising energy prices. In fact, it represented the highest score in the history of the survey. There's not been a single conversation that I've had since I've taken on this portfolio where the cost of energy has not been raised as a concern. Take Solaris Paper. They've been manufacturing in Australia since the 1950s, with products including sorbent toilet paper, Deco serviettes and Handy Ultra paper towels. They're facing a tripled gas bill. Making their concerns public, they say that there is a real crisis looming. It's a tremendous challenge, and it's only one of our costs. Regional Victorian manufacturer Advanced Bricks has announced that they will let their brick oven go cold after 82 years of business. Why? Because they've gone from paying $6 a gigajoule of gas to more than $37 a gigajoule overnight. The bill offers no hope for manufacturers like second-generation family business Advanced Bricks. Each one of these closures has a human element to it. People out of work, craftsmanship lost and communities losing as a result. Mr Speaker, so many of our manufacturers rely on gas, yet this government's demonisation of this essential element does nothing but drive prices up. The Industry Minister thinks he can shirt-front the gas companies into submission, and as a result prices will drop. I hate to break it to the minister, but that's not how economics works. A government divided on the issue with 2 cabinet ministers at loggerheads in a very public way also diminishes confidence in the supply of this critical resource. The Minister for Resources has one view and the Minister for Industry has another. Labor's mismanagement of energy policy is making a bad situation worse. Why do Australians always have to pay more under Labor? We know that, according to the Food Supply Chain Alliance, some businesses are facing 100 to 300% increases in electricity costs, with a further 56% rise foreshadowed in the October budget. Manufacturers can't afford this hit to their bottom line. The government claims it is prioritising manufacturers through the introduction of this legislation. Well, the reality could not be further from the truth. This bill does nothing to ameliorate the input costs that are pushing businesses to the brink right now. Labor misled the Australian people at the last election, saying they would reduce energy prices. Mr Speaker, we know that the problem is much deeper than that, and it isn't just inaction on energy costs which is hurting our industries. Supply chain disruptions and staff shortages have also been left unanswered by this government. This reconstruction bill does not fix these economic drivers which are making it impossible for manufacturers to do business in this country. The Food Supply Chain Alliance has said a 30% increase in fuel bills is cutting into the viability of our hard-working industries every time their truck drivers hit the bowser. Cumulatively, the Independent Food Distributors Australia have said that the fuel, electricity, transport costs and many other costs have risen by an average of 29% in the last 9 months. The Australian Industry Group says that 90% of businesses expect to be affected by staffing shortages. What has this government done to address this? There's no point to this bill reconstructing our manufacturing base if there is no one to carry out that renewed effort. If they listened to our manufacturers, they would know these are the issues they demand action on, instead of arrogantly telling them what they need. They did this with their radical industrial relations changes, putting a regulatory noose around the necks of our manufacturers. They didn't care to listen. In case those opposite have short memories, this is what they said. We know the Labor Party, when it suits them, is fond of walking into this House and quoting the business community. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry said that it would be particularly damaging given already serious global risks and uncertainty. The Australian Industry Group called the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill flawed and unnecessary, noting that it would implement major and regressive changes to Australia's workplace relations arrangements that would set us back decades. But we know these trusted voices are not the ones those opposite listen to. Millions of dollars in donations equals policy influence in this government, and that's at the heart of the Albanese Accord. Donations go in, policy comes out. Many Australians had to live through the last time industrial disputes wreaked havoc in our economy, and they remember it vividly. That was when the then Industrial Relations Minister, the member for Maribyrnong, chose to scrap the Australian Building Construction Commission the last time the Labor Party was in government. And we know what happened. Unsurprisingly, industrial disputes skyrocketed, working days lost rose, and as a result the cost of infrastructure went up by 30%. That means that infrastructure like hospitals, schools, roads, they all cost 30% more than they did before, a direct consequence of Labor's ideological industrial relations-induced mania. But have they learnt their lesson? Of course not. Instead, in a high inflationary environment, they are once again encouraging an uptick in industrial disputes, driving up inflation and pressure on our manufacturers. Mr Speaker, this bill does nothing to support industries impacted by these inflationary pressures. The government is not listening to our manufacturers, and by bringing this debate ahead of the Senate inquiry process concluding, the Industry Minister is sneakily avoiding any scrutiny of due process. In fact, the Senate inquiry is yet to even close its submissions. They're open as I speak, let alone hold a hearing or report back to the Senate, incorporating valuable industry feedback. The government was disingenuous at their job summit, and they're disingenuous about their consultation.
The minister can just take the opposition minister can just
Thanks,
take a
Deputy Speaker. Just on reflection, given I withdrew my previous comment, I think I'd ask the Shadow Minister to withdraw that comment about the minister.
I don't want to ask you. I don't want to ask you what the inflection was, but the opposition minister.
Deputy Speaker, I meant no imputation of the minister in negative terms, and so if it will assist the rather difficult member for Lyons, I'm very happy to withdraw it so I can get on with the important issue of the debate.
So if you could withdraw.
The government was disingenuous at their job summit, and they're disingenuous about their consultation for this bill, as the government cuts corners to get this flawed bill through the House. The minister may be impatient when he is trying to ram through his flawed bill, but he has been on a real go-slow in his ministerial duties. Since the election, the government has dithered and delayed, failing to support our manufacturers in any substantive way. The government has delayed the provision of independently assessed grants funded by the Coalition, conducted excessive politically motivated reviews and chopped and changed the national manufacturing priority areas. Entire industries have been put in a holding pattern whilst international competition continues to rise. The time it will take to establish this NRF will cumulatively cost our manufacturers some 2 years before they start seeing any government support for their work. Establishing something like the NRF takes time to legislate, time to attract a board, time to hire staff, time to establish process, time to prepare funding streams, time to market, time to select applicants, and time to settle contracts. The government has modelled the National Reconstruction Fund on the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the CEFC. However, unlike the CEFC, the National Reconstruction Fund is more complicated as it is investing in multiple industries. History shows us that the CEFC took 3 years to design, legislate and start making investments, with the Gillard government saying this was necessary due to the complexities involved. In fact, so great was the task that a full Treasury review was commissioned to design the scheme, and let's not forget this was for a fund into just one industry. Mr Speaker, following all that work for what was a complex initiative by the Gillard government's own admission, the CEFC was established in August 2012. The first investment was made in June 2013, some 10 months later. Now, the government has signalled its intent to get money out the door as quickly as possible, but at best it will be over a year from the election that the corporation will even effectively be formed, and quite possibly another year before funding is issued to manufacturers. This is lost time for our manufacturers, prospective workers, our economy, and it dampens prospects for investment. Our manufacturers cannot afford to wait as their competitors forge ahead. Those on the frontiers in tech, on the cusp of medical breakthroughs, and any manufacturer with a cutting-edge offering cannot sit idly. The government announced that the National Reconstruction Fund should be up and running by next financial year, but they haven't committed a launch date. Mr Speaker, that's because they know it will take time. That's why they're rushing it through the Parliament. They were quick to stop, stall and stifle any industry program from the Coalition government, but failed to replace it with any program, and worse, now rush through a lengthy and lacking bill to compensate. The coalition government's modern manufacturing strategy was delivering for our manufacturers, and dismantling many of these measures was a mistake, a spiteful and partisan mistake by a bad Labor government, undermining what could have been a bridging gap between our programs in government and a properly designed and thoroughly consulted National Reconstruction Fund. Industry has told us that this type of funding model takes years to get right, and, Mr Speaker, those will be lost years for manufacturers. Consultation has been rushed. Parliamentary oversight has been sidestepped. This bill poses more questions than answers. The government's own departmental consultation only closed last Friday, and the government will have you believe that this feedback was thoroughly reviewed, workshopped with experts and changes made to the bill in only 2 working days. What a joke. The minister was clearly committed to reviewing the consultation, socialising with celebrities at black tie events in Los Angeles and having birthday burgers with his caucus colleagues in the Hunter. We know ambition when we see it. I just wish the Minister for Industry was as ambitious for our manufacturers as he is for himself. The government is wilfully avoiding scrutiny and obfuscating consultation, and that's because their flawed bill seeks to introduce significant ministerial discretion, which every taxpayer should be concerned about. The government really does give meaning to that word shortlist, because only a special handful have had a chance to contribute to the design of the bill. Unsurprisingly, this list included some frequent flyers to officers of those opposite: the Australian Council of Trade Unions, former Labor Cabinet Minister Anna Bligh, who heads up the ABA, and Industry Super Australia. Who would have thought? The Albanese Accord strikes again. Donations go in and policy comes out. The bill hasn't passed, but unions are already licking their lips at the prospect of the NRF, and they've listed their demands. A third of the board positions hand-picked by the Council of Trade Unions, positions which will determine who gets access to funding. Enterprise agreement with unions, a precondition to even make an application. Applicants must not have engaged in conduct that treated workers unfairly, a very vague way of saying if you're not with them, you're against them, and demanding that applicants must commit to direct employment, and if contractors or indirect workforce is used, they must be employed on the same conditions as the direct workforce. This essentially enshrines compulsory unionism to be a successful applicant. The minister must today rule this out and immediately distance the government from such egregious outcomes. Now, of course, Labor will consult their faction bosses, the union movement and their donors from Industry Super. But given the significant ministerial discretion in this bill, it became clear something was not quite right. Mr Speaker, it says a lot about this bill that Ethical Clothing Australia, a CFMEU front, believes they stand to gain from the NRF as recipients of a $6 million commitment before the election. The minister must explain how during the election support was promised from a fund that, 1, hasn't been established and 2, makes investment decisions via an independent board that is yet to be formed. It defies logic and certainly does not reflect the transparency and accountability the government led the Australian people to believe they would exemplify in office. It's the quid pro quo of the Albanese Accord. Money comes in, policy goes out. What a joke. This is symbolic of a deeper structural problem with this legislation. It's the typical cloak and dagger politics those opposite engage in to benefit trade unions. In opposition, the Labor Party jumped up and down in fits of hysteria about what they perceived to be unfair allocations of funding by way of competitive grant processes. They claimed these were terrible, which their own review cleared as being completely appropriate. According to those opposite, grant funding is so terrible that this bill would outlaw grants, which our industries have come to rely on. Mr Speaker, so terrible that the minister has instituted grant programs to work alongside the NRF. Can you believe anything that comes out of this government? The government promised the Australian people transparency, but what this bill seeks to enshrine by way of ministerial discretion is opaque beyond belief. This is incredible. Out of everyone in the hard-working textile industry, a union front gets the first funds from the NRF slush fund. Only the Labor Party would endorse an organisation with a rampant history of criminal conduct. Corrupt unions doing well under Labor? No surprises there. Mr Speaker, this decision will not provide any certainty to the taxpayer that this fund will be administered in the transparent and independent manner that the government promised. The Australian public aren't stupid. They know the fix is in. We know the Prime Minister and the Minister for Industry have provided assurances that the fund will be overseen by an independent board, but it's becoming clear that this board is likely to be stacked with union mates. It's difficult to foresee any other outcome when their first decision was to hand money to the CFMEU. And, Mr Speaker, this is a minister with form. Since the election, it's been revealed that Minister Husic rejected recommended ministerial appointments made by his department and instead installed others. More alarmingly, Minister Husic has made questionable appointments to committees demanding subject matter expertise. Take his recent appointment to the Robotics Strategy Advisory Committee. Did he appoint a scientist? No. Did he appoint an engineer? No. Perhaps he appointed the head of an industry body? No. Minister Husic appointed the president of the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, Andrew Dettmer. Mr Dettmer is not your run-of-the-mill union boss. He's a self-labelled socialist who on social media publicly called the Leader of the Opposition a pig and called the Productivity Commission a front for neoliberal ideology. Sounds like he might also be moonlighting as the Treasurer's ghostwriter. A union boss, not a scientist, not an engineer, but under Mr Dettmer's watch, the AMWU has donated millions of dollars to the ALP. This dangerous bill allows the minister to appoint members of the board, appoint the chair and indeed the committee. The minister will have direct discretion to appoint board members overseeing the rollout of a $15 billion taxpayer fund, leaving the door open to the situation wherein significant funding could be ticked off or denied on the whims of union officials. The Coalition will be engaging in good faith with the Senate processes underway, unlike this bad Labor government. If the Senate processes ask for significant amendments, we will work constructively to that end. We will try to make a bad bill less bad. But there are also issues with the funding model, which will enrich vested interests and leave small and family manufacturers behind. By ditching competitive grants with robust processes, the government cuts out a stream of funding which may be more accessible to many smaller manufacturers that just don't have the capabilities to apply for complicated equity or loan programs. Another question about the funding model is what will happen to failing or failed loans should an NRF recipient encounter economic uncertainty. At what point would the corporation withdraw its loan? How will the government manage these situations? Examples from similar ALP programs, such as the Victorian Economic Development Corporation, have resulted in manufacturers being uprooted, the taxpayer footing an expensive bill. There's no clarity on thresholds for applicants. Presuming that loans and equities will generate a higher threshold for applicants, how many manufacturers will be ineligible to apply? Will some industries be too risky to invest in? And what will happen to industries with diminishing margins threatened by international competition? The NRF, by design, risks excluding certain industries and could become an idle fund if the thresholds are excessive. There are also concerns about crowding out investment. Government intervention will artificially distort capital markets. Each sector has different challenges, and a cookie-cutter approach won't satisfy each of these. This is just an old-fashioned Labor policy of spraying money around indiscriminately. Mr Speaker, if these investments were so promising and rates of return were viable, then why hasn't private capital funded them already? The equity funding model is flawed because it also disregards the importance of ownership, which the minister would have registered if he actually took the time to listen to manufacturers instead of prescribing what he thinks works. Many manufacturers, which are family-owned businesses, would be reluctant to give up control of their business through an equity model. This funding model will stifle innovation. It's a funding model that does not entertain failure, and in some industries, innovation comes with an inherent amount of risk. The pressure of providing positive returns will disincentivise innovation, something which has so many Australian success stories on the map. This funding model is seriously flawed, but even more so is the fact that on a political whim, you could cut a whole industry out of the national conversation. The government has shown they play politics with funding, and this bill does nothing but undermine investment certainty. Mr Speaker, what this bill shows us is that this Labor government is more interested in pursuing its agenda than keeping the course for our manufacturers. Prior to the election, this fund promised to be everything to everyone. These new priorities are vague, and they don't provide the focus needed to drive investment into specific sectors where we can achieve critical mass. That's why the Coalition established 6 critical focus areas, which specific priorities to maximise the impact of our resource. In their desire to establish their own NRF, Labor has spitefully redirected funds away from the national manufacturing priorities. Indeed, in their submission, the AI Group note that cuts to the Modern Manufacturing Initiative and Entrepreneurs Program in 2022 deprive the NRF of two main pipelines of preparing innovative SMEs to be investment ready. This was all done to lay the ground for the National Reconstruction Fund, a fund which, by the government's own legislation, will see $0 spent this financial year. With a tenth of the investment, the coalition government made real strides to support industry through some of their toughest years. Instead of supporting manufacturing in a bipartisan manner, the government has embarked on a brazen attempt to undermine the coalition's previous policy priorities, deprioritising our investments in the space industry, food and beverage and complementary medicines. Complementary Medicines Australia noted in their submission that, unlike the previous government's modern manufacturing strategy, the NRF does not specifically identify complementary medicines as a high-value priority growth area. Furthermore, the funding mechanism provided by the NRF will not be as appealing to industry, and it will therefore not deliver the same benefits as a model which provides grant funding." End quote. The government must explain what, other than an election, precipitated this change. The government's decision to abandon Australia's space industry as a policy priority has left a previously revitalised sector in a state of confusion and uncertainty. The minister has provided no reasoning as to why this massive policy shift has occurred. The industry was simply left to find out from department officials at Senate estimates that they were no longer a priority for this government. This important industry was set to create opportunities to grow, whether it be in rocket engines, component parts or satellites. Our dedication signalled our commitment to the industry and helped enable the first of 3 launches by NASA in the Northern Territory. And I would note that there are Australians of whom we should be very proud who are heavily involved in further planned NASA launches to the moon. The Labor government was gutless in explaining their reasoning why this was no longer a priority. We've already heard from industry that their decision to wipe space as a priority will see manufacturers leave our shores. I call on a government member or minister to come to this place and explain why they've taken this ill-informed step, because this bill does nothing to provide a reasoning or reconsideration of support to this crucial industry. Scrapping the space industry as a policy priority is short-sighted, and it strips the manufacturing industry of a key pillar of forward-looking policy. We're also concerned about the decision to scrap food and beverage manufacturing as a stand-alone priority for Australian industry, because we laid out an ambitious plan to double the value of this industry by 2030. And this boost could not be more crucial at a time when Australians are struggling with cost of living pressures. We know that in the government's haste to put this legislation before the House, they've ruthlessly ripped funding away from the successful Modern Manufacturing Initiative, which was delivering. Families across the country are feeling the pinch at the checkout. Every time they push the trolley through that checkout, the cost of groceries is going up. The government could prevent future price shocks by encouraging sovereign capability in this sector. But instead they've chosen to sideline these crucial industries by lumping them in with an array of other sectors. The Minister for Agriculture even went so far as to state that, unlike many other countries, Australia does not face food shortages. He must be forgetting some of those shortages we had earlier this year. The Prime Minister said at the last election he would leave no one behind. But, Mr Speaker, he's leaving whole industries behind. Every incoming government has the right to develop policies based on their priorities. We get that. However, it must be done based on expert advice, especially for our sovereign manufacturing base. Changing these priorities leave investment decisions in limbo. We had 6 national priority sectors under our modern manufacturing strategy, and we have significant concerns with this bill, its financial implications and the investment uncertainty it will create. In fact, similar financial structures to the one underpinning this bill have drawn criticism from the IMF, who state that implementation of below-the-line activity through newly created investment vehicles, such as the NRF, should be phased appropriately, and more broadly, a proliferation of such vehicles should be avoided. And this is the important part. The IMF said that the cost of living support in light of high energy prices should be targeted, aimed at protecting vulnerable households and small, viable firms. Mr Speaker, an initial $5 billion appropriation is provided upon passage of the bill, but the timing of the remaining $10 billion will not be subject to further parliamentary approval, with the bill's explanatory memorandum stating it's not necessary to provide for further parliamentary scrutiny of the timing of particular transfers to the special account. With the Labor Party in this Albanese government, there's always a need for further scrutiny. This bill's explanatory memorandum states the remaining $10 billion appropriation can occur any time within 6 years before July 2029. Ultimately, the government's design choices in this bill add significant fiscal uncertainty, around $15 billion that taxpayers have had to borrow. Mr Speaker, by scrapping the established modern manufacturing strategy and failing to address the numerous concerns our manufacturers face, so we don't support this legislation and we don't support the government's vain attempts to extricate itself from coalition policy that was delivering for Australian industry. At his recent address to the National Press Club, the Minister for Industry said, and I quote, "Australia can be a place that makes things, but it won't just happen because we declare it so." Well, Minister, we do make things here in Australia, but that is at risk because of this government's go slow. Mr Speaker, this government does nothing but pay lip service to our manufacturers, declaring it so without actually acting on the things that our manufacturers are crying out for. Our industry deserves better than a minister who claims to represent them. An Aussie-made in public, but does something very different behind closed doors. The opposition will always stand with our industries who are facing significant and growing challenges, because we are out there in those industries, on those shop floors, at those manufacturing sites, talking to the workforce, talking to the manufacturers, talking to the small businesses, talking to the medium businesses, and we're listening to what they tell us. And what they're telling us is that their key three priorities of energy prices coming down, workforce shortages being desperate and disrupted supply chains are the three priorities they want this government to be addressing in terms of its manufacturing policy, right here, right now in this parliament. This bill does nothing to address those priorities. It addresses instead the priority of the Labor Party, which is the priority of the unions, and that has been made very, very clear by the heavy involvement of unions that are anticipated on the board of this National Reconstruction Fund. The opposition stands with our industries who are facing significant and growing challenges, as I said, Mr Speaker. We understand those challenges. We're there for our industries. We're backing them in. Unlike this Prime Minister who said he would leave no one behind, he is leaving our manufacturing industries far, far behind. But we will fight every day to ensure that their interests are front and centre, and the Coalition will be opposing this bill.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak on this bill because manufacturing combines some really important factors. One is education, the other is innovation, and of course that X factor, determination. These are the vital ingredients for a modern, prosperous economy, and we in the Albanese government are entirely future-focused on that one goal. Many Australians scanning their homes or workplaces would be hard-pressed to find a product made in Australia. Once upon a time, not long ago, you may have had an Aussie-made appliance in your home or a car in the driveway. So what happened? The wave of globalisation and free trade likely had something to do with it, the destruction, that is, of our manufacturing industry, but so did the lack of government oversight and foresight. Among OECD countries, Australia ranks last for self-sufficient manufacturing capability, according to the Centre for Future Work's 2020 report. The aftermath of this neglect of our manufacturing sector was our impotence in the face of a public health emergency, the likes of which the world has never seen. The pandemic hit, and my own experience, like thousands of healthcare workers across the country, was telling. Shortages of PPE, like tight-fitting masks, the ones that save your life from a deadly virus when you have no vaccine, led to rationing. I captured the voices of frontline healthcare workers in a study I published in 2020, during the first year of the pandemic. And this is what they said. From a doctor in Queensland: "I'm currently pregnant and I put myself, an unborn child and my family at risk every time I assess a febrile patient wearing a simple surgical mask, because this is all we all have access to unless we have a confirmed case, and then an N95 mask is provided." From a nurse in New South Wales, and she only wrote in a telegraphed way because they're busy: "Work in aged care, do not have access to PPE, is locked up. Have new residents, residents go to hospital. Visit family, come back to the facility. I have no PPE to protect myself or them."
From a trainee doctor in Queensland, the fact that we are expected to work with inadequate PPE is disgraceful and runs contrary to OH&S regulations in every other facet of working life. At my hospital, we have masks rationed and are only allowed to use surgical masks to intubate patients. We reuse goggles when you can find them. A nurse in Victoria said, "The PPE we have been given has been suboptimal. Surgical masks sent from China with very poor packaging and have been very flimsy, not moulding to our faces properly. We've been told that we cannot wear N95 masks until a patient is proven positive, which at times is taking several days. Our health is compromised every day we work, and I fear for my colleagues and my own safety." Our lack of sovereign capability had real consequences on the health system and the community. The work health and safety of healthcare workers was compromised. Over 3,000 healthcare workers in Victoria alone fell sick, and outbreaks spread from healthcare and aged care settings back into the community, prolonging lockdowns. All because we weren't making enough PPE here. Not having the right tools in the toolbox has knock-on effects. But this is not the only public health emergency, is it? The other, of course, is climate change. The Albanese government's historic Climate Change Act, the first in a decade, signalled a complete about-face in our approach to climate change. We went from being climate deniers to climate doers. We see the climate crisis as the greatest economic opportunity for our country, and indeed it represents the second industrial revolution. One of the key bottlenecks to achieving our ambition of net zero by 2020 lies in industrial capability. Will we have enough solar panels, wind turbines, undersea cables, transmission lines and supporting infrastructure, especially when the rest of the world is clamouring for these goods? Will we be ready to scale up the future fuels for those hard-to-abate sectors like aviation and manufacturing or heavy industry? What do we do if we run out of lithium or its extraction becomes unviable? Peter Green, publishing in Nature Communications in 2020, suggested that flipping over 1 billion light vehicles globally would result in an acute shortage of lithium. Investing in future fuels such as bio-butanol, dimethyl ether, methanol and renewable hydrocarbon biofuels is paramount to growing the sustainability of our industrial sector, and that is entirely what we are focused on. In the energy mix of the future, Australian innovation must be in the mix. I've been fortunate to meet some of those innovators of the future, people and companies who could be competitive recipients of investor funding or indeed our National Reconstruction Fund. Waveswell Energy, led by one of my constituents, John Brown and team, represents an instructive case study. Harnessing the power of waves, the Waveswell device, positioned near the shore, uses an oscillating column of air to turn a low-voltage generator. Inspired by nature's blowhole in Kiama, this innovation has no moving parts below the water, so is impervious to the hostility of the ocean. An intriguing functionality is coastal mitigation because adjacent units, each weighing 11 tonnes, act as a breakwater. The company received $4 million in funding from ARENA, another Labor legacy, which enabled a successful pilot off King Island in Tasmania. Waveswell Energy has won numerous awards, the latest being the Sir William Hudson 2022 Engineers Award, in recognition of outstanding engineers who show innovation and excellence. Just the company we want to see succeed in Australia. Waveswell Energy has garnered interest from countries around the world. A 2022 CSIRO analysis of this technology demonstrated that dependency on battery storage would decrease with a hybrid approach which included wave with solar and wind. In short, wave energy could reduce our reliance on battery storage because waves are less intermittent than either solar or wind. Not a bad outcome when the world is clamouring for a resource like lithium. The success of this company belies a struggle universal to emerging industries. We accept that some of this comes with the territory, but in a competitive world, Australia can ill afford to treat its innovators badly. Our suboptimal track record in taking innovations to market is reflected in our rank of 25 in the Global Innovation Index. We are very good at creating knowledge, given our global input rank of 19, but let down by our conversion to market, denoted by an output rank of 32. A moribund business investment environment in Australia, which has been declining for years under those opposite, means that the valley of death is a real prospect for early-stage businesses. This is where the government has a role. We in the Albanese government want to give innovators an opportunity to make their products here on home soil. The NRF is Australia's biggest government investment in manufacturing in living memory. It is a $15 billion investment fund with a wide remit, focusing on 7 priority areas, informed by CSIRO's 2020 Recovery and Resilience Report. These 7 priority areas include resources, agriculture, forestry and fisheries, transport, medical science, renewables and low-emission tech, defence capability and enabling capabilities like quantum, robotics and AI, a subject I am very familiar with. The NRF will be overseen by an independent board guided by experts in industry, finance and science, appointed by the Minister for Industry and Science and the Minister for Finance. Investment decisions will be free from political interference, similar to current processes in ARENA and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. There will be no colour-coded spreadsheets determining the manufacturing direction of our nation. The returns from investment will be reinvested in the NRF, much like the CEFC. If only the NRF had been operating years ago, we would not be in the position of being the world's quarry for critical minerals de-linked from manufacture of EVs and batteries. Australia is the world's largest producer of lithium, yet we capture less than 1% of the value chain. There are at least 300+ gigafactories around the world, but none in Australia, despite us having the critical minerals battery manufacture coupled with an abundance of land and an overabundance, I might say, of talent. This must change. We want to see these industries take root and flourish here. On the topic of energy, I had the pleasure of meeting constituents Roland and Megan from Hybrid Energy. Hybrid Energy is using biomass to generate energy and a range of products of agricultural value which also address climate change. Sorghum can grow on marginal land. After combustion, using biomethane derived from sorghum biomass, it turns into biochar, which acts as a soil improver and a fertilizer, while the oil, a byproduct of this process, is a tonic for plants and also accelerates plant germination. Their visit left a smoky aroma in my office, the smell of opportunity. We have a place in the NRF for these kinds of innovations, and we want to see them flourish. Daniel Fleischl, a constituent and owner of Linear Wines, the only winemaker in Higgins, which produces, I might say, a fine drop, thank you, Daniel, shared with me his vast knowledge of viticulture, along with water innovations developed in Israel and California that will be vital to our farmers to survive the pressures of climate change. I may not have farms in Higgins, but I have no shortage of ag tech experts like Daniel. The NRF will support these ideas. As a country, we are blessed with an embarrassment of natural resources. Our task is to take that abundance and value add, thereby boosting our self-reliance and giving our people career pathways, not just jobs, but careers into manufacturing. A vibrant manufacturing sector will need to be supported by professional services, and that's where my constituents step in. Higgins cannot accommodate large manufacturing plants, but it certainly has no shortage of professionals in IT, design, human resources, lawyers, financiers, to keep manufacturing here and humming. Cheap green energy will be pivotal to supporting manufacturing, and for that we have started the process of bringing large-scale renewable projects online. Transmission upgrades and offshore wind, as we have already announced part of our Powering Australia plan, are key to supplying the energy our fledgling industries will demand. Indeed, the transformation occurring in the North Sea off Britain is instructive. Vast offshore wind farms are cropping up where once oil rigs stood, and they are bringing green hydrogen, floating communities, even ecotourism and energy-hungry data centres. The same will occur in Australia. Absolutely it will. And our regions and our cities will be the beneficiaries. When we link nation-building projects like high-speed rail, I had to throw that in, powered by our sunshine and made by Australian talent, the sky is the limit. I hope to see this evolve in my lifetime, but hope is not a strategy. The NRF Corporation is. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time. And I give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The National Reconstruction Fund is a proposed $15 billion fund that would invest in key priority areas across the Australian economy with the goal of reviving Australian manufacturing, creating jobs for Australians and encouraging downstream processing to diversify and to create the necessary complexity in our Australian economy. Australian manufacturing is in dire need of investment. Under the previous coalition government, we saw the Australian economy become far less complex, a sort of a dig it up, chop it down and ship it out economy. We've seen good quality manufacturing jobs driven offshore by a government hostile to state-led investment. The death of car manufacturing is just one example of a job-intense manufacturing industry that suffered really badly, in fact was killed under the previous government. This trend must be reversed. The Greens support an active role for government in getting public money to where it needs to be. The National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill is a step towards this, towards an Australia that can add value to the raw materials we extract, a manufacturing nation that creates high-quality jobs across a diverse economy. At the last federal election, the Greens proposed a $15 billion Made in Australia bank, a bank to support and finance manufacturing, innovation, industrial decarbonisation and relocalisation of supply chains, a finance vehicle with a core purpose of driving the decarbonisation of Australian manufacturing and significantly reducing emissions in industrial processes. When the Greens set up the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and ARENA with Labor, we built an Abbott-proof fence around it. We insisted on the legislation preventing public funds being directed away from clean energy and towards coal, gas, carbon capture or nuclear. This was actually baked into that legislation, and it saved the CEFC and ARENA from multiple attempts by the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government to destroy or undermine it. While the Greens strongly support the government fostering new productive industries and diversifying our economy, we're deeply concerned with the extreme lack of specificity contained in this legislation for the National Reconstruction Fund. It could take us backwards on the climate emergency. Our final position on this bill in the Senate has not yet been finally determined. There's a real risk with this legislation that this government or subsequent governments have almost unlimited discretion to declare priority areas for a gas-fired recovery or a coal mine renaissance. There is a serious possibility that the NRF could be turned into a ministerial vessel for fossil fuel finance. Concerningly, there's nothing in the legislation itself to prevent investment in coal and gas or in projects that would lock in and extend the use of coal and gas. Anything the government of the day chooses to support could be declared NRF priorities in the future. Likewise, the scope of matters that a government can specify in the investment mandate, which is not disallowable, affords very considerable discretion. The only limiting factor on this are rules preventing a government from dictating that the NRF undertake a specific investment. Under the proposed legislation, the minister would issue the investment mandate as a non-disallowable legislative instrument and declare the priority areas of the Australian economy in the form of a disallowable legislative instrument. The minister has provided a good deal of detail on the proposed priority areas, and we thank the minister for the collegiate approach, but the detail provided is effectively a moot point when there are so few limitations on what industries the government of the day can choose to direct the NRF towards. We Greens strongly support public investment in rebuilding manufacturing in Australia. We need to diversify our economy, but the legislation in its current form is wide open to abuse by governments that want to use the $15 billion for more coal and gas. That's a risk the Australian Greens simply cannot take. We need clear guardrails to stop public money being used to prop up coal and gas. For that reason, on behalf of the Greens, I will be moving amendments during consideration in detail that would rule out money from the NRF going towards coal and gas or towards native forest logging. These are reasonable amendments that would strengthen the NRF, protect it from abuse and allow the government to invest in reviving Australian manufacturing and decarbonising our economy.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution, and the question before the House is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to contribute to the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill. Speaker, how good is it to have a government who cares about Australia? A government that cares about Australians and our future. Australia is the best country in the world, Speaker, but the pandemic was a wake-up call. It showed us and the world that we aren't perfect. It showed that our supply chains are vulnerable. But it also showed that when push came to shove, we pulled through. But we need to make sure that we are more self-sufficient more consistently. Along with the Buy Australia plan and Future Made in Australia, the Reconstruction Fund is another part of this government's plan for Australia to be a strong and self-sufficient nation, and this fund will help our country to have a renewed basis to sell to the world. Speaker, this fund is about bringing Australia back to our glory days. I remember the days when Australia used to make things, and make things that were of a high quality. Unfortunately, I also remember some of the regrettable haircuts from that time as well. And while haircut styles may have improved, our manufacturing sector has gone the opposite way. But, Speaker, this $15 billion fund will bring back Australian industry, and it will mean that we are a country that makes things again. Industry in Australia that will diversify so we are making more of the things that Australians need. This will give Australians well-paid, secure jobs. Our economy will grow, and it will leave our country as a whole better off in the long run. And, Deputy Speaker, we in the Labor Party are serious about creating a better future for Australia and a better future for Australians. We will have the fund up and running by the middle of this year, and it will be one of Australia's biggest government investments in manufacturing in living memory. This will be a legacy that future generations will look back on and be grateful for. Deputy Speaker, manufacturing is my background, and I know how it works. I know the capabilities that we have here as a nation. Unfortunately, we aren't always meeting our potential in the areas of manufacturing, but this is about to change. The National Reconstruction Fund will drive economic development in our regions, like my electorate of the Hunter, but also in the outer suburbs all over Australia as well. The fund will boost our sovereign capability, and it will also diversify the nation's economy and help create secure jobs. Speaker, my electorate of the Hunter is filled with skilled tradespeople. Working with our hands is what we do. This fund will ensure that workforces like that are in the Hunter will be able to be used to their full potential. This is good for everyone in the Hunter, and I can't wait to see how much our area will develop and benefit from a result of this fund. Speaker, our government wants Australians to think globally and make locally. And I know that's possible because we have great businesses, the best manufacturing minds in the world, and I know that Australian people are more than capable of fulfilling our potential. Australian businesses and Australian people just need to have a government who backs them and that wants us to do that with this fund. Speaker, we are going to do this the right way, in a way which won't require any colour-coded spreadsheets like those used by the previous government. And, Deputy Speaker, this is because in order to make the most of Australian skills, the way they vote should not be a consideration. This fund will be similar to the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which I might add was also set up by Labor. Sometimes to achieve the best results for our country, politics really needs to be left out of it. The investment decisions of this fund will be free from political interference. I can assure all Australians, and especially those in my electorate, there will be no sports rorts and there will be no car park rorts in this current government. You deserve better, and we are providing that better. It will have an independent board which will assess projects at arm's length from government to provide equity, loans and guarantees. This will help give Australians secure, well-paid jobs. That means this fund will be guided by industry and finance experts who will help make decisions which will be based on job creation, growing businesses and delivering on returns to the fund over longer terms to allow for reinvestment, all things which are important to Australians. Deputy Speaker, the focus of the National Reconstruction Fund will be wide-ranging. This government will start consultation on several priority areas, investment areas. That means that we're harnessing the skills of a range of Australians with backgrounds in vastly different areas. We are a government who values our resources sector. This is one of the country's greatest strengths and also provides some of the biggest opportunities. The Hunter is lucky to be the hub of resources in New South Wales, and I'd like to thank Australia as a whole, and I'm looking forward to seeing the investment flowing into our area once this fund is up and running. We want to look at our agriculture, forestry and fisheries sector, and we want to determine how we can help them grow also. Agriculture is vital to our nation. It provides the food we need to survive. And we are blessed in this country to have a strong agriculture sector and one which is eager to grow. This is another exciting opportunity for the Hunter, as agriculture is in the area that we already have so strong and yet have the ability to grow significantly. Forestry is also an important sector and one which has a significant role to play in solving issues we are currently facing in this country. The sector has a lot to offer, from helping us increase supply of affordable housing to playing its part in reducing the CO2 in our atmosphere. Lowering emissions is going to need to be a major focus of governments in Australia in the coming decades. This fund provides an engine that will encourage investment and assist in the renewable sector and the development of low-emissions technologies. This is a huge opportunity for Australia to lead the world in emissions reduction and renewable energy technology, and this fund is giving us a head start on the rest of the world. Another area for the future is quantum robotics and AI. These are areas that this fund will also prioritise. This really goes to show just how forward-thinking this government is. As I said, Deputy Speaker, this fund is wide-ranging and goes from looking at the resources and agriculture sector to the medical and science areas. The modern world of medicine is amazing, Speaker, and Australia has some of the best medical minds in the world. With the additional support provided to this sector by the National Reconstruction Fund, I'm sure we'll see some huge medical advancements right here in our own country. And Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is a transport enthusiast and former Transport Minister. So how could we leave out the transport industry from this list of priorities? But on a serious note, transport is a vital sector for our country and a sector where we have vast opportunities for growth and investment. As everyone in this place is aware, this is an ever-changing world, and it is even more important than ever that as a nation we are consistently ensuring that we are protecting our national security. And that's why this fund also prioritises defence capabilities. It is vital that we keep up with the rest of the world, and it is also very important that we have the ability to defend ourselves when needed. So not only will this fund help our country to grow, but it will also help to protect our country. Speaker, all of this leads to one conclusion. The future is bright, and it's all thanks to our Labor government. The National Reconstruction Fund will bring back manufacturing and industry to our great country, and will create a better future for Australians. And Speaker, I can't wait to see what opportunities this will bring for the Hunter. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his valued contribution. And the question before the House is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise in support of the government's National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. I'm delighted to be speaking on a bill which introduces what I feel is a very exciting opportunity for Australian industry, innovation and entrepreneurship. This bill moves us forward from merely talking about becoming a renewable energy superpower to actually implementing practical steps to get there. This bill is very welcome news for industries all over the country, including in my electorate of Mackellar. If we do not invest now in clever technology, manufacturing and value-adding, we will simply be left behind, left to the mercy of international events like COVID and conflict. And as the Business Council of Australia suggests, the longer we leave this diversification and future-proofing of our economy, the harder it will be to catch up. We have heard a lot of talk in recent months and years about the capacity of Australia to become a global renewable energy superpower, about finally moving on from the dig it and ship it mentality of progressing from being the lucky country to the clever country. We've heard talk of restoring and building our manufacturing and value-adding capacity onshore, about driving investment in homegrown technologies so our own innovators, inventors and entrepreneurs don't have to take their ideas and technologies overseas for them to be commercialised. This bill will enact practical measures to move Australia closer to all these goals. This policy is as urgent as it is long overdue. The aim of this bill is to diversify and transform Australia's industry and economy. The proposed fund will, over 7 years, co-invest a total of $15 billion in independently assessed projects across 7 priority areas. This is very welcome news in my community of Mackellar, where many innovators have met with me to inform me both of their ideas and innovations, but also to let me know of the desperate need for investment to establish and grow their products. It is these cutting-edge enterprises that will be well placed to benefit from the National Reconstruction Fund. As a doctor, I am pleased to note that medical science is named as one of the 7 priority investment areas and that the minister has already announced $1.5 billion for investments in medical manufacturing. The COVID pandemic starkly exposed just what a vulnerable position Australia was in when it came to medical manufacturing. Mackellar is home to several small to medium medical device and equipment manufacturing companies, so to have this field recognised as an investment priority is very welcome news indeed for these businesses and for jobs in Mackellar. As the co-chair of the newly established Parliamentary Friends of Future Generations, I was also pleased to see robotics, artificial intelligence and quantum technology listed as priority areas. We need to raise our gaze beyond the 3-year election cycle and invest in a safe and flourishing future for all those who come after us. We have a duty not only to those who are currently alive, but to future generations also. Critically, as a newly elected Member of Parliament who decided to run because of the lack of political action on climate change for so many years, I was glad to learn that the biggest single priority investment to be made by the fund, some $3 billion, will be invested into renewable and low-emissions technology. The inclusion of this as a priority for the NRF draws together 2 key strands of Australia's climate policy which I fully support: the transition away from old, polluting, fossil fuel energy production, and doing so in a way which builds national prosperity by creating a plethora of well-paid, clean tech jobs for Australians across the country. There is a global technology revolution on our doorstep, and our communities and businesses are champing at the bit to take advantage of it. Other countries are certainly taking advantage to encourage the innovation and the transition to a clean economy. The United States government last year committed $500 billion in new spending with the Inflation Reduction Act. Critically, this act is directed at increasing the funding of innovative solutions for carbon reduction. I have spoken to many entrepreneurs and senior executives in my electorate who are currently caught between the proverbial rock and a hard place when it comes to the growth of their businesses. These are innovative, forward-thinking and purpose-driven businesses eager to develop their technology at home in Australia, both for the good of our country and for the good of the planet. They don't want to be forced to go offshore because of a lack of investment interest here, but they are struggling with the current policy settings and investment conditions in Australia. As a result, such companies are increasingly being drawn overseas to jurisdictions with more favourable conditions, jurisdictions like America, who are taking the transition to renewable energy increasingly seriously. With all this in mind, it was disappointing to hear that the opposition has stated that they will not be supporting the introduction of the National Reconstruction Fund. This is from a party that claims to be pro-business, a party that claims to care about the economy. I instead agree with the Business Council of Australia when they say that we must put the foot on the accelerator when it comes to diversifying our economy into the high-tech, clean energy sector and other future technology, because this is how we will maintain our current high standard of living into the future. We must invest now in our future or we will be left behind. And so I support this policy and its objectives. It has long-term vision and ambition. If it works, it will be a game-changer for Australian industry and innovation. However, I have a couple of caveats. First of all, I support the Greens' proposed amendments that it must be made explicit in this bill that the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation be prohibited from investing in anything that involves logging of native forests, the building of new infrastructure for fossil fuel projects, or any projects inconsistent with emissions reductions targets. Secondly, a key priority of mine is to ensure that our government institutions are underpinned by a robust integrity infrastructure. And so we must examine whether this bill, which proposes to create a body that will oversee the disbursement of $15 billion to businesses, actually contains the appropriate underlying integrity infrastructure to ensure it operates fairly and in the manner envisaged. The government tells us that the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation will be managed by an independent board that aims to deliver a positive rate of return to the taxpayer. But what does it really mean when the government says the board will be independent? How will the board members be appointed, and what will their powers be? Clause 18 of the proposed bill establishes that the board members are to be appointed by the minister or relevant ministers for a period not exceeding 5 years and may be reappointed. To be appointed, board members must have substantial experience or expertise and professional credibility and significant standing in one of the list of various fields, including any other field that the ministers consider appropriate. Those provisions seek to address merit, which is good. However, there are no guarantees of transparency, accountability or, critically, independence from the minister. The government's own literature on the bill, therefore, which guarantees an independent board, actually contains no guarantee at all. Instead, the two relevant ministers, the one for Industry and Science and the Minister for Finance, will have complete discretion over appointments to the board. A vital ingredient of integrity in our public appointments process is independence, and to say, well, this is the way it's always been, just doesn't cut it anymore. Australians need to be able to trust the institutions and entities that underpin our democracy, and that means applying a uniform and robust approach to all major government appointments, one that is independent, transparent and based on the quality of a candidate, where board appointments are decided by an independent selection panel. I will soon be introducing a private member's bill called the Transparent and Quality Public Appointments Bill, otherwise known as Ending Jobs for Mates. It is this type of gold standard model that should be adhered to ensure that the NRF is not rorted or corrupted. With these caveats in mind, I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Innovation,
reconstruction and growth, because manufacturing matters. The Albanese government was elected on a mandate to drive the transformation of Australian industry and revive our ability to make world-class products in Australia again, to be a country that makes things again. Manufacturing matters because it creates full-time, meaningful work and secure jobs. It matters because secure work is good for families and secure work is good for the economy. We saw that through the pandemic, and particularly in my time in the emergency department, we saw through the pandemic how supply chains were under huge pressure. They were strained. Products that we expected and used frequently, particularly in the medical space, were hard to obtain. We need to revitalise manufacturing. After years of neglect, under the coalition government, they crushed and they starved our domestic manufacturing capability, and it is a disgrace. The $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund is vital to support, and it is vital to diversify Australia's industry and to create sustainable, secure, well-paying jobs. The NRF will provide finance, including loans, guarantees and equity, to drive investments in 7 priority areas in the Australian economy. These leverage Australia's natural and competitive strengths and support the development of strategically important industries and secure those supply chains. Those priority areas are value add in resources, so to expand Australia's mining science technology and ensure a greater share of raw minerals that are extracted in Australia are produced domestically. For example, high purity alumina from red mud and bauxite processing, or lithium processing for batteries like the ones that we have committed to for Narara on the New South Wales Central Coast. Value add in the agriculture, forestry and fishery sectors, unlocking the potential and value add to raw materials in sectors like food processing, textiles, clothing and footwear manufacturing. Transport, something that is quite close and personal to the now Prime Minister and previous Minister for Infrastructure, and for myself, the member for Robertson, to develop capabilities in transport manufacturing and supply chains, including cars, including trains and including shipbuilding, something that mob over there let die. Vital is transport for a connected Australia, from the regions to the cities and out into our more rural areas. Medical science, which is so important, as the member was discussing just previously, to leverage Australia's world-leading research to provide essential supplies such as medical devices, personal protective equipment, which we did not have at the start of the pandemic, medicines and vaccines, all vital to strengthen our clinical operations and improve patient safety and ensure the healthcare of the nation. Renewables and low-emission technologies is another, to pursue commercial opportunities, including from components for wind turbines, production of batteries and solar panels, new livestock feed to reduce methane emissions, modernising steel and aluminium, hydrogen electrolysers and innovative packaging solutions to reduce waste. Further defence capability, important in a time of heightened global risk and heightened global uncertainty. Maximising sourcing of requirements from Australian suppliers, employing Australian workers, whether they be in technology, whether it be in infrastructure or whether that be in skills. The NRF will target projects that help Australia capture new market opportunities, to help our businesses grow and to help our businesses succeed. This is important because businesses have been left behind over the last decade by those opposite. They've been left behind by the coalition government because they do not care about business and they do not care about the economy. And this includes NRF finance to grow advanced manufacturing and support businesses to innovate. As a co-investment fund, the NRF looks to draw in investment with superannuation, venture capital and private equity sources crowding in investment to help create high-quality, sustainable industries and jobs. This is a government. This is our government, the Albanese Labor government, improving the lives of Australians and revitalising our manufacturing base. Modelled on the successful Clean Energy Finance Corporation, or CEFC, this bill establishes the NRF as a new corporate Commonwealth entity. The NRF will be administered at arm's length to government by an independent board appointed jointly by the Minister for Industry and Science and the Minister for Finance. The government will provide guidance on expectations and policy priorities through a legislative instrument and an investment mandate. The board will independently make investment decisions and manage its investment portfolio to achieve both the NRF's objectives and a positive portfolio rate of return, free from political influence and a very different approach from those opposite. And the very different approach is that there won't be a colour-coded spreadsheet in sight on this side. There's long been an argument made that government has no role to play in picking winners, no role to play in guiding industry, and no role to play other than establishing guardrails, letting businesses do their thing and only stepping in when there's been market failure. Governments absolutely have a role in making real contributions to our most vital sectors, of which manufacturing is one. Australia is rich in critical resources, resources to be used to build our manufacturing base, add value and, as I said before, create secure jobs right here in Australia. But for decades we've mined those resources and then we've shipped them overseas, only for other countries to process them and add value to them. Then we import them back at many times the price. Sending manufacturing, more importantly, sending jobs offshore, and therefore sending the manufacturing industry and their profits and the thousands of jobs they create overseas. If we mine it here, then we should make it here, because these are our resources. Australia's scientists and our innovators are the best in the world. Photovoltaic technology, solar cells, they were invented here. They were invented in Australia. But today, 87% of the world's cells are made in one country. As the world urgently, and rightly so, focuses on decarbonisation, the transition to renewables and low-emission technologies will be vital in delivering Australia's emissions reduction target of 43%. If we invent it here, then we should make it here. We want Australians living overseas. We want Australians living overseas with their ideas, with their technology and their manufacturing experience. We want those Australians to come back home. We recognise that many of them with experience in these fields, left Australia seeking support and funding for their ideas, because over the last decade that support was not here. It was not there. Support and funding that they just could not find here at home. We want to empower the NRF to invest in Australia and Australians, because it's Australian ideas and it's Australian ingenuity. Both this bill and the investment mandate guiding investments will make sure that the $15 billion fund drives Australia's natural inclination towards innovation. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources has consulted widely on both the strength of legislation and most recently on how the NRF will be implemented. Co-investment plans will be developed with industry, and these will outline investment opportunities in priority areas and actions for government and actions for industry to build Australia's industrial capabilities. The plans are expected to be released soon, and I will say again, innovation, reconstruction and growth. And that is because manufacturing matters. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's a book out there with a cute title, Brotopia. I was actually directed to it by the Minister, and it's germane to the legislation we're discussing today. As the author Emily Chang writes, in Silicon Valley, if you're not a white man, your identity is a ball and chain from which you cannot escape. There may be cracks in the silicon ceiling, but it's far from shattered. This bill provides an opportunity to put another big crack in that ceiling. I encourage the Minister and the Government to walk the talk and grasp that chance. The legislation nominates 7 priority sectors of the economy: agriculture, forestry and fisheries, transport, medical science, renewables and low-emission technologies, defence capability and enabling capabilities. Spot the common theme? Most of them require STEM skills. And what do we know about that? That women and girls are grievously underrepresented. Author Emily Chang notes that in the United States in 1984, women received nearly 40% of all computer science degrees. Today, that figure is down to 22%. In Australia, figures compiled by the Industry Department reveal that women make up only 36% of enrolments in university STEM courses and just 16% in vocational STEM. Women make up only 27% of the workforce across all STEM industries, down from 2020. And just 23% of senior management and 8% of chief executives in STEM-qualified industries are women. This is one of the reasons the gender pay gap in Australia is an appalling 14.1% for full-time workers, and in some sectors is as high as 30%. If the government's right, it would take another 26 years to close that gap. By then, my 14-year-old daughter will be 40. I'm not prepared to wait that long, and nor is she, nor the tens of thousands of teenage girls just like her. I happened to be interviewed on Sky News last week about the government's decision to legislate gender pay gap transparency for companies with 100 or more workers. I advocated for this throughout the election campaign and very specifically at the Jobs and Skills Summit in September. I'm pleased, therefore, to be talking about this progress. However, the irony of the interview on Sky is that the vision that appeared on the screen with my talking head began with a group of men in high-vis. This is the issue writ small. We have a tight labour market and a skills shortage you could drive a truck through. All the credible evidence is that concrete steps to entrench gender equality across the economy would add between 500,000 and 1 million female workers. It'd be great for them, great for productivity, great for growth, great for our children and great for our prosperity. That also requires access to apprenticeships and safety in trades for women. We have an opportunity to make sure the renewables revolution fosters women into trades. So let's make sure that women are catered for. All this is the reason that I've proposed to the Minister that some key elements be added to this legislation to address the issues of gender, disadvantage and diversity. This net effect of such an addition would be that when considering applications for government loans and assistance, the National Reconstruction Fund would consider the commitment of the organisations receiving the funds to levelling the playing field. That is appropriate if we're serious about creating workplace gender equality, and I thank the Minister for welcoming this thinking. I agree with the Minister that for the sake of our future productivity and prosperity, to ensure that our children can have secure, well-paying jobs, we must rank among the nations with complex economies, advanced manufacturing and thriving technology exports. Our recent difficulties with China warn what can happen if we remain too dependent for our wealth on exporting commodities. And COVID-19 was a warning of what can happen when international circumstances stop travellers from coming here. For too long, we've seen good ideas developed by Australian scientists and entrepreneurs sent into exile overseas. So the foreign companies reap the financial benefit, whether it be the black box flight recorder or Wi-Fi. We've seen what a success the Clean Energy Finance Corporation has proved to be, despite the best efforts of the last government to get rid of it. The Clean Energy Finance Corporation is the model for the National Reconstruction Fund. I hear the minister's assurance that money from the fund will be independently assessed. However, this requires constant oversight. There's a further level of caution required, as the IMF has warned in regard to the potential inflationary impact of the scheme. Spending must be accompanied by productivity gains, and those sitting on the fund's board must be experienced in industry to guide that productivity growth through targeted funding. And the last thing we need is public money being spent on the basis of electoral advantage, rather than the independently prioritised needs of the broader Australian community. The government would do well to note the community's distaste for pork barrelling and how that was reflected last May. We do need initiatives to transform, modernise and diversify our economy, particularly targeting components aligned to the renewable energy revolution. But there's a further matter to consider. This fund must not become cover for fossil fuel investment. Indeed, the title of the fund may well be better phrased as the National Destruction Fund, if it's used to support particularly new fossil fuel developments. For the fund to work, there needs to be agreement by all sides that we're committing to investment and transformation over the long term, at least a decade. It needs to be taken off the political agenda and added to the national interest agenda. The fund must recruit, utilise and consult people who've been central to industry creation, modernisation and transition. With respect to investment bankers, they don't build industries. And we're not talking about just one sector, we're talking about an entire economy. This requires leaders who've run companies, who've created and scaled globally and bought and sold companies, and who've transformed underperforming companies. It needs people who have a black book to customers and co-investors, who can help companies grow with an understanding of geopolitics, a mix of Australians and global Australians, as the world transitions from fossil fuels to a high-growth and sustainable new generation economy. This fund should be a vehicle for forward movement on new technology, on renewable energy and on diversification of industry when it comes to elevating women and other disadvantaged cohorts, including First Nations people and multicultural communities. Returning to my original point, I promised the Goldstein community, especially our women and girls, that if I got into this room where it happens, I would speak up for those who are not in the room. Over time, I would suggest that every piece of work and industry-related legislation should have a gender impact statement. Perhaps if we did that, our daughters wouldn't be almost my age by the time they have true equality. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, what an exciting day today to speak in support of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. Over the last 9 months in government, we have introduced a lot of really important legislation. It has been an incredibly busy time trying to set our country on the right path for a better future. But today I am particularly excited because of all the core promises we made at the election. This bill sets out how we will deliver so many of them, setting up our country for a self-sustaining better future. Secure jobs, support for farming, safeguarding our national sovereignty, transitioning to a renewable energy future, investing in our regions, creating a stronger and more prosperous Australia. This bill does it all, and all through a co-investment fund generating enough return to sustain its future rate of investment. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Actually, scratch that, make it Australian jobs, jobs, jobs. So how are we going to do that? The National Reconstruction Fund Corporation will partner with industry and investors to provide finance for projects that add value, improve productivity and support the transformation of Australian industry. Modelled after the highly successful Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the NRFC will provide finance including loans, guarantees and equity to drive investments across 7 priority areas of the Australian economy. These are value add in resources, value add in agriculture, forestry and the fisheries sector, transport, medical science, renewables and low emissions technologies, defence capability and enabling capabilities. We will target projects and investments that help Australia capture new, high-value market opportunities to help local businesses grow and succeed in the industries of today and the industries of tomorrow. For far too long, Australia has exported our resources, our talent and our opportunities. The Albanese government is determined to put Australians first, investing in Australian ideas, Australian businesses and Australian people to keep them here instead of driving them to more supportive economies overseas. In my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast, we have historically had one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. With a strong defence industry presence, strong manufacturing base and abundant farming and agriculture industries, our region has the capability of driving Australia's future economic growth. All that has been missing is a government willing to back in Australian-made, invest in local businesses and farmers and support our transition into the economy of tomorrow. We are already seeing local industry drive this transition. We are seeing farmers embracing new, clean sustainability practices because they know it is good business and good for their future. We have seen local defence industry pivot their operation to cope with the new challenges thrown at us by the pandemic. We have seen community organisations partnering across the education and energy sectors to explore the feasibility of new energy generation. Local people in my electorate looking to find opportunity in the black void that has been government policy. Well, I'm absolutely delighted to see that black hole well and truly closing right now. Government simply must be leading the way. We simply must be providing the guidance, the leadership, the certainty that those looking to invest need. If they can see the government believing in Australian-made, then they will too. That's what this fund will do. With a clear investment mandate to spend its $15 billion fund on solely or mainly Australian-based investments, the NRFC will play to our current and emerging industrial strengths and strategic national priorities, all while it becomes a self-sustaining fund through a requirement to generate a positive portfolio rate of return. What a breath of fresh air for our economy. Deputy Speaker, the Shoalhaven has a strong and thriving defence industry. Local Nara businesses are leading the way when it comes to Australia's strategic defence capabilities. We are home to the only Navy air station, HMAS Albatross, and Jervis Bay boasts the Royal Australian Navy College at HMAS Creswell. So it is fair to say we have both the need and the know-how when it comes to defence capability. Defence and defence industry are our biggest employers, but until recently much of our defence manufacturing has been exported overseas. Late last year I had the privilege of touring Air Affairs, one of our major defence industry partners located in Nowra. Air Affairs specialises in aviation operations and engineering, but before the pandemic 70% of its business was exported, 70%. A local Nowra-based company in demand across the world, but with only 30% of its products staying here in Australia. Why? Because instead of investing in homegrown innovation, much of the equipment our defence sourced was imported. When the pandemic hit, this created a predictable problem, one which Air Affairs and many others as well was happily there to solve. This is just one example of how government's failure to invest, encourage and grow local innovation has seen other countries reap the benefits. Our reliance on overseas supply chains, overseas manufacturing and our lack of investment in Australian-made over so many decades created a weakness that became truly evident when those supply chains were interrupted and broken. Luckily for Australian defence, Air Affairs was able to pivot its operations during this critical phase to increase its domestic supply, and now 90% of its products are for the domestic market. To be clear, This isn't because its exports dropped off. It is because its domestic operation ramped up incredibly fast to meet an urgent and unexpected need. Air Affairs is only one example of this, and we have many other fantastic defence industry partners located in the Shoalhaven who have been doing just the same. Just on the weekend, I visited Global Defence Solutions at the Narra Show and reminded of the great work they are doing to supply solutions for defence. The Shoalhaven Defence Industry Group does a fantastic job promoting the work of so many companies locally and at the dedicated Albatross Aviation Technology Park, designed specifically to support defence and aviation industries right next to HMAS Albatross. I got quite a preview of some of the great work they are doing at the University of Wollongong's Defence Industry Showcase last year. What this shows me is that there is incredible growth opportunity waiting to be realised right here on the South Coast. We have the industry already there, we have the space, we have the history, and boy, can we rally when the opportunity calls. So I could not be more excited that one of the 7 priority areas for the NRF is defence capability. There is nowhere in Australia as well equipped as the Shoalhaven to reap the benefits of this investment in our local innovation, maximising the sourcing of our defence requirements from Australian suppliers, employing Australian workers in technology, infrastructure and skills. Australian jobs, jobs, jobs. What a mantra. Not only this, but defence industry can help to build skills from the ground up, working with local high schools to start a love of clean, advanced manufacturing, employing trades from apprentice level up across so many industries: manufacturing, processing, electrical, painting and more. One of the things regional areas like ours struggle with is secure jobs for young people. Our youth unemployment rate has been stubbornly high for far too long. Too many local kids either leave to get good jobs in the city or struggle to find work. Not a choice any parent wants to see their child face, not a choice anyone should have to make. We know that investing in the future of young people pays dividends across our community. Education, secure, well-paid jobs and a strong future in our regional communities with so many social and economic gains. This is everything I have wanted for our community for so many years, and one of the very reasons I entered politics in the first place. I worked for years as a TAFE teacher, working with young and mature-age people to guide them into careers, not just jobs. I could see the need and the gaps we had, and it just wasn't good enough. I'm a mum of 4 kids. I want them, like each and every young person across our South Coast, to have the future they want, a career they can be proud of, in a secure, well-paid job at home. I am so incredibly proud that this vision I have for the future of our community is also the vision of the Albanese government has for the future of our country. Deputy Speaker, another industry close to my heart and the other side of the coin for my entry into politics was agriculture. I am a dairy farmer's daughter. I grew up on a dairy farm. What I have seen is an industry getting left behind by a lack of investment, a lack of interest from government in improving and supporting our agricultural industries. Agriculture is the lifeblood of the regions. It's where we started and it is where our heart lies for so many. But agriculture across Australia is facing so many challenges, not least of all from a transitioning economy and a changing climate. So one of the other 7 priority areas of the NRF value add in agriculture, forestry and fisheries sectors. Unlocking the potential and value add to raw materials in sectors like food processing, textiles, clothing and footwear manufacturing. As I have mentioned before in this place, Deputy Speaker, our agricultural industries are already starting this change. Companies like AKT Oceania, based in Nowra and focusing on improving organic waste streams by extracting proteins and nutrients for use in other industries. They create animal feeds like fish meal and more to get the most out of organic waste. But much of the equipment is manufactured overseas, and what they need is support and investment by government to grow these industries here. We've got seaweed plants, cow manure farms. We've got former abattoirs transforming into the Southern Hemisphere's largest fish processing plant. We've got agricultural innovation on steroids. Sustainability with benefits across agriculture and more. Innovation innovation and homegrown. This is what we need and the sorts of investments that the NRF will be able to encourage. As well as having the agriculture industries, the South Coast is also home to a growing manufacturing industry, making us perfectly placed to benefit from the investment opportunities this fund will bring. Capitalising on what we have, stimulating our economic growth, investing in our existing industries and helping them to diversify. I'll say it again, Australian jobs, jobs, jobs. Supporting local business, supporting local people, growing our economy and securing our future. Deputy Speaker, the other huge focus of the NRF is, of course, our transition to renewable energy. Renewables and low emissions technologies will be a priority area for the NRF. This includes pursuing commercial opportunities from components for wind turbines, production of batteries and solar panels, new livestock feed to reduce methane emissions, modernising steel and aluminium, hydrogen electrolysers and innovative packaging solutions to reduce waste. It is a fact that the world is decarbonising and increasingly we need to be focusing on a transition to renewables. We have known for decades that Australia has a unique opportunity to capitalise on this transition. We have some of the best natural wind and solar resources in the world. But so far we have squandered the economic benefits and opportunity this transition could be creating, particularly in regional areas like the New South Wales South Coast. The Albanese government is determined to change this. We have committed to reducing our emissions by 43% from 2005 levels by 2030 and achieving net zero emissions by 2050. We simply must put our back into capitalising on our homegrown technology and skills to make this a reality. The technology and skill is there, but for far too long we have watched it leave our shores to benefit someone else who saw the benefits and invested in it. Our scientists and innovators are the best in the world. We invented solar panels, but someone else is making them. The aim of this fund is simple. If we invent it here, we should make it here. So we are empowering the NRFC to invest in Australians. We have earmarked $3 billion from the NRF for our Powering Australia plan. This fund will drive investments in areas like clean energy, component manufacturing and technologies that improve energy efficiency, helping to deliver affordable, reliable and clean energy to Australian industry over the longer term. Deputy Speaker, during the 2019-20 bushfires, the South Coast community saw what happens when we have an energy system vulnerable to natural disasters. Our old-school electricity grid was left exposed and we suffered through extended blackouts. Local people had no power, no telecommunications, no information about the oncoming firestorm and no way of getting help. We weren't without power for a few hours. We were without it for days and weeks. We struggled with food supplies, water supplies, medical equipment, not to mention the blaring heat. It is something we all never want to see repeated, and for many the answer to this problem is simple: solar power and battery backup, so that our community halls, our evacuation centres, our homes, our farms aren't reliant on mains power. The South Coast community is crying out for investment in solar, investment in batteries, investment in renewables. Renewable energy can help build our resilience and better prepare us for natural disasters. We must start investing in this future now. The best way to do this: build it at home, create jobs at home, shore up our supply chains and transition us to the clean energy future now. The New South Wales South Coast is poised and ready to become a renewable energy powerhouse. What we need is investment security and support, and this bill delivers that in spades. A future made in Australia, secure well-paid jobs created using an independent, fair and self-sustaining model, partnering with industry that we know works. A better future, just like we promised. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Most curious speech by the last speaker. She represents Nowra, which, as I understand it, is the home of the ethanol industry in Australia. And yet she's in a government that's the only government in the world. Quite interestingly, I have a map here of countries not using ethanol. There's hardly any countries on earth that are not using ethanol, but I hold the map up for everyone to see. But the countries not using ethanol: Sahara, Ghana, Iceland, Myanmar, Greenland, Bolivia, Senegal and the Congo. So, I mean, you stand up here and say we're going to use renewables, and yet you represent what tiny little ethanol industry we have. And to quote the Labor Premier of New South Wales, I will not go another day with the death of hundreds, maybe thousands of people on my conscience when they don't have to die. If you move from Forbes or Parkes or Nowra to Sydney, your chances of dying of lung cancer or heart disease double. That's one hell of a statistic. That's because of what comes out of your emissions. That's what comes out of your emissions. And look, you know, I've actually got legislation drafted for electric cars, but you know, you will never pack the power into a battery. When it's not in a million years will you be able to pack the power that you've got in 1 kilo of fuel. Now, you can make that fuel renewable, so you've got no emissions, and yet we're up there with Niger and the Congo and Iceland and doing nothing about it. And my case rests, Mr Speaker, my case rests. I go no further than ethanol. All you've got to do tomorrow is pass legislation saying 10%, and you might end up like Brazil, with 49% of your fuel renewable, and the cleanest city on earth, Sao Paulo, which has a bigger population than Australia, and the cleanest city on earth, and you might get your fuel for $1.29, like they do in Brazil, with 49% of their fuel coming from ethanol, renewables. Mr Acting Speaker, I hear in this place all this grand ideology. We have a saying in the bush, when your neighbour starts preaching religion, reach for your branding iron. Well, when I have my politicians start talking ideology, I start reaching for my shooting iron, Mr Speaker, to be quite frank with you. But look, we announced the nuclear submarines, and it's terrible to have been in this place for some time, because you know that 28 years ago we announced the nuclear submarines we were going to build, and we're still announcing it. In fact, just about every 2 or 3 years we announced the building of the nuclear submarines. But, you know, what are you doing? Don't talk about ideology or airy-fairy ideas about saving the planet. What are you specifically doing? I mean, the most obvious thing to do is ethanol. What are you doing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And there is an inability of government today, and I, as a person who has seen many years, I get very worried for democracy. 5 of the last presidents of the United States spent most of their time trying to fight off going to jail. Well, I don't believe that 5 of 8 presidents were all criminals, Mr Speaker. But it's a failure of democracy, and it's the triumph of the two-party system, which quite frankly has been abandoned by every country on earth now except the United States, and they've got to live with their constitution. Speaker, to give you a classic example, the Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, and there is a person that did do something. He put in the NBN and he put in the NDIS, and he will be remembered in the history books. Well, I hate to say it because I was no fan of Malcolm Turnbull's, but he did put the Snowy 2 in, which is very, very important to because we're moving more and more to intermittent power, which is extremely dangerous, and to have something that we can fall back on is very important. But let me go to CopperString. Prime Minister Rudd announced the electrification of Australia, the connection of the outlying areas, the Ord, iron ore industry, Olympic Dam, the North West Mineral Province, which I represent, to connect them to the national grid, which is an excellent thing to do. And of course, you take cheap, competitively priced power in, and later on you can take renewables, we hope, cheaply priced, out on that. Now, I think they're in their 9th year now, the CopperString, the idea of building a line from Townsville. Every single inch of line in Queensland was built by the government. Every single inch of it. Every single inch of railway line was built by the government. Now they build nothing. And here is a classic example. When I became Minister for Electricity in Queensland, I asked the head of the department, had Martin Tenney, my predecessor, got that line into Normanton, and he said no, so I wanted in the cabinet bag on Monday. Well, you just do it. You say, put it in the cabinet bag and call tenders. For $274 million, I just said, we're going to call tenders for it. And we did it. Right? So that's how hard it is. Like, it took me 10 minutes of discussion with him and about 2 hours to review the cabinet submission, and it was done. Right? So we had a line from Cairns to Normanton. Well, it's not all that much longer, really, the line from Townsville to Mount Isa. And we've been 9 years and we still made no progress on it. And an area that is bringing in $5,000 million a year into the Australian economy, and we can't build a lifeline to it, let alone talk about renewable energy such as ethanol. Mr Speaker, the Government of Australia, one of the longest-serving senior cabinet ministers in this place, in its history actually, he said to me that government in Australia now no longer governs. The members of parliament cannot make a decision, they do not govern. And I think it's a malaise of democracy that I never thought I'd see the day where Chinese growth would outstrip America's. We were brought up to believe the capitalist system, the free market, the competitive system was vastly superior to centralised economies. Well, that has proved to be wrong. Very, very badly wrong, actually. Mr Speaker, I think every person in Australia shakes their head. Every person who gets up and talks about, building Australian-made. Well, all you had to do was give a contract for the government cars to Toyota and you'd have an Australian car-building industry. But neither you nor you could do that. It wouldn't have cost the taxpayers a cent, Mr Speaker. And that's how we got industry going in Queensland. If we wanted something to happen, we acted. Now, Speaker, gas. We sold it for my trade union that I belong to, CFMEU, God bless them. Gas, they had a big sign-up. We sold the gas for 6 cents a unit. You can buy it now for about $45 a unit. What country allows, it's one of its only 3 resources now, one of its only 3 sources of income, it gives it away. Now, to be very specific, Qatar, a little tiny country in the Middle East, produces the same amount of gas we do, exports the same amount of gas as we do. And Qatar gets $29,000 million a year for their gas. We get $600 million for ours. I mean, that's wages, not that there's much wages involved. What sort of government do we have here in this country? When I went into Parliament, our stove was made in Australia, our fridge was made in Australia, our air conditioner was made in Australia. Every single household appliance was made in Australia. Now, none of them are made in Australia. Now, if you want to buy things from overseas, you've got to sell something. And people in this place have never been in business, so they don't understand that concept that, you've got to have money coming in as well as money going out. We allowed our 5 of our 6 great mining companies to be foreign-owned. So when the government fell in Queensland, the much maligned Bajocki-Peterson government, outside of the Theodore Labor governments in Queensland, these are the greatest government in Australian history. We owned BHP, we owned Mount Isa Mines, we owned Western Mining Corporation, we owned North, we owned Woodside. We didn't own Rio. Now, foreigners own BHP, foreigners own Mount Isa Mines, foreigners own Rio, foreigners own Chevron, foreigners don't own Fortescue, God bless Twiggy, and they don't own Adani. So 5 of the 6 are foreign-owned. What sort of a country lets its entire resources be foreign-owned? And I can tell you, the people in this place, and I have to say it to you, and I say it bluntly, you are not Australians. No one in Australia would have agreed to any of those things. Not a person that had any decency and considered himself a true Australian would have gone to any of those solutions. And I'd take you into a hotel or a shopping centre any time of the day or night and I ask people, what are the three things you'd most like to happen in this country if you're the boss of this country? And you know what? Amongst the three, every single time is that we would buy back and own our own country. That's what they say. But you don't listen to them because you've got all this grand ideology and you want to preach to them and tell them how you're wonderful and you're saving the planet. Well, excuse me for saying they're not listening to you, and that's why more than a third of Australia voted against you people and against you people in the last election. Then wake up to yourselves and become Australians. Mr. Speaker, I don't come up here, please God, and I pray every night to the good Jesus that we get the balance of power in Queensland. We dipped out by 2 seats in the last election. We dipped out by 690 votes the election before. We're holding our seats by 70%, the 4 seats that we control in Queensland. And when we get there, you will immediately see the launching of a rail line into the Galilee, to open up the Galilee. So you can all preach and howl and cry, but if you're going to tell a nation of 600 million people, the Indians, that they can't have power, Scientific American's acting speaker, 600 million people in India don't have power. And what? You're a little European country, little tiny pinprick country in the middle of Asia, you're going to tell India that they can't have any electricity, are you? Or what are they going to put, solar panels on their roofs? Well, most of them don't have roofs, Mr. Acting Speaker, and it would be ridiculous to even consider that. But, as von Clausewitz said in his book, if goods don't cross borders, then guns will. And if ever there is a truism in history, it's that. And another truism in history, people without land will look for a land without people. You can whistle and point in both cases what country I'm thinking of in that context. Mr. Acting Speaker, we open up the Galilee coal, and I think it should be done on the basis that they put in heli plants in India, and there's no reason why they shouldn't, and that cuts the emissions clean in half. Similarly with China. Also, I believe that we should build a plant, and I pay great tribute to Mike Kelly, who was a senior minister in the Labor government in this place, when he came back from Israel, and he said, algae is everywhere. Algae lives on CO2, water and sunlight. I love the CO2 bit. But if you build a power station and feed that CO2 to algae, then you will make more money out of the algae than you'll make out of the electricity. And Mr. Speaker, if we open up the Galilee, that will be part of the deal. We'll give you 2,000 megawatts of electricity, you're losing 8,000, and you're only putting 4,000 on, so I don't know what's going to happen in 7 or 8 years' time. But we'll give you 2,000 megawatts, we'll give you 0 emissions, and we'll give you the cheapest electricity in the world because we're making more money out of the algae. And I must pay a tribute to the Minister, Minister Plibersek, because she actually knows the algae that you use. She's one step ahead of me, and I very seldom admit that. Mr. Speaker, build the Bradfield scheme. We have 23 million hectares of land that is covered by a prickly tree, which is destroying all flora and fauna and will continue to grow year by year. If you want to arrest that, then you better start getting off your backside and building Bradfield scheme. Not exactly an idiot, Bradfield. He built the Sydney Harbour Bridge. He built the water supply for Sydney. He built the underground railway system. We got the International Prize for Engineering that year. Mr. Speaker, Hell's Gate, silicon. You make solar panels out of silicon. And we were negotiating to build this silicon here in Australia when our government fell. I haven't noticed anyone else negotiating to use the most pure, cheapest silicon in the world at Shelbourne Bay to competitively produce silicon.
The member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I'm really excited about this bill because I'm passionate about Australian industry, including manufacturing, and I know how important this opportunity is for my community of Chisholm. We have 2 universities, we have medical technology and advanced manufacturing businesses, and incredible work is being done on renewable energy. I'm proud of my community and the inventive, innovative ideas they not only bring to our suburbs, but to the nation and to the world. And I'm so very happy to be part of a government that is backing ideas, backing making things here through the establishment of the National Reconstruction Fund. Something that has been really striking to me when I visit businesses and talk to people in my community is how excited everyone is about the National Reconstruction Fund. People are excited about it because they know it is good for our nation's future. My community wants a government that supports good, secure jobs, sovereign capability, and having a vision and a plan for what our country can look like as we rebuild after the very worst of the pandemic. Deputy Speaker, we get one chance to rebuild our nation after the very worst part of the COVID-19 pandemic. We must seize it, and it is genuinely really disappointing that those opposite lack the vision, imagination and conviction to support our country at this time by backing the National Reconstruction Fund. I wish this could have been bipartisan, and I'm really baffled as to why the coalition won't support our communities. But then again, maybe that's my fault for being an optimist, given that their record shows nothing but contempt for the automotive manufacturing industry in this country and a terrible decline of manufacturing on their watch. Our communities very quickly saw what happens to a country when there is no sovereign capability in manufacturing, when supply chains were disrupted through border closures during the earlier parts of the COVID pandemic. This was a moment for our country to reflect and to do what was needed to make sure we could be resilient and self-sufficient. This side of the House, the now Labor government, learnt those lessons and is implementing the change we need. Those opposite learned nothing and now oppose the government doing something which will make our country stronger. We were elected on a mandate to drive the transformation of Australian industry and revive our ability to make world-class products in Australia.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Canning.
Good evening, Mr Speaker. Since July last year, I have risen 5 times in this chamber to speak about the McGowan government's failure to address WA's hospital crisis. And in the 7.5 months since I first spoke, nothing has changed. Ambulance ramping continues to soar, nurses are still working double shifts to make up for staff shortages, and still Premier Mark McGowan is slow to listen and slow to act. In a damning report by the AMA, the Peel Health Campus was declared 7th worst hospital on a list of hundreds across the nation. It found that across Western Australia, less than 1/4 of patients at emergency departments were treated in the targeted 30 minutes. The Peel Health Campus fared even worse, with only 1 in 5 emergency patients treated on time. This is no great surprise, Mr Speaker. Many people in Canning have shared with me their stories of Peel Health Campus, and their accounts are appalling. Stories of frail, elderly people seeking medical assistance and waiting hours and hours to be assessed. Men and women left with bruising on their legs after sitting in hard plastic chairs in ED for hours and hours. Others shared their concerns about ambulance wait times and availability. Perhaps the most shocking experience is that of Vicky's. Vicky called an ambulance after experiencing severe pain. Instead of an ambulance, 2 police officers arrived to tell her there was a shortage of ambulances and she would need to find her own way to hospital. Vicky desperately phoned family and friends in the early hours of the morning to ask somebody to take her to the hospital. In the meantime, 2 other police officers arrived to ensure the previous 2 police officers had shown up. That's right, 4 police officers arrived at Vicky's home, but no ambulance. Another Canning resident, who had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, received a text from her doctor advising her that her blood tests were alarming and to head to the Peel Health Campus immediately for treatment. On arrival, she was told there were 8 ambulances ramped and she rushed instead to Fiona Stanley Hospital. The evidence of Premier Mark McGowan's health crisis is right in front of him, Mr Speaker, and there is a real human cost to this. Last year, the inquest into 7-year-old Aishwarya's Ashworth's death at Perth Children's Hospital laid bare stories of understaffing and nurses faced with impossible workloads. This should have sparked an overhaul of our health system. But our arrogant Premier is so out of touch that he refuses to take urgent action. My great fear is that there will be another tragedy, like Ashwarya's. Last week, our office was contacted by Sally, who is desperately searching for a GP or a hospital to treat her 9-year-old grandson, Carter, whose fever had spiked to over 39 degrees. Sally and her daughter-in-law took Carter, waited at Peel Health Campus for over 5 hours before being told that little Carter was unlikely to be seen and they would be better off trying GP clinics. None of the local GP clinics contacted by Sally had the capacity to assess and treat Carter. It was only after contacting my team that Sally was able to make an appointment for Carter at a clinic nearly 25 kilometres away. The time for action is now, before it's too late. The people of the Peel region elected 3 Labor state members to represent them in 2021, and they remained silent. David Templeman, a long-standing and completely ineffective state cabinet minister, continues to ignore our health crisis. The people of Mandurah must be wondering what's the use of having him at the cabinet table if he can't close for the people he serves. He's not a closer, and we deserve better. Meanwhile, where is Robin Clark and Lisa Munday? Both promised to fight for our community, yet refuse to acknowledge the hospital crisis staring at them in the face. And it's not only WA Labor that has failed Canning. Last week, the Prime Minister flew to WA to trumpet funding for urgent care clinics across the state, but not one for Canning, where it is needed most. The truth is, Labor has broken the trust of our community. Promise after promise has been made to fix the Peel Health Campus. The state government's been in government for almost 6 years, but the problems are only getting worse on Labor's watch. I know the terrible stories from my constituents are the tip of the iceberg, and this is unacceptable, and the Prime Minister, the WA Premier and every Labor MP in my region knows it. Labor promised not to leave anyone behind, but that is exactly what they have done in the Peel region. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give a call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I've enjoyed the last couple of months celebrating some momentous occasions with the local Chinese Australian community in my electorate of Chisholm. At the end of last year, we came together to celebrate 50 years of diplomatic relations between Australia and China, which was, of course, established by Labor Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, who had the foresight to see that our relationship with one another would only grow more important over time, and indeed it has. In January, I was able to celebrate the Lunar New Year, the year of the rabbit for our Chinese Australian community and the year of the cat for our Vietnamese community, with so many people in the electorate. It's been really wonderful to be able to get out and about again and celebrate in the way that we used to several years ago, given that over the last couple of years, due to the public health reasons, we haven't been able to come together. So it was marvellous to be able to see the community roar back to life. Just some of the events I attended were the Chinese Seniors Education and Skills Development Association Lunar New Year celebration in Glen Waverley. We were able to hold Lunar New Year mobile offices in the Glen and in Box Hill. The Wenjing Community Art Academy Spring Festival art exhibition in Mount Waverley was wonderful, featuring lots of people's first times displaying artwork at an exhibition. The Asian Business Association of Whitehorse Lunar New Year celebration in Box Hill, and I was especially pleased to be able to attend with the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, and the Immigration Minister and Multicultural Affairs Minister, Andrew Giles. The Chinese Community Society of Victoria dinner was wonderful. The Monash Senior Volunteer Service Centre Lantern Festival celebration had me try my hand at making dumplings, which was a really lovely experience to share. The Chinese Professionals Club of Australia celebration, Monash City Council held their own Lunar New Year celebration, and I was really pleased to be able to attend before having to catch the plane up to Canberra on Sunday. And the Box Hill Hawks Lunar New Year dinner as well, which is a really exciting new event that sees the local football club come together with our wonderful Australian Chinese community and host a celebration together. I'm looking forward to attending, when I return to Melbourne, the Chinese Lunar New Year gala dinner at the Box Hill Town Hall. As you probably can tell from the description of just some of the events I've recently attended, it has been an incredibly busy time of celebration. It's been a time when the community can come together with family, with friends, with people we may not have seen in these sorts of contexts for a couple of years now. And I want to also congratulate every single person who put these events on and volunteered so much of their time to make sure that every event that I attended, and I'm sure many others that were held in the community, were a great success. I also thank the leadership from the Monash and Whitehorse Council and the Victorian State Government in supporting many of these initiatives. Ours is a truly diverse, multicultural electorate, and it is always so wonderful to be welcomed into events and communities like the Chinese Australian community and their celebrations, and to learn more about how different cultures come to Australia and make all of our lives so much richer. I hope that everyone has a wonderful Year of the Rabbit or Year of the Cat, if that's what you celebrate, that it is full of health and wealth and prosperity and good fortune. I've picked up a few new Mandarin phrases. I'm learning, Speaker, so please be kind when listening to my pronunciation. Xinzhe Kuala, Happy New Year to my local Chinese Australian community, and indeed to all of the Chinese Australians who've just celebrated the Lunar New Year. Thank you very much for always making me feel so welcome in your community events. I'll continue to support your work in the community, and I look forward to seeing you all again when I get back in Melbourne. Xie xie. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Speaker.
Great work by the member for Chisholm. And the question is, the House do now adjourn. I'll give a call to the honourable member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise tonight to consistently speak over the time I've been here on infrastructure needs of Western Sydney and North West Sydney in my electorate of Mitchell. It continues to be one of the fastest and most rapidly growing areas of our country. And of course, we have a choice of over 90,000 Australians who've moved into this electorate over the last decade. It's been essential to have a government in New South Wales that supports infrastructure growth and infrastructure provision and is able to fund and sustain the commitment to so many projects that have now become the norm in Sydney. For my colleagues from all over the rest of the country, I'd say to you, Sydney's finally starting to work after a decade of Liberal national government, which has put the money into the infrastructure projects that have been missing in Sydney for so long. And I'm pleased to say that the coalition government on the weekend announced a very important commitment to the Tallawong to St Mary's metro line, what I've dubbed the missing link between St Mary's and Rouse Hill, in effect, that will complete Sydney's metro network. Essentially and vitally, that will go to the Nancy Bird Walton Airport. Now, of course, the second airport for Sydney was the commitment of the previous coalition government federally, who had the vision finally to take the tough decision and make sure this airport finally went ahead, and it's going ahead. And still to this day, it bemuses me that I have colleagues, federal Labor colleagues, who oppose the airport, even today. The member for Chifley being one, the member for Macarthur being another, and the member for Macquarie still opposing the airport. And even as Industry Minister, the member for Chifley might want to think, where is all this manufacturing he's talking about going to go? Well, it's going to go at the airport site. The coalition government has landmarked an enormous amount of land for the provision of manufacturing, which is high-tech manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, close to the airport, exactly where you'll need it to move around goods and freight and services. And yet, for some reason, the member for Chifley from a low socio-economic demographic electorate, different to my electorate, opposes one of the biggest job creators in Western Sydney, providing not just transport and other construction jobs, but long-term sustainable jobs in industry, in manufacturing. I don't understand sometimes how members can come in here and oppose visionary, significant improvements to cities like a second airport, which are self-sustaining, job-providing infrastructure with surrounding and supportive sites, including serious defence manufacturing, and look their people in the eye and say, I'm against this. This is going to transform Western Sydney. It is transforming Western Sydney. The infrastructure the coalition government's putting in place will now be enhanced by the Tallawong to St Mary's Missing Link, and I know other colleagues strongly support what we're doing. And indeed, we've had this bipartisan commitment to getting funding to get this missing link built. And I do call on Chris Minns and the Labor Party as well to match the coalition's announcement and commitment to fill this missing link. Why would we build a network in Sydney in 2023 where we don't complete the link? We are simply too far down the pike to not do something so important. So I want to praise the Coalition State Government and Premier Dom Perrottet for this announcement. I think it's going to be welcome in Western Sydney. It's certainly going to be welcome in my electorate from Rouse Hill, but going all through the electorates of Riverstone and Blacktown, Federally Greenway, all the way to that airport. This is a very significant piece of infrastructure. It's very important to communities. It should be bipartisan. And it's been the record of this government in New South Wales that they fund and provide infrastructure. There are so many projects that have been built. There are so many projects currently being completed, and it isn't normal for a New South Wales government to be doing so many projects. They've set a new standard. So I do say to people to carefully examine their choice at the upcoming New South Wales election on infrastructure and the provision of the funding for it. We've seen the Labor Party in New South Wales criticising the privatisation of assets and making it an election issue. But of course the poles and wires was an issue that Mike Baird took to the election, won the election strongly and funded all of the infrastructure provision in Sydney and has provided for these great announcements that we're able to make today. We must be able to fund the announcements as governments when we form governments, and I think this issue is disingenuous for the Labor Party in New South Wales to oppose privatisation once that issue has been contested in an election, won by the public, and the infrastructure is being provided. The best infrastructure Sydney has seen in anyone's lifetime, and more of it than we've ever seen. Sydney is finally starting to work. While I have time, I also want to praise the commitment to the Rouse Hill Hospital, the new hospital including in-touch care, urgent and emergency care, day surgery units, adult and paediatric short stays, ambulatory and outpatient care, prehabilitation, rehabilitation, lifestyle medicine services and a multi-storey car park. Great investment in infrastructure from a government that understands it's all about the service delivery in New South Wales.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give a call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, Adelaide is home to Australia's biggest arts festival, the Adelaide Fringe, and it's about to start this Friday. It is unique in Australia. It takes place in around 350 venues with 1,200 plus shows and over 6,000 artists. And I'm very honoured to have them housed in my electorate in the parklands. The annual box office at the Adelaide Fringe is more than $20 million a year, which is paid out to the artists and presenters, so it goes back to the arts community. Approximately 800,000 tickets are sold each year at the Adelaide Fringe. This year they're predicting to break the million mark, and around 2.5 million attendances are clocked, including at the free events. The Adelaide Fringe also generates over 6,500 jobs and delivers $90 million, which has a massive impact on the South Australian economy. These are pretty impressive figures, Mr Speaker. But while the Fringe is one of the festivals, we also have the Adelaide Festival and WOMAD exactly at the same time. So we have three major arts events taking place in Adelaide during the end of February and March. This creates the biggest festival cluster in Australia, and it's about to start this week. It is the most wonderful time to be in Adelaide, and to anyone who hasn't been, I encourage all my colleagues in this House and everyone to visit Adelaide during our festival season. But, Mr Speaker, these past years haven't been kind to the arts sector. Everyone understands the devastation and the impact of COVID and the impact that it had in the arts communities. So, Mr Speaker, I'm determined to do all I can to ensure that the arts and creative sectors recover and continue to thrive in South Australia and around the country. And this is why I so welcomed, as everyone on this side of the House, welcomed the Albanese government's new National Cultural Policy, Revive. It sets the course for Australia's arts, entertainment and cultural sector for the next 5 years. Revive will empower our talented artists and arts organisations to thrive and grow. It will unlock new opportunities, Mr Speaker. It will reach new audiences and tell even more stories in compelling new ways. It will bring drive, direction and vision back to the essential industry. At the centre of the policy is the establishment of Creative Australia as the government's new principal arts investment and advisory body. These reforms, Mr Speaker, deliver what the sector and the artists and creatives have told us was needed. There was a great consultation process that Minister Burke undertook. And, Mr Speaker, this sector is essential for our culture and for our economy and of who we are as Australians, developing our culture. It's also essential for our well-being. Anyone who has been transformed by a concert, a show, a book or a painting will know the arts, Mr Speaker, are good for the soul. So, to all the creatives and artists, I say thank you for making our lives richer. Mr Speaker, the Adelaide Fringe, as I said, opens this Friday, February the 17th. The Adelaide Festival opens on March the 3rd, and WOMAD is on from 10th to 13th of March. So do yourselves a favour and get to Adelaide during festival season and continue supporting and valuing our amazing industry, our creative people, in a way that you can. I know I will be doing so, and I know some of my colleagues will be visiting Adelaide to attend some of the Fringe festivals. But it's not just the arts. Where the Fringe Festival takes place in the parklands, we have Rundle Street, which is full of restaurants, and it's so vibrant and wonderful to see them packed, absolutely packed. Some great restaurants from Soster's Argentinian Steakhouse, which is a wonderful restaurant. For those on the other end of the scale, there's also Starsey's Vegan street food up the road. So there's a choice for everyone in Rundle Street. Come along, grab a show, see some of the wonderful talent that will be on display in terms of theatre, stand-up comedy, live acts. Grab yourself a meal and visit one of the wonderful bars, East End Cellars, Mother Vine, all in the East End, in my electorate of Adelaide that I'm very proud to be the member for, and very proud to have such wonderful events in my electorate. Mr Speaker, as I said, support the arts to all my colleagues. Attend a show and help them out after what they've been through with COVID.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I rise today to say how lucky we are that we have such a hip Prime Minister. I've been contemplating just how lucky we are whenever I see him at Woodford one year in a black T-shirt, lately in a white T-shirt, his black jeans on, his hat on. Nothing wrong with wearing a hat, but I just think how lucky we are that he's so hip. He's so hip. And I thought about that when he's not hip, he also goes to the tennis. We're very lucky. See him there, swanning it with the top end of town, and good luck to him. But we're incredibly lucky that we've got a Prime Minister that can go to Woodford and also go to the tennis, spend days at the tennis, spend days. Obviously, has a great love of the tennis. Now I hear our Prime Minister is going to go to the Mardi Gras. Oh, isn't that great? We're so lucky. This guy's so hip. He's so hip. He's 60 going on 16. We're lucky. We're very, very lucky. I don't know how long he'll spend at the Mardi Gras. I mean, it's his business. But what I do know is he only spent 4 hours in Alice Springs. I know that. And there's rather big issues at Alice Springs, and they continue on. And if it's not at Alice Springs, it's at Garbutt. In Townsville, it's Cairns, it's Moree, it's Dubbo. It's so many regional towns where the issue of law and order is paramount. I know another place that I'm wondering if the Prime Minister might want to go back to Alice Springs, maybe visit a few other towns, maybe really take this agenda under his belt, because that's what's really important to people dealing with the crime and the crime issues, law and order issues of these regional areas. Another place I didn't see him, I searched, was I really didn't see him at Australia Day. There's no Australia Day ceremonies he seemed to grace. Apparently they're not hip enough. A lot of other people in my electorate are very proud of Australia Day. Australia Day is a great day. We recognise the work, especially the civil sacrifice, not the military sacrifice, but the civil sacrifice of so many people who have done so much for this nation, and they recognise that Australia, with a country that was founded basically on our incredible Indigenous heritage, but also on the legacy of people who started as a penal colony. not as an invading army, as a penal colony, that we've done so well. But now we move forward, and apparently the Prime Minister of Woodford and the Prime Minister of the Tennis and the Prime Minister of the Mardi Gras wants to bring forward constitutional change that have huge ramifications for how this nation works into the future, for how the operating manual of our country operates. And there's real concerns that have been raised over and over again of why we would be discriminating people and their access to this great article of democracy, why we would discriminate on the premise of their DNA, whether they have access or not. The world currently, Mr Speaker, is going through very tenuous times. Tonight we hear about the fourth balloon being shot down over North America, Alaska, Canada twice, South Carolina. And I don't know whether that calls for someone who's hip or someone who's totally and utterly focused on what is before us. That would probably be better for the people at either Woodford or at the Tennis or at the Mardi Gras, to have someone that they know is focusing totally and utterly on the defence of this nation.
Order. I just want to remind the member about Standing Order 90 about reflecting on the motives of a member. Okay. I'll bring him back to his speech.
I think it would be best that our nation reflects on what is before us at the moment. It is very, very sobering to turn on the news tonight and find out that over the Great Lakes yet another balloon has been shot down. And it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we make this nation as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. It is not for the time for flirtations with peripheral issues, with issues that might be important but not central to what this nation needs to sustain itself into the future of what is becoming more and more and more a very tenuous world. I hope that as we go forward we focus on making sure that power is as cheap as possible, as quickly as possible. I hope we have a sobering and more informed view on such things as nuclear power, and I hope that the Prime Minister, on attending the Mardi Gras, reflects on the other things that are important to this nation.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, it's my favourite time of year again. It's showtime. Ag showtime, that is. Over the last few weeks, I have had the absolute pleasure of attending some of the wonderful agricultural shows that the New South Wales South Coast has to offer. As well as being a fun day out, which they absolutely are, these shows instil a sense of pride and cohesion in our region. Sadly, over the last few years, many of our local shows have had to be cancelled due to COVID. Necessary, but a real shame, because these shows are so important. In 2023, I'm delighted to say that our shows have come back in force, and if you haven't been to a show on the South Coast, well, you're missing out. So far this year I've been to the Eurobodalla Show, the Kiama Show, the Berry Show and the Nowra Show. Each individual show has its own unique character. There's veteran livestock exhibitors with generations of experience, hobby farmers showcasing their skills, essential service workers like the RFS, police and paramedics showing the community what they do best, bakers of all levels proudly display cakes and treats in the pavilion, flowers of every colour, shape and size arranged by careful hands. Next to that you'll find any number of magnificent woven, crocheted and knitted items. The technique and patience you need to make some of these things is an absolute feat. That's not even half of it. I could speak all day about the displays. But it isn't just what is on display, though. It's the faces behind the displays. The stalls at these shows are generally run by volunteer organisations such as the Rural Fire Service, the Rotary Club, the CWA and the Lions Club. And without the mammoth effort of the Show Society members and volunteers and local organisations, these shows would not be able to operate. This in itself is a testament to the South Coast community. These shows are so important for families and students in our region. This is plain to see as soon as you walk through the gates. I myself grew up on a dairy farm just outside of Nowra, and I tell you right now, the importance of being able to proudly display what you produce cannot be underestimated. Local farmers, students and individuals can spend all year putting their exhibits and entries together. It takes time and it's a real sense of pride and achievement. Local people have been doing this for over a century. This year was the 135th year of the Berry Show. There was horse riding, wood chopping, dairy and beef cattle, poultry and goats. You name it and they had it. It may have been their 135th year, but it was spectacular. The Kiama Show is held on a cliff overlooking the ocean, a true showcase of Kiama's beauty. Every year I proudly sponsor the Farmyard Nursery, and what a joy it is to see children's faces light up as they get to pat a little goat, cradle a bunny rabbit or hold a tiny piglet. I spent several hours on the show gates on a Saturday morning, and boy was it busy. So great to see so many local people getting involved and helping me to up my wristbanding skills. The Eurobodalla Show operates from the Moruya Showground. This year I was particularly proud to open their brand new kitchen thanks to a $40,000 bushfire recovery grant. As many already know, the Moruya Showground was used as an evacuation centre during the bushfires. I was absolutely delighted to help them get fit-for-purpose kitchen facilities to make sure local people are better prepared for the next disaster. And just on the weekend was the Nowra Show, where young people and people of all ages showed dairy cattle, where I met with Nowra High School senior support class, and they proudly were checking out all their prized entries in the pavilion. I'd like to sincerely thank all of our show societies and their members, volunteers, organisations and our local farmers for all of their work, making our local shows the amazing community celebration they are. So, if you didn't get to make it to any of these shows, never fear, because we have 2 more yet to come. I simply cannot wait for the Kangaroo Valley Show on this Friday and Saturday, and Milton on the 3rd and 4th of March. So why not plan a trip to a show on the South Coast over the next few weeks? I guarantee you will not regret it.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.